Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight. Today, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. It's Election Day. Election Day, everybody. That's right, primaries are happening in 6 different states. And we're going to talk about all of them. Polls are open in all 6 states. So, I guess we better get right to it, but first some shout-outs. Trevor Borens, Amanda the Pivot, Hermit Horologist, 123 in the YouTube chat. Mr. Spock, also here. Cthulhu, and Faith T. Yep, very early start today, but that's because we got elections. We got live stuff happening. It's a big galactic event. So, I guess we better get started. Let's go here to the great Harry Emden.
It's me, Harry Enton, and today we're discussing how Democrats and why Democrats are in their strongest position in decades. I dare say it's a historic position heading into a midterm election. And if you stay tuned till the end, we'll talk about Donald Trump and how he's in a historic position as well and how that is fueling Democrats in the midterm opportunities. But let's start off with the economy, because as Jimmy Carville is fond of saying, it's the economy, stupid. And in the case of you, the audience, it's the economy, smarty pants. And this number really just jumps off the screen, because take a look here. When you poll Americans on how they feel about the current and future economy, we get the worst ever consumer sentiment ever. And this measure has been taken since the mid-20th century. And of course, we are now in the 21st century. It is down, get this, 38% since the start of Trump's term all the way back in January of 2025. Just a massive decline. And this is fueling Democrats. It's fueling Democrats on the most simple of questions. That is, you identify as a Democrat, Republican, Independent, etc. And when we allocate those independents, look at this, to the Democrat.
Boy, oh boy, look at those numbers. My God, plus 13. Higher than in any of these years. Although I would point out this isn't all the midterms, is it? Wait, actually, yeah, it is. Wait, 2012. Yeah, no, all the midterm years. Well, that's 2 decades. Highest numbers for Democrats seen basically in the 21st century.
Republicans, Democrats right now have a 13-point lead. A 13-point lead on Republicans on this most basic of measure. And when we look back at prior midterm cycles, at this point, this 13-point lead is bigger than any in at least 20 years. It even beats 2006. When Democrats easily took back the U.S. House of Representatives and gained 6 Senate seats, which if it happened this year, Democrats would be, yeah, that is perfect for us. We would take back the Senate as well. Now, when you look at this party ID lead, this is fueled in part by the simplest of questions. What's the most important problem the country is facing in your mind, and who do you trust to solve it? Well, right now, Democrats, hello, it's that same 13 points. It's that same 13-point lead that Democrats have over Republicans on which party they trust more to handle the top issue. And that, look at this. This really tells the story. Look at 2022. Republicans were trusted more by 11 points. More by 11 points. This is the inverse of that. This lead, this 13-point lead, look at, this green line. This is very similar to what we saw all the way back in 2006, which I said is exactly what Democrats want to happen, right?
That is a 25-point shift right there in a matter of 4 years. Let's not forget that Democrats were hammered in the 2022 midterms, losing the House and the Senate, if I recall correctly. Did not go well. Now let's talk about who people are going to vote for.
Who are you going to vote for? Democrats or Republicans in the midterms? Well, what are we dealing with? Well, at this point in midterm cycles, Democrats right now have a 7-point advantage, and that is, again, the strongest that they have had. You got to go all the way back to 2006 when Democrats held an 11-point lead. But this 7 points, look at this. It's more than double what Democrats had in 2018 when, of course, they were able to take back the U.S. House, gaining about 40 seats, maybe 41, depending on how you measure it. But the bottom line is you don't have to worry yourself with the details. That's my concern. But Democrats have a clear advantage on that. Now, I know what you're saying. Hey, Republicans have been doing all this redistricting, right? Especially in the South as of recent. Well, this 7-point lead, well, it overcomes, even with the redistricting, it overcomes that barrier. Because take a look at Democrats in the National House vote margin. Right now, their lead, 7 points. What is needed in order to take back the U.S. House with redistricting? You need only a 3-point advantage.
Yeah, Democrats are more than double what they need here in the numbers to take back the lead in the House. However, that is not the whole picture. Because you gotta combine that number with the number of people expecting to vote in either party ID.
House vote. Now, the other key factor, right, is it's one thing to have a lead, but if you're not going to show up and vote, what difference does it make? And this tells the story. Absolutely certain to vote in November. Democrats, 75% of them, when you include the leaners, say that they're absolutely certain to turn out and vote.
Was that a Fonzie impression? Was that a fucking Fonzie impression, Harry? Jesus Christ. Now, this is exactly what I've been saying for a while now, but we've been looking at all these other polls. Right, we've been looking at all these other polls, and Trump's popularity plummeting. Right, who's trusted on the economy flipped completely from Republicans to Democrats. Right, the war in Iran's happening. Gas prices are nearing 21st century highs right now. I mean, they're not quite there yet, but people are paying a fuckload, 2 times as much as they were at the gas pump this time last year. And of course, you know, this is all coming off the backs of Republicans saying that they had a historic mandate, right? They went into this this term, right, with the just like all of them shouting from the rooftops, "We have a historic mandate. Move over, Democrats. Let us do whatever we want," right? And then they did everything that they want. Democrats even helped, and it's the country is garbage, right? I think that's going to disincentivize a lot of people from going out and voting for Republicans right now. Seems to be some amount of dissent happening, at least people being somewhat discouraged by what the Republican Party has been doing lately.
In this midterm election, Republicans, it's just 67%. Now, this is an 8-point advantage, which is very, very important, because essentially what that means is you can take that House lead that Democrats have, and if the likely voters, the actual voters, match this absolutely certain to vote in November, that means that lead would be even larger. I feel like I'm in the movie Airplane. Larger. Anyway, I'm not sure if that's exactly quite right, but it's how I remember it in my head. But this 8-point lead is historic. It's historic. This is why I keep saying that Democrats are in a historic position heading into the midterm elections. And it is because of this. Take a look here. Okay, leading and certain to vote pre-midterms about this point in the cycle. You'll notice a lot of the other slides had a lot of Democratic numbers on there, right? This one is mostly all red. That's because Republicans have historically been the ones who are more likely to turn out and vote. But as that Democratic anger has risen with what's going on in Washington, as the coalitions have changed, as the Democratic coalition has become more tilted towards college-educated voters who are more likely to turn out, this is the first midterm cycle at this point in the cycle that I could find in which Democrats say they are more likely to turn out and vote than Republicans. So again, that is supercharging. That is supercharging what that Democratic lead actually is on the generic ballot. That 7-point lead might actually be 8, 9, 10 points when we're talking about likely voters. Now, at the beginning of the
Yeah, and I've been trying, like, I think I was talking about this the other day, but I've been trying to figure out if this, because this is a trend that I've been thinking is going to be coming to fruition, but you would think that you'd be seeing it in the midterms. And so I've been trying to figure out a way to like go through like all of the different elections. It's a huge task to try and like go through and look at previous cycles and compare them to the current already happening primaries. But some of the things I've been seeing, especially like in the red states, I feel like you've been seeing an outsized Democratic turnout in some places.
is absolutely supercharging this is when you just look at his ratings. Look at this. Term 2 Trump approval ratings low. All of these within the last 2 weeks, at least at the time that we taped this wonderful little thing. If you're watching it later on, I can't promise, I can do a lot of things, but I can't actually bend time and gravity and space, etc. Look at this. Quinnipiac, 34%. Ipsos, 35%. New York Times, 37%. CBS News, 37%. Fox, 39%. The bottom line is
Across the board, you know what it is.
Holy Toledo. Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Holy Toledo, that's awful, that's weak. Trump's approval is historically bad. I mean, my God. He's up against some of the worst presidents in history. Like these guys.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once.
That I could find, only 2 that I could find.
Shame on
Richard Nixon in 1974, which
Shame
of
on
course
you.
was the height of Watergate. You had George W. Bush, when of course the Iraq War was absolutely draining on him back in 2006. Both of these cycles, well, you know what they featured? You know what they featured? They featured massive Democratic gains. 2006, we mentioned it before, it keeps popping up in all these. That's a very, correlation isn't necessarily causation, but in this case, Democrats absolutely love that correlation. And of course, in 74, Democrats had massive gains in both the Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives.
Yeah, and in some of those numbers, Democrats are doing better than they were in 2006. If that's at all illustrative of what's to come here, could be quite a midterm election. Which is why I keep saying, look, if these are the numbers, right? If we're going to these midterms with Trump historically unpopular and Democrats historically energized to go vote, we need to put good candidates on the general ballot, which is why the primaries are so goddamn important. All right, we're going to start east and move west because, of course, in the east, things have already been going on longer than they have been over in California. So, starting in New Jersey, CBS New York, 7 hours ago. get this puppy started.
Polls are open right now across New Jersey as primary voters cast their ballots.
And one of those races is in the 11th congressional district for the seat once held by Governor Mikey Sherrill. Elijah Westbrook joins us live outside a polling place in Glen Ridge with more on the candidates. Elijah.
Hey there, good morning to you, Aziza and Chris. Well, right now it's all about the voters. They are deciding as we speak who they would like to see in office. In fact, polling sites like this one here, the Women's Club of Glen Ridge, have been open since 6 a.m. and we've already seen a handful of people going in and casting their ballots. Now, let's go ahead and talk about the candidates. One of the races being closely watched is the 11th congressional district, as you said, the seat once held by Governor Mikey Sherrill. Incumbent Representative Analia Mejia is expected to cast her ballot at 8 a.m. right here in Glen Ridge. Mejia enters the primary after winning a special election early this year to complete the term of Sherrill.
Yes, indeed. Now, I'm going to go over here. Let's just take a look at the Galactic list here for New Jersey. Maybe zoom in a little bit more. How's that look? Okay, that's readable. All right, so I don't know. I think everybody's somewhat familiar with the legend here that we've got. But in case you're not familiar with it, this is it. Asterisk. Wait, God damn it. Asterisk means Dino, Democrat in name only. Which really just means they haven't endorsed a number of different things and or said a number of different things. Medicare for all. Abolish ICE, genocide in Gaza. These are sort of the things. If you're not saying those, you're going to get an asterisk next to your name. I is for independent. That's relatively unimportant today. Because that's really... I think everybody knows why that's not important. Incumbents... parentheses around their name, and NC, no challenger. So yeah, New Jersey. In New Jersey's first, you got a incumbent Democrat, Dino Democrat, no challenger. So no need to vote if you're, at least on that. I mean, they're going straight to the general. Terry Reese. Oh shit, I'm on Chrome and I'm on Safari. Son of a bitch. Why did I do this? If I just do this, it'll be fine. This. Okay, this is Terry Reese. She's the Galactic approved candidate here. Basically, everybody who doesn't have an asterisk next to their name, like Terry here, has got some great policies. Feel free to peruse her page. Terry Reese for NJCD2.com. All right, I'm just going to keep going through these. Herbert Conaway Jr., also another incumbent Dino Democrat with no challenger, unfortunately, in New Jersey's third. Racial peace. So this is slightly updated from the last time we talked about all this, because I've started filling in the not so great candidates and the incumbent no challengers and things just for my our own purposes here of everything at least filled out. She's also something of a Dino Democrat, and she has some okay policies in there. And she has challengers. I think she is the best in the race here. She's not perfect, so don't expect perfection from Rachel. You should ask for perfection. I'm just giving people a heads up on that one. I think people are familiar with Josh Gottheimer, another incumbent Dino, no challenger. In Jersey 6, we got John Shu. This guy, John Shu for Congress. He too has some very good policies. Basically, every single person here that is not, like I said, is not asterisk next to their name. Medicare for all, abolish ICE, Stuff like that. Got Brian Varela in the 7th district. Honestly, there's a lot of great candidates here, right, in New Jersey. I mean, maybe we should look at the priorities right now. I don't know. Honestly, everybody's got some pretty decent ones here. Enact Medicare for all. Blam. Right? Now, New Jersey's 8th. You got Mossab Ali, who I think people are actually probably more familiar with. He's gotten more national attention. He too has some great policies here in New Jersey's 8th. Rent is out of control. Healthcare is unaffordable. ICE raids terrorize our neighborhoods. The incumbent won't fight for you, but Mossab will.
When I was 23, I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. Uncertain of how much time I had left, I asked myself, if I could choose to do anything, what would I do right now? I could relax. I could take a nice vacation. But in my heart, I knew that I'd already found my purpose, serving the greater good. In my years of service as an organizer and elected official, I've had the great privilege of working with students and educators to greatly improve our community. From canceling student lunch debt, to increasing minimum wage for teachers, to training the next generation of leaders.
But at a time when working people are being forced to do more with less, the rich and well-connected are wealthier than ever, I know the job's not finished.
I'm Mossab Ali, and I'm running for Congress on a platform to improve the lives of everyday people, to create a more humane, fair, and just America. I'm running on Medicare for all, because no one should go bankrupt just because they had cancer. I'm running to tax the rich. Prosperity should be shared, not hoarded. I'm running to abolish ICE. No more mass Gestapo roaming our streets. I'm running to stop endless wars. Let's invest in our schools and hospitals here at home, not bomb them abroad. Make the government answer to the people, not the donors. No corporate PACs, no APAC, just you, the people.
This is America. There are no kings, no crowns, and no heirs. The rich don't get to decide our destiny. We do. It's time to put people over profits and communities over corporations.
America is wealthy enough to care for everyone. The only thing missing is the political courage to do it. Join us. Choose courage.
There you go. Quick clip from Mossab Ali there. Now in New Jersey's 9th. Unfortunately, got another incumbent Democrat. Dino, no challenger. Sad but true. Okay. Now in New Jersey's 10th, you got LaMonica MacGyver. And, you know, I should probably do this. Where's the... I need another fucking window over here. Sorry. I'm not doing a good enough job. And actually, I forgot. LaMonica is actually an incumbent. She's running against Lawrence Poster here. I think she's got better policies than him. Not gonna go too much depth.
Congresswoman, one thing that strikes me as I hear you talk is that you are talking about a series of pieces of legislation that, as I understand it, already in some version are law. The due process that these detainees are entitled to, just as an example, as well as you mentioned the No Delay Act. Can you explain why we even need a law like the No Delay Act? Because I at least was under the impression that lawmakers were supposed to have access with no notice to these facilities already, and that basically these facilities are unlawfully keeping out members of Congress from conducting their oversight duties. Why do we even need new laws? Why can't we just enforce the ones on the books?
Absolutely. And you're absolutely right. We have been enforcing the law already on the book that gives members of Congress the ability to go to any ICE detention center and have an unannounced or announced visit. Democrats have gone to court, sued this administration for trying to delay us. I mean, you guys remember back last May what happened to me showing up to the same detention center to do my job and have an oversight visit, and literally, that whole chaotic situation happened. But this No Delay Act is just a way, one, to make sure that we're not being delayed. Sometimes I go to Delaney Hall unannounced and I'm waiting 30 to an hour to 2 hours waiting to get in to have an oversight visit. It depends on how they're feeling. And at the end of the day, we know that this administration, has been operating unlawfully since Donald Trump put his hand on the Bible. Illegal. He didn't put his hand on the Bible. Who knows? But they've been operating unlawfully, trying to stop, different rules and laws at every step that they go. And this is just a way to codify the permissions that we already have and the rights that we already have as members of Congress, and not give, Donald Trump and his administration any shortcuts to try to delay that or stop that. I think we have to use all of the tools that we can to fight back against this administration and make sure that we continue to be the voices for the people that we represent, that I'm able to fight and protect the people, that I represent here in New Jersey's 10th Congressional District by doing everything that I can within my power to do so. And so these additional laws are necessary.
There you go. That's Representative LaMonica McIver, who's running to get reelected in New Jersey's 10th. In New Jersey's 11th, you've got a recently elected Ana Lilia Mejia. She's basically just finishing the term of current Governor Mickey Sherrill, and so she just got done winning a race. She can certainly win one. She's already proven it, twice in a primary, special primary, then special general election, and now she's fighting in this primary. She's certainly the best candidate in the race here in the 11th. Hopefully she holds on to her seat, goes to the general. And Adam Hamawi, or Hamawi, I forget exactly how you say his name. He's running to take over the 12th district from, who is it a Republican right now? No, it's Bonnie Watson Coleman. This is an open seat. Bonnie Watson Coleman. Yeah, and it is I forgot how fucking, deep this primary fucking was. Oh my God. I mean, there's 30 people running to take Bonnie Watson Coleman's seat right now in the Democratic primary. This is a fucking hotly contested race right here. All right, 30. I'm exaggerating with 30. Maybe a dozen, baker's dozen. But there's a lot. Suffice to say.
in fact, is one of 4 Democrats seeking the party's nomination in the district. The other Democratic candidates include former Morristown Mayor Donald Crescitello, Justin Strickland, and Joseph Lewis. Republican voters will also have a choice with Joe Hathaway, who is seeking his party's nomination. Meanwhile, voters across the state are casting ballots in other high-profile races, including the primary for a U.S. Senate seat currently being held by Cory Booker, who is seeking re-election. All of it, of course, setting the stage for what could be a very busy fall campaign season. You know, we'll be watching closely. Polls, again, have been open since 6 a.m. and they close tonight at 8 p.m.
Sadly, nobody is fucking challenging this guy right now. I think there were multiple challengers that dropped out of the race, but it's quite disappointing that Cory Booker is going unchallenged, which means that if he wins this fucking race, this guy's gonna be here for another 6 fucking years, dude. It is such a disappointment. The fact that he does not have a goddamn primary challenger right now is it's just a disgrace. How did we fail so badly? Oh God.
Now to Decision 2026. Today, voters in New Jersey will get to cast their ballots in the New Jersey primary. This is a live look from the Cherry Hill Community Center as the polls just opened minutes ago at 6 o'clock. There are several races we will be watching today, including the race for Senate. 4 Republican candidates are running to face incumbent Democratic Senator Cory Booker in the fall. They are Dr. Robert Lebovics, Attorney Justin Murphy, former State Trooper Richard Tabor, and former reporter.
In fact, I don't care. I just don't care about any of this right here, right? Like who gives a shit? Like, none of these guys are gonna win, right? Like, one of these guys will win the Republican primary and then lose
Alex Zidane in the race for New Jersey's second
it's just incredibly
congressional district.
unimportant.
Several candidates are running on the Democratic side. Attorney Tim Alexander, Cape May Mayor Zach Mullick, former product manager Terry Reese, and former State Department worker Bailey Winder. They are competing for the chance to try to unseat incumbent Republican.
And this is the one I think is the I think is the best out of these 4 here in New Jersey's second by a fairly wide margin.
Republican Representative Jeff Van Drew. A lot of eyes will be on the 7th district, where the incumbent has not been seen publicly in months. Congressman Tom Kean said in April he was addressing a personal medical issue. He's running unopposed in the Republican primary. We asked voters what they thought about the situation.
What I feel is he's been good. I hope his health is all well.
I wasn't going to vote for him again anyway. If he's sick, I hope the best for him and his family.
Kean will face the winner of the Democratic primary. In that race, it's Rebecca Bennett, Michael Roth, Tina Shaw, and Brian Varela. You can find a full breakdown of the candidates in the big races right now on NBC10.com and the free NBC10 app. Just look for the New Jersey.
Okay. This is the preliminary talk about New Jersey. I mean, we're going to be going all afternoon, all evening, through the night, as the polls come in. So we're just going to be going through some of the basic clips here from the different localities. Here's a We Are Iowa Local 5 from earlier this morning.
We all know that the big story today is Election Day. There are so many things that you need to know if you're getting out there. And one person who knows elections well is our Secretary of State, Paul Pate, joining us this morning. Sir, glad to have you here.
Good morning.
So many things going on today. You got to keep up with a lot. So for people who are getting out there, what would you say are the most important things that viewers or that our viewers out there, that our voters need to know when they're going to cast their ballots?
Well, happy Election Day. And just some basics. Know where your polling location is, because sometimes they get changed or moved around. And you can go to our website, voterready.iowa.gov, and check that one out. and bring your ID with you, of course. And I hope by now you've taken a little time to look at the candidates to know who you're going to vote for when you go out to do your balloting. But also I want to caution and remind the folks who are voting by mail, the early voters, double check to see if your ballot got in. And you can go to our website again and it will tell you if your auditor has received it. Because if you haven't, you still have time to go in person and vote. We want to make sure you're successful.
And it's important to know for those voters, you have to be registered to a party in order to go out and vote in the primary election specifically. What have you guys seen in terms of voter registration so far for these primary elections?
Well, we have record numbers of registered voters overall. And I would say to those who are no party right now, you can come in and change your party affiliation today to a Republican or Democrat to cast a ballot.
That's right. In Iowa, you can get registered to vote on same day, change your party same day, and vote same day. Very convenient. If perhaps you're not yet registered, or if you're registered for a party you don't want to vote for, you can still get out there.
That is an option you have available. The challenge, though, is getting people motivated to get out and vote. Because that's the big hurdle. And we're seeing a light turnout. And it's disappointing, quite frank, because you've got so many choices. 5 Republican candidates alone running on the governor's side, U.S. Senate races. We have over 42 election offices up right now, many state and local as well.
Now, while Iowa is seeing low turnout, that is not the case for all elections, as it would seem. I believe New Mexico is seeing quite a high voter turnout. So I believe that may be state specific. Although Iowa's a red state, so perhaps that is more confirmation that Republicans are not energized right now, that they aren't really motivated to go to the polls and vote.
And I want to kind of piggyback off over something you mentioned there in terms of you can go in, you can change your party if you're no party. What does that process look like? Because I think some people might be worried, if I go through and I try to do that, it's going to be really strenuous.
It's real simplistic. When you go in, the poll workers there will ask you what you want to do. They'll give you the paperwork, and you'll just sign your name over saying, I want to become a Republican or Democrat. And then they'll give you that ballot to cast, and you can go about the voting process. It's very simple, very quick. The voting experience in Iowa has been
Oh, of course, they're doing voter ID in fucking Iowa. Poll tax. So I guess it's not that easy.
It's now 7:34, and of course, Iowa voters are headed to the polls today to vote in this year's primary election.
A lot of key races on the ballot, and likely a lot of Iowans heading out to vote today, so we want to give you guys everything you need to know before casting your ballot. Local 5's Emma Stroner is live at the polls this morning. Emma, what are you seeing out there right now, and how long do these polls stay open?
Yeah, definitely people still flooding in a little bit right now. I mean, it's a little bit calmer. Maybe people don't want to wake up too early, but we are seeing some people maybe heading in before work, coming in and out. But they do stay open until 8 p.m., so you have quite a bit of time to cast your vote if you haven't done so already. Now, you can find your exact polling place by going to the Secretary of State's website. Just enter in your address. That'll give you the exact place you need to go. And then also, if you want to see exactly what your ballot's going to look like, go to your county auditor's website. That's going going to give you a sample ballot that's specific to your party, but also your polling location. Now, what's essential to know today before you go and vote is making sure that you're eligible to do it. So that means you're at least 17 years old and that you'll be 18 by the general election. You also need to be a U.S. citizen and an Iowa resident. Now, you must be registered as a Democrat or Republican to vote today. But if you're not either of those, don't worry, because you can change that at your polling place. Also, don't forget your ID and proof of where you live, because you need both of those things to vote, even if you're pre-registered. But if you're not pre-registered and you want to do that, you can do that at your polling location. You're going to need to bring those two things too, so something like your driver's license or your passport, and then something with your address on it, like a lease or a paycheck. Now, if you can't bring one or either of those things, a registered voter can attest for you, at least for this election, because a new law will prohibit that starting July 1st. Now, another thing you can do day of is change your...
Yup, Republicans are doing everything they can to prevent poor people from voting in elections with their new poll tax. It's getting enacted here later this year. Federal election rigging. Actually, did the Savior Act get passed, or red states just enacting it on their own? Didn't pass the Senate. So it's just states doing it on their own. How nice of them.
Aren't I a good guy?
Before we leave the horrible state of Iowa, let's take a look at who you could vote for. There's actually some decent candidates in Iowa that could make Iowa a better place. Let's start here in Iowa's 1st congressional district. Why do you keep doing this to me? Travis Terrell is the candidate in this race, going up against Christina Bohannon. This is Travis. He's definitely the candidate if you're looking to vote max left in this election. I wish they would just collate people's fucking websites over here. It'd be so much easier for me. Here's his website. Healthcare is a human right. End the genocide in Gaza. Guys, he's doing it. He's on all the right sides of all the issues from what I can tell. In Iowa's 2nd district, I feel like we need music. Whoops. All right, Iowa's 2nd district. Wait, is this right? Oh, that's the Independent. All right. Catherine Dalter. She is the one that we are endorsing right now out of the 3 different candidates you got here. Lindsey James, Clint Tweet, Ball are the other people running in the race. Fighting for living wage, affordable health care, public education, and the rights of all Iowans. Veteran, nurse, educator, public servant.
just can't stand by and watch people suffer. I need to do something. And the people of Iowa are suffering from the big bad bill, the Trump tariff taxes, the cuts to federal programs, and now Trump's war of choice in Iran. I'm also running for Congress because when I was 21, I took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I never thought at that time that the biggest threat to our Constitution would be a corrupt president who exceeds his constitutional powers and a spineless Congress that doesn't do anything to check and balance. We all need to be alive and healthy, so we all need health care. We need to shore up Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, and VA health care system on our journey to universal health care, because health care is a right, not a privilege. We all need to have sufficient bucks to buy food, shelter, and electricity for ourselves and our families. So number one, we have to ensure a living income for our workers and our seniors by increasing the federal minimum wage and shoring up Social Security. The most important thing we need to do is start the process for a no King's Amendment to the Constitution, because to prevent abuse of presidential pardons, executive orders, declarations of war, and declarations of emergency, because I don't want any president acting like a king in America. Retired Lieutenant Colonel, PhD, Army nurse. I have a track record of getting in, getting things done, getting out and moving on in multiple organizations from the VA to the Department of Defense to community colleges and private colleges in Iowa. I started the VA DoD evidence-based guidelines to improve quality of care for our service members and veterans. I started 2 nursing programs in the state of Iowa. I led Kirkwood Community College to be the top nursing program in the state. So I have passionately advocated for patients, for veterans, for service members, and for students throughout my entire career. I would passionately advocate for all constituents of the 2nd Congressional District. So let me be your representative, but no matter what, let's turn Iowa blue. Let that House take back Congress, stop the Republicans getting the votes from the street, and make America, America again.
America! America again. Okay, Kathy. That's my preferred candidate here in the 2nd District of Iowa. Now, moving on to Iowa's 3rd. Iowa's 3rd Congressional District here. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a perfect candidate in this race. But from what I can tell, although who the fuck is this guy? Wait, there's a new candidate that's joined this race since I last looked at this. A write-in candidate? Okay, wait, well, that's okay. We're gonna screw the write-in candidate. So multiple candidates have withdrawn or disqualified at this point. And now there's a write-in candidate. Things have changed a little bit since I last looked at this. But I think that Sarah Trone Garriott is the best one in the race right now. A write-in candidate is just, that's leaving too many things, I feel like up to chance on that one. I mean, it is a primary, I guess. I mean, honestly, I don't even know what the fuck this guy stands for. That's part of the problem. But she's not a great candidate, so we're not going to spend too much time on her. But I guess, like, that's, I don't think doing a write-in candidate is necessarily the best plan right now. Iowa's 4th. Let's do that. It's gonna get really complicated when we hit California. I'm trying to get us there quickly, and nobody can tell. Iowa is having elections right now as we speak. They're going to be voting for the rest of the evening here. All right, now in Iowa's 4th congressional district. Whoopsies, I just clicked the fucking wiki instead of the Ballotpedia. Iowa's 4th congressional district here. Got 3 different Democrats running in the primary. My preferred candidate is Ashley Wolf Turnabane. Oopsies, I got no volume. What's happening? Oh, I know what's happening. God damn it.
Ashley Wolf Turnabane. Hi, I'm Ashley Wolf Turnabane. Even though when I was growing up we didn't have a lot, I was still taught here and at home to always help anyone in need when you can. And I see a lot of Iowans struggling right now. We've been left behind by politicians who listen to the billionaires and special interests instead of us everyday folks. People and institutions are under attack. There's a lot we're going to need to rebuild. But we need to go beyond that and show the average American we're going to make their lives better instead of returning to the status quo that made them feel like they don't matter. We start by raising the minimum wage and implementing publicly funded universal healthcare like the happiest countries on earth benefit from. I'm a normal, everyday Iowan who listens, who cares, who problem solves, and I'm not going to leave you behind. So, run with me. Let's build a happier, healthier Iowa together. Visit wolftornabaneforiowa.com.
Yeah, so this is a website. We went over this the other day. She's got some great policies here on her website you can look through if you like. Hold on, I gotta grab this. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to Montana. Right? Is that, hold on. Yeah. Yeah, let's do Montana. That's what I got next, right? Yeah. NBC Montana, 16 hours ago.
If you want to vote today, but you have
Montana's U.S. Senate race has moved fast, and it's still moving. Let's start with the shakeup that set everything in motion. Minutes before the candidate filing deadline, Republican Senator Steve Daines dropped out, and former U.S. Attorney Kurt Alme jumped in with backing from Daines and President Trump. That leaves Kurt Alme, Lee Calhoun, and Charles Walkingchild on the Republican ticket. Meantime, 5 candidates make up the Democratic ticket: Riley Neal, Michael Blackwolf, Michael Hummert, Alani Bankhead, Christopher Cahoe. The big picture: a split field, no clear frontrunner, and a primary that could come down to turnout and organization. Now, the X factor. Former University of Montana president and independent candidate Seth Bodner. Bodner needs just over 13,000 signatures to qualify for November's ballot. He says he turned in nearly 30,000 from 52 counties.
Okay, let's talk Montana. There's also some good candidates running here. Almost all of the different, I think, and actually in all of the, unfortunately, I wasn't able to get as granular as I would have liked. But at least in the House and for the Senate race, I don't think there's any governor's race happening here in Montana this year. But let's start here in the 1st District. Got 4 different candidates running in the Democratic primary. Ryan Busey, Russell Cleveland, Sam Forstag, and Matt Raines. Russell, the one who's got the Galactic endorsement right now. Here's his website, russcleveland.org. Not bought, not backing down. Fighting to fix healthcare, improve overall affordability, and end corruption. Restoring representation for every Montana family.
I was raised in the Bitterroot Valley. It's where I learned what honest work looks like. Helping my dad around the farm, watching my mom work tirelessly to make our house a home. It was neighbors, showing up, doing right by the people around us. A lot of my memories aren't big moments. They're small ones. Sports. Service to country. A great hunting season. Or a long ride on a Sunday. Now I'm raising my own kids here in Montana. And it's harder than it used to be. Housing feels out of reach. Childcare is breaking families. People are stretched thin even when they're doing everything right. Even our healthcare is uncertain. It's not because people stopped working hard. It's because the system stopped working for them. I want my kids to grow up with room to breathe, to feel like effort still counts here. To know this is a place where people look out for each other. I want them to grow up in a Montana where neighbors still help neighbors. Where you show up when someone's having a hard stretch. Where community isn't something you talk about, it's something you do. That Montana isn't gone. It's still here. But it doesn't happen on its own. It shows up in who we choose to speak for us. I'm running for a reason. Because this place matters. And it's worth getting right. I'm Russ Cleveland. And I'd be honored to represent you as your next congressman.
Okay, there's Russ Cleveland running in Montana's 1st District. I think the best candidate in that fairly tight race for the Democratic primary. It would be good to see him get the W. All right, now in Montana's 2nd District, which is the rest of the state. Montana only having 2 House congressional districts. Yeah, here you go. Here's the 2026 board. You got a couple independents running in that primary, 3 different Democrats running, but 1 is withdrawn, but still on the ballot. And an incumbent Republican looking to hold on to his seat. We'll be going straight to the general. Sam Lux is the guy who we think has got the best set of policies here. We watched we watched this one the other evening.
So we're going to do green energy. We have to do it in a way that is worker first. We have to do it in a way that makes sure that not only does nobody lose their jobs, but more importantly, no one has to leave their town, because people that live out in the communities like where I do, we live here because we want to live here. We don't want to.
Now, can we start with a question we don't normally start with? What is a farrier for those of us uninitiated?
You know all those viral videos on TikTok of folks that work on the hooves of horses?
Nate,
Yeah,
the
I'm
hoof
that
guy. You're a hoof guy?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm a
okay.
hoof guy.
Amazing. Now, that's really interesting and obviously needed. You
There you go. We're not gonna listen to this whole. We watched this. You can watch the old. I forgot to put in. I was gonna put chapters on that video. I've been so fucking overwhelmed. I haven't done any of that. Point is he's got the best policies. We watched a video, that whole thing the other day, or at least a lot of it. Vote for Sam in Montana's 2nd. Now, the other race happening in Montana is the... Actually, there's 2 different races happening, but only one of them is of real significance in the primary. As you'll see here, there's a Senate race and a governor's race. Son of a bitch, where are you going? There we go. Josh Turek running for Senate. Rob Sand running for governor. I would say Josh, from what I can tell, Josh Turek has better policies than Rob Sand. And Rob Sand is running unopposed. So whether you vote for him or not really won't change whether or not he makes it to the general. He will be making it to the general. But you know who does need your vote? This guy, Josh Turek. And he's a fighter.
I was born an underdog. 21 surgeries by the age of 12. Spina bifida, caused by my dad's exposure to Agent Orange in Vietnam. A kid wearing Goodwill hand-me-downs with the wrong color lunch ticket. I knew nothing would come easy, but I never doubted my right to the American dream. Sitting in my wheelchair, 9 years old, watching the Olympics, I dreamed of winning gold for my country too. In 2016, I did just that.
Guess who on the left side? Josh Turek.
Council Bluffs, Iowa native. And then I did it again.
Back-to-back gold medals.
It wouldn't have been possible without the grit that made me shoot 1,000 shots every day. And I wouldn't have gotten that far without VA health coverage from my dad's service, free summer lunch programs when my parents were struggling, and the local AEA that made sure that I had access to a good education. When I was a kid, there was a senator from Iowa that made sure that the doors were open for kids like me. Now the senator from Iowa is just closing doors, taking away healthcare, making it harder for parents to feed their kids. All just to give tax breaks to billionaires. And her explanation?
Well, we all are going to die.
Well, I'm tired of Iowans being taken for granted. I wasn't supposed to be able to win a state house seat that Trump won twice. But I campaigned just like I played basketball, outworking everyone, pushing the hills, crawling the stairs, all just to have a conversation with everyday Iowans. Did not matter the party. We won that first race by just 6 votes. We won the next one by 5 points, in the reddest seat in Iowa held by a Democrat. Iowans deserve a senator who works for them again. So I'm running for U.S. Senate. A whole lot of folks are gonna look at a guy like me and say, man, that is a real long shot. Well, in Iowa, we love an underdog. So if you're ready to push for change, join me.
There you go, Josh Turek. 2-time Paralympian. Running for Senate in Iowa. Wheeling his way up the hills. Asking for your votes. Just based upon that, I think he deserves it. But he's got some great policies, too. Another healthcare is a human right guy. All right. We're not going to look at Rob Zand because he's got no challengers, so it doesn't really matter. Talk about him in the general. We'll talk about him when we get to the fucking general. All right. Let's go down now to New Mexico, where the polls opened earlier this morning. This primary election day.
Generally quiet, quite pleasant this morning. Lunchtime temperatures in the 70s and 80s to near 90 degrees. And right around lunchtime is when on the high terrain here, mountains west of Socorro, Sacramento, Sangre de Cristos, we start to see scattered showers and thunderstorms developing. There will be a filling in into this 3, 4, and 5 o'clock hour. Note Santa Fe, Albuquerque, right on the edge of the best rain chances. Areas to our south and east most favored. And boy, it looks active up and down eastern New Mexico through the afternoon and especially this evening. Here's our flood watch. Ruidoso, northern parts of the Sacramento Mountains starting at 11 this morning, all the way until 9 this evening. Central, eastern, southern New Mexico in today's heavy rain outlook, especially for that east central and southeast part of the state. And this map here is where we could see some damaging wind gusts and large hail. We're in the severe weather out.
Your northbound and southbound lanes, we are.
Here are your live drive times.
Why is this called Polls Open across New Mexico for primary day and it's all weather and traffic, you sons of bitches?
Come on! Worse, New Mexico voters will soon decide key races for governor, Congress, all sorts of stuff.
It's a big day, and with polls about to open, our own Alyssa Munoz is live in Albuquerque this morning with what you need to know. Hello, Alyssa.
Good morning, Royal Miguel. You can see workers just got here with the polls opening in less than an hour, and many people are expected to come out and vote today. Now, when we talk about early voting, 182,000 people decided to vote early this year, and like I said, many more are going to be coming out here to shopping centers like this, so you may expect some long lines. Now, looking back at data from 2022, more than 242,000 people voted statewide, with 33% coming from Bernalillo County. Now, this is the state's first semi-open primary, meaning independent voters can participate and choose a Democrat or Republican ballot. Now, County Clerk Michelle Cavanaugh reports a 15% turnout so far and says early voting numbers were higher than expected. Here's her advice for voters today.
We'd like people to go onto our website and get a list of sites, maybe in a certain area. You know, if you like to vote near your work or near your home, make a list of maybe a couple within that area that may not have lines.
Now, like I said, shopping centers are going to be some of the busiest voting locations, but also university tends to be really busy, so you may get stuck in a line there. But luckily, over 70 sites are open today until 7. Reporting live in Albuquerque, I'm Alyssa Munoz.
Well, there you go. You still got, well, like 6 hours left to vote there in New Mexico. But as, according to KOAT News, the primaries...
In the governor's race, both the Democratic and Republican primaries are expected to be tight contests.
And they've certainly spent a lot, and that could drive a lot of people to the polls. Alyssa Munoz joins us live from a polling location right here in Albuquerque. Alyssa, what sort of turnout are we expecting?
Well, for starters, our political analyst expects many people to be coming out to the polls, just like this one here behind me, to come out and vote. Now, with the high early voting turnout that we've seen, it seems that many are interested in this race. Now, looking at data, it shows the Democratic turnout this year is well above 2022 and 2024. Republicans also showing slightly above average compared to previous primaries. As we mentioned, independent voters are able to participate this year, and their early voting turnout was close to 5%, and most got a Democratic ballot. KOAT political analyst Brian Sanderoff says that this race is really driving people's interest because it's highly competitive but also heavily funded.
I think this Democratic primary for governor has been one of the most contentious and expensive primaries we've ever seen. You know, these candidates combined have raised over $16 million.
Now, data also shows that Republican candidates raised over $4 million for this. Now, the winner of each race today will face off in November, along with independent candidates.
Okay, let's look at New Mexico. Now, this is not the most interesting race we have. We have 3 incumbent Democrats here with no challengers in the primaries in the House. But you got one very interesting candidate running for Senate. That is Matt Dodson. Let's hear a little bit from Mr. Dodson.
Did you know there's a Democratic Socialist running against one of the biggest political names in New Mexico?
I'm Matt Dodson, proudly running as a Democratic Socialist for United States Senate. I've been in Farmington, New Mexico for 35 years. I've been politically active for 20 years inside the Democratic Party. What I'm really after and what I see as socialism is we the people, social society.
Would you say you're more aligned with like a Zoran or a Bernie, an AOC, or even maybe another Democratic Socialist in your mind that people can recognize?
No, because I'm to the left of all of them. I have a rather extensive platform on my website. I want people to know exactly where I stand. We need universal health care. Everybody else has it. And I always get asked, so how are you going to pay for it? Oh, wrong question. Because we will save money by having universal health care. I believe that any natural monopolies, which a utility, you only have one gas line, one electric line.
I still maintain that this button this guy's got on his shirt is fantastic.
Pendejo! Coming into your house, those should be publicly owned. ICE needs to be immediately abolished. All the concentration camps need to be closed.
If not
and
sooner.
I will go further. ICE is a construct of the Patriot Act. I want the Patriot Act eliminated. And then there is no ICE. When Democrats didn't put their foot down, it gets worse. Obama was known as the deporter-in-chief, and my stepson was picked up under Obama's ICE. It took over 3 months and $20,000 to $30,000 to get him before a judge to get him out of a shithole tent city in Texas. Lujan was in office then, and he didn't say a word.
What is your critique against Ben Ray Lujan, and what would you be doing differently?
To begin with, I'm taking no corporate money. I'm taking no APAC money. I am too pissed off to be bought off. And that was before I ran. So it's like, now I'm livid. Our politicians are all bought off by Israel. None of our 5 members in D.C. can call the absolutely atrocious ongoing genocide in Gaza genocide. That is shameful and disgusting. But that's because of the money in politics.
There you go, it's Matt Dodson, Democratic Socialist running for Senate in New Mexico. Now, it's quite extensive. Now, in the gubernatorial race, you have got two different candidates running here. Deborah Holland, a former House member, I believe from New Mexico. I can't remember which district. Going up against Sam Bregman here. I went through their stuff, and I think Deb is the best candidate here. She's not perfect. She's not perfect, but better than Sam, from what I can tell. Fact is, we got to make these decisions during the primaries, right? We got to go for the best candidate possible to get to the general. Otherwise, we just get whoever everyone else picks. That's not what we want. And then there's only one race really in South Dakota for Democrats to pay any attention to. And that is South Dakota's first congressional district. It's another unfortunate group of choices. Shit. Wait. Why is this not coming up? Wait, what the fuck? No, don't be stupid. What in the fuck? Oh, this is annoying. I can't get this to come up. That's really dumb. What the hell is going on? Oh, there it is. Why is there so much fucking information on this page? It's just annoying to me. Whoa. Wait, what the fuck? The general election was canceled? I'm sorry, the primary election was canceled for South Dakota? What just happened? Wait, hold on. Shit. Wait. Huh. Okay. Well, here, it looks like I think the other candidate must have dropped out. I can't figure out who it was that the other candidate was now. But the person who I said was the best candidate in the race is now, looks like they're going to be going straight to the general. Nicole Gronley. She wasn't a perfect candidate, but from my estimation, she was the best one, and now it looks like she's going to be going to the general, so I guess that's a win. We'll start it off with a freebie. Start it off with a freebie here. Why not? We're a little green on the board already. Okay, that's how we start it. Look, listen. Okay, we gotta take all the W's we can find. Okay. Now it's time to talk about the goddamn California primaries, the big ones. 52 House districts, governor, mayor of Los Angeles, big race everybody's talking about. Okay, KTLA 5 gonna start it off from 2 days ago.
Candidate Ken Miyagishima.
And Tuesday's primary election is quickly approaching.
Californians are voting on a wide-open governor's race, and the LA mayor's race is also being closely watched. KTLA's Omar Lewis is live at a voting center in Norwalk with more on the elections. We see that voting box right over your shoulder.
Yeah, good morning, Kirk and Megan. We've seen people already using that voting box right here, bright and early in Norwalk here at the LA County Registrar's Office. We can tell you the doors open here at 10 o'clock this morning. And this is the final push to get those California voters to cast their ballots here in this primary election. The drop boxes are ready for you, and you can use them right now, of course. Taking you to the video, more than 600 voting centers are now open in LA County, more than 200 in Orange County, 150 in Riverside County, and more than 50 in Ventura County. Statewide, only about 13% of California's 23 million registered voters have returned a ballot so far, a notably low number with Election Day just 2 days away now. And when it comes to turning those ballots in, Republicans are currently leading the pace, while many Democrats appear to be holding on to those ballots, a notable concern for candidates with the Election Day just so close, right around the corner. In the race for governor, 3 candidates have separated from the crowded field. Democrat and former Attorney General Javier Becerra leading the pack, according to the latest Emerson College poll, followed by Democrat and billionaire climate activist Tom Steyer at 22%, and Republican former Fox News host Steve Hilton also in the top spots in the race. Remember, only the top 2 vote getters advance to November, regardless of party.
Yeah, and it's not just the governor's race. It's all the races in California. All of these. Oh, this long list. Longer than any of the other lists that I've got here. All of these are jungle primaries. Democrats, Republicans, top 2 go to the general, which creates some interesting opportunities and some potential pitfalls. But, yeah.
This is an exciting election for the people who are paying attention, but a lot of people are not showing up. There is some evidence that Democrats are sitting on their ballots. If you ask people in surveys, if you plan to vote but haven't voted yet, Democrats are much more likely to say that they plan to vote but haven't yet, because there's so many Democratic candidates for governor that I think people are trying to figure things out.
In the race for LA mayor, the latest UC Berkeley LA Times poll shows it is.
Yeah, this guy right here can't win. This guy's a fucking turd. Dickbag. Piece of shit. Yeah. All right, let's go to California's most well-known streamer. I believe his name is
Hassan Parker.
Hassan Parker.
Misinformation. Shortcut is infinitely better than Tom, yes, but from the perspective of Democratic Party voters that are about to vote in the primaries, they don't trust either of them because they're both rich. Tom Steyer is unbelievably progressive. I mean, he is like, yeah, Tom Steyer is the only candidate that has said he would protect trans youth in the state. He speaks fluent woke. Okay, he speaks fluent woke, but people don't trust him. Javier Becerra, on the other hand, is dog shit. Okay, let's skip this. All right, let's talk about tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, California, New Jersey, numerous states are voting in their primaries. The midterm season is upon us, and the primaries are happening. Big day. Oh boy, big news. Okay. I already told you, go with the DSA. Go with the DSA, whatever your local DSA is, and what they're saying. Okay. There is a California DSA slate. I wouldn't say they're as like bold or as the New York City DSA slate, but the California DSA slate's pretty solid. DSA LA slate is pretty solid, especially for the council members in the different districts, because they are very powerful, much more powerful than the mayor, especially if we can put more numbers on the board. If you haven't canvassed yet, if you're in San Francisco, look at Megaphonics. He's waking up at 5:30 to canvass for Shoykat Chakrabarty. Respect. Do not vote for Javier Becerra. If you want 2 Democrats at the top, you can vote for Tom Steyer. Just saying. Definitely the most left candidate that has viability. I feel like this is one of the more rare moments where my community is more on board with, outwardly promoting Tom Steyer than I am. But is that you in the TV in the back? Maybe. This? No, that's not me.
It has really come down to 3 candidates who are now neck and neck. Take a look at this latest polling from Berkeley.
Oliver Mile for lieutenant governor. You already know. What's the difference between viability and electability? Electability is an argument that people present to say, like, you should vote for this candidate. He's the most electable. Like, as opposed to other candidates. Viability is who actually is, like, at the top. If there's like 5 candidates, the electability argument is like for the general. The viability argument is for that race. I don't usually make electability arguments. I just talk about who has the capacity to advance. Obviously, there are candidates in the governor's race that are closer to my worldview, like Ramsey Robinson. People always bring up Butch Ware, but he's not even on the fucking ballot. So no disrespect. Electability is theoretical. Viability is statistical. And the only 3, well, not 3. The only 2 Democrats at the top are Javier Becerra, the corrupt henchman of corporations and billionaires, and Tom Steyer, the billionaire who is drawn a lot of ire from other billionaires. And then you have the Republicans, but nobody gives a fuck about them, obviously. You got Chad Bianco. And you got gay cop, Proud Boy, and British guy. Okay, British Fox News guy. So, Antonio Villaraigosa. Okay, stop. We're having a serious conversation. Come on. Okay. Anyway, in the LA, Hassan, do not let chat vote Ramsey, man. Wait, I'm already telling you. I'm telling you what's what. Katie Porter is a meme. There's also a very good candidate, a Justice Democrat candidate that's up right now. Okay. Democrat Doris Matsui is being potentially ousted, or at least in the top 2 with Democrat May Vang. And May Vang is a really interesting candidate because she's dope. She's left. She's awesome. And what Doris Matsui, the incumbent that's like 854 years old, has decided to put a red box out. This is a way where politicians signal to PACs without directly communicating with them on where they should spend their money. And Doris Matsui, recognizing that May Vang is probably going to unseat her in the general, as the 855-year-old incumbent, has decided to put red boxes out to demand that her PACs, instead of spending money on her, should spend money on the Republican Zachariah Wooden. So it's a Republican versus Democrat matchup instead of a Democrat versus Democrat matchup, because if there's a 2-Dem matchup in the general, she loses. She knows she loses.
Yeah, that's the thing that I keep trying to make the point on, like, over and over, and that's why the primaries are so important, is that if we can just get 2 Democrats, like in the case of California, especially here, like, you not only could we get, like, the most leftist possible Democrat to the general, we could over and over again have, if we can get 2 Democrats to the to the general, then during the general we can have, a fight on the actual ideas rather than just going back and forth on sort of partisan lines, right? And actually having that would be a nice change in the general elections, I think, for a lot of us. I'm gonna take a quick pause from Hassan to look at some of these candidates because we got a fuckload of them. Let's start in California's 1st district. Whoopsies. Did not mean to do that. As you can see, you've got a very crowded field here in the nonpartisan primary. 6 different people fighting it out for top 2 spots in the 1st congressional district of California. I should have kept this list for today. I didn't do it, so I'm like putting this list back together like really quickly, the one clip of each candidate as we go here. Let's go to Audrey Denny. She is the one, as you can see here at the top of the list, and she's the one who I think has got the best policies. Here's a quick clip from her channel.
Establishment politicians have failed to stop Trump. In Congress, Mike McGuire will be one of them. I won't. I'm Audrey Denny. I've worked in bars, farms, food banks, and classrooms. Now I'm running for Congress to fight for people like you. McGuire's been funded by PG&E, big drug companies, and health insurers, and worked with Republicans to cut corporate taxes and protect insurance companies. I'm Audrey Denny, and I approve this message because establishment politicians aren't standing up to Trump. I will.
Okay. Whoopsies, that's the Wikipedia. Okay, why is the Ballotpedia not showing up? That's so... No. Wait. Yes. Is that the one? Yeah. Okay. Yes. All right. The person with the best policies here in the 2nd district is Rose Penelope Yee. Here's a quick clip from her channel. A lot of people running in this race.
Hi, I'm Rose Penelope Yee, and I am running for Congress in California's 2nd district. Let's talk about ICE. ICE is a state-sanctioned paramilitary force that is threatening our communities, that has killed people with agents acting with impunity. I know what it's like to live in a fascist dictatorship. I grew up under martial law in the Philippines. What's happening right now is not acceptable. This shouldn't be happening in our country. I have a petition calling on the Democratic Party to lead the abolishment of ICE. Please sign our petition. ICE must be dismantled.
Now, as you can see here, got like 8 different people running in this primary. The fact is, you only got 2 Democrats. The incumbent, Jared Huffman, and then Rose. So hopefully Rose can get enough votes. I mean, this guy is almost inherently going to get enough votes to go to the general. So all we can hope for is for Rose Yee here to get enough for 2nd place. You know, she's got better policies than that turd. In the congressional district, the 3rd congressional district here, you got basically a Republican, Kevin Kiley. Actually, wait, is he the incumbent right now? I think he is. Didn't he drop out? I think he dropped out, didn't he? Oh no, Tyler Vandenberg dropped out. Oh, it's so sad. Oh, that sucks. Tyler. Wait, is this the 6th? Wait, why am I looking? Wait. Oh, wait. That's no. He switched from the 3rd to the 6th. That's right. Right. We're fine. Our preferred candidate for California's 3rd is Chris Bennett. Here is a clip from him.
Billionaires should not exist. But corporate APAC politicians like Ami Bera continue to put the Epstein class and Israel first. I won't. I'm Chris Bennett, a disabled Army veteran, West Point and Berkeley grad, and People First progressive running to replace him in California's 3rd district in Congress. I put people first. That's why I support Medicare for all, public housing, and a federal jobs guarantee, and why I oppose genocide, endless unjust forever wars, and ICE terrorizing our communities. Our campaign is built on hope and powered by people like you. We have hundreds of volunteers who are connecting with our neighbors and building community, but we still need money to reach the more than 700,000 people that live in the district. That's why we're raising $100,000 to run ads and mailers for the next 2 months through the primary on June 2nd. Now that sounds like a lot, but if even 1,000 people donate $100 each, we'll reach our goal. So please, donate whatever you can, whether it's $5.
Okay, that didn't describe his policies that much. That was the wrong clip. I couldn't remember which one we watched before. But he has good policies. And I think he's the best, certainly the best candidate here in the 3rd district. I got a little confused because of the redistricting. When I saw the candidate, my preferred candidate in a different district withdrawn, it totally threw my fucking brain off. There's like 5 Democrats, 3 Republicans running in this race. Suffice to say, Amy Bera sucks. He is the incumbent in the 3rd district. Wait, no, he's not the incumbent. Why do I keep saying that? It's Kevin Kiley. I think he's... I don't think he's running in this race. So... Right? Am I wrong? Oh, right. I see. Right. That's what's throwing me off again. I think Kevin is running for another district. Ami Bera is an incumbent in the 6th district, but he is now switching to the race in the 3rd district. We talked all about the fucking redistricting the other day. Now, so, I mean, it's a lot to keep track of. I'm not gonna lie. Just like in my head. But that live stream is still up if anybody wants to go through that on their own time. I encourage you to do that. All right, here's California's 4th district. Another jungle primary with almost 10 candidates in it. Only 2 Democrats. Our preferred candidate here is Eric Jones.
Folks, the country is in crisis. Trump is cutting Medicaid to give tax cuts to billionaires. And too many Democrats have been in Washington so long, they're not up to the fight. I'm Eric Jones. My mom was a nurse, dad was a disabled veteran who never graduated high school. There were times my family relied on food stamps and disability checks. Now I've helped build some of California's largest businesses, creating thousands of jobs. So I like to get right to it. I'm running for Congress to make life better for people who work for a living. No handouts. Close corporate loopholes to put thousands of dollars back into the pockets of working Americans and small businesses. Provide universal child care and in-home care for seniors. Unlike these guys, I'll never take a dime from a corporate PAC, I'll never take a dollar from a lobbyist, and I'll never trade a stock in Congress. I'm Eric Jones, and I approve this message to put you first.
Well, there you go. Another Democrat running in California, not taking any PAC money. I mean, that's the case for most of the candidates who I am endorsing here. Or actually, in fact, for basically all the candidates that I'm endorsing, aside from the dinos. I can't speak for the dinos, but in some cases we had to decide between dinos. That's life. I can't materialize better candidates, I'm afraid. It's not one of the powers I have. Can't just make better candidates appear out of thin air, I'm afraid. All right, we're gonna have to skip the 5th district. I still don't have a good candidate for the 5th district, I'm afraid. Weird science up a candidate. Yep. Yeah, I'll get right on that. I'll get right on Frankensteining you, the very best candidate I can muster. All right, to the 6th district. Here's Tyler Vandenberg.
The end of the Voting Rights Act is a crisis. I'm Tyler Vandenberg, Democrat for Congress in the California 6th. Since the Supreme Court's decision last week to destroy the VRA on behalf of a January 6th rioter, Republican-run states have been racing to eliminate any congressional districts represented by Black Americans. If you ever wondered how Jim Crow came to be, this is it. And we are going to have to act to reverse this catastrophe. With GOP attacks against Black representation in Congress and the rights of millions of women to vote, nothing less than a new generation of civil rights, voting rights, and equal rights amendments will be required. As a Great Society Democrat, I am proud to carry on the legacy which upheld civil rights and voting rights once before. I look forward to upholding those principles again. We must secure every American's right to vote. To do that, I need your vote this June 2nd.
There we go. Tyler Vandenberg talking about his determination to ensure the right to vote for everyone in this country. Let's go back to Hassan.
Yeah, here's how Redboxing works.
Coordinate with sewer PACs, but did you know that they still do? They do it by utilizing something called a red box. Let me explain. When a candidate knows that a sewer PAC is about to back them, they'll put a little red box on their website, usually on the media tab, with messages and attacks that they want that super PAC to use. For example, here's Connie Chan's red box, and you can see some of the lies that she's posted about me. She's saying that I have millions invested in Blackstone, which I don't, and that's public information. Or she's saying that I live in Maryland, which I don't, and I never have. I just bought my parents a home there. You see, candidates don't want to run these ads themselves because it makes them look bad. So they put it in the red box so that the super PACs will do their dirty work for them. Our website doesn't have any red box, but we do have a tab for you to volunteer. So sign up. We need to get the vote out on June 2nd.
Yeah, you think Cy Goat is gonna win? I mean, we're trying to get him into the top 2. Connie Chen got a lot of boosts, both from AIPAC, as we found out in the last second. And also from Nancy Pelosi, because Nancy probably wanted to hold out until Nancy Pelosi wanted to basically hold out until the general to cook Scott Wiener. But she recognized that Connie wasn't making it to the general. So she chose to put her weight behind Connie in the primaries. And obviously, a lot of the San Francisco left are very frustrated with me. I still think Shoykot is not just a fantastic candidate for San Francisco, but I think Shoykot would be one of the better candidates across the board. I put my weight behind him early, but unfortunately, the normal people that I could activate locally, DSA usually are not invested in him at all. And usually when there's a disagreement between, or usually if the DSA is not on board with the candidate that I'm on board with, their candidate doesn't win, my candidate doesn't win, it sucks. But a lot of powerful institutions are spending against Shoykot in the same way that they're spending against Tom Steyer, and fairly aggressively. I like Shoykot. I think he has the capacity to defeat Scott Wiener. I do not like Scott Wiener. I think if Connie is the one who makes it into the general, not only am I not as excited about her, but I don't think she's going to make it. She has $72,000 cash on hand. She hasn't been able to fundraise that well. Why won't the DSA back him? DSA doesn't back non-socialists, and Shoykot doesn't say he's a socialist, even though his policies are straight up socialist. So yeah, Scott Wiener obviously is horrible. One of the most pro-Israel people out there. He now openly lies and says like, "Oh, I believe Israel's doing a genocide and stuff," because he knows he has to say that to win elections. And people are dumb as. DSA-SF hasn't even put out a voter guide for anything. Jesus Christ. Shoykot told the DSA-SF he doesn't want their endorsement. Yeah. DSA-SF would not have given him an endorsement regardless because he's not a socialist. And that's DSA-SF policy. So yeah, I really like Shoykot. I hope he wins tomorrow. I'm very excited. I hope he makes it to the top 2. I don't have any I don't hate Connie Chen, for the record, even though she's said up things about me. Literally, I think she's a cookie cutter, moderate. So then why did you put all the blame on the DSA? Wait, what? Dude, because I think he's the most radical candidate. That's it. And it doesn't even matter. It's just the DSA doesn't matter in the circumstance. It just DSA is not endorsing Connie. DSA is not endorsing Shoykot. I don't have much else to say. I just was giving you an explainer on why the DSA San Francisco won't endorse either Connie nor Shoykot. Inside Bay Area baseball, SFDSA is very moderate compared to East Bay DSA, so it kind of makes sense. They're going all in on for Connie. Yeah, I mean, Connie literally would not subscribe to cutting defensive weapons to Israel until recently. So that's it. And that's the reason why AIPAC is spending against them pretty aggressively. And that's the reason why AIPAC is fine with putting Connie up there in front of Scott Wiener instead of Shoykot, because everybody understands that if there's anyone who can unseat Scott Wiener, it's going to be Shoykot Chakrabarty.
Okay. Let's take a look at some more of the candidates here. Okay. Now in the 7th district, Hassan just mentioned this race. Doris Matsui is the incumbent. Mai Vang is the one who's got the galactic endorsement right now.
My grandmother turns 82 this year. When I hold her hands, I feel the roughness of someone who fled war, a woman who worked her entire life to take care of her family. I feel the wear and tear of an elder who sacrificed everything. She taught me, to thrive, we must love and protect each other. Thousands of families across this region work tirelessly and still live paycheck to paycheck.
In the richest state, in the richest country on earth, working people shouldn't have to sacrifice everything just to get by.
So I stopped waiting for change and I got to work carrying my grandma's lessons with me. Protect the people I love. I passed California's first safe haven resolution so our schools would protect every student. I built the region's largest vaccination clinic. I fought to secure millions of dollars for children in our neighborhoods that have been ignored for decades.
So now I'm running for Congress to bring that same fight to Washington.
Because I'm done watching hardworking families suffer while the system protects the powerful. Insurance companies are posting record profits while families lose coverage. And we've all learned we can't rely on the same tired, complacent career politicians to protect us from Donald Trump and ICE.
The system isn't broken, it's fixed for them.
I'm fighting for housing you can actually afford, healthcare that doesn't bankrupt you, good jobs that let you raise a family. I'm fighting to protect our neighbors because no child should go to school afraid, wondering if their parents would be home when they get back. Unlike Doris Matsui, who has been in office for 2 decades, I'm rejecting all corporate donations and will never take a dime from companies that do business with ICE. This campaign is powered by people like you, nurses, teachers, union workers, and families who are tired of being ignored. I've been a fighter my whole life. I learned it from a woman who survived war, built a life with her hands, and taught me that real strength is taking care of each other. I'm Mai Vang, granddaughter of refugees, teacher, and a fighter for working families. I'm running for Congress because I'm done waiting for change. I'm ready to fight for it.
There you go. Mai Vang, running in California's 7th district. God, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can do this whole thing again. Oh my God. We already went through so many of these. Have we really been going for 2 hours already? Jesus Christ. Just a reminder, everybody. We're completely funded by individuals like you. More so than ever now that we have been demonetized on YouTube and are no longer earning ad revenue as of last month. And so do consider contributing in one of the other places we have available to you. Cash App and PayPal, Twitch, Throne, and or Patreon. A lot of great options out there. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive in these difficult times. All right. Now, in California's 8th district, I think your best bet is Nicholas Carjuza.
How can you make change when you have such huge numbers around you? I feel like, I used to give.
I can beat John Garamendi.
All right. Okay.
And if I can do it, other people can do it.
All right.
There's enough complacency. I mean, he's not campaigning. No, he's not. He's very arrogant. He just name recognition. I'm out there. I've got signs everywhere. Please take some.
I'm gonna take.
Take yard signs because that helps. It builds the momentum. And once we get through June 2nd, I'm beating him in November. He doesn't have a chance. I don't care if he has $1 million in the bank. He can't outspend what I can do at people's doors. Okay? So we're gonna beat him in November. And if I can do it, if Mamdani can do it, if AOC can do it, If Tallarico can do it, we've got candidates all over this country not taking corporate money. My Vang can do it. Yes. No, we like my Vang. We love my Vang. She's amazing. So what we're saying is the system can change. The term limits are up to the voters.
How do you say?
Well, there we go. Nicholas Carjuza explaining to voters how he's going to get things done. Been very actively campaigning, while incumbent John Garamendi is just assuming he's going to sail to victory here. And it's a fairly shallow field. Only 4 people in this race in California's 8th. So pretty high likelihood Nicholas could get that second spot in the jungle primary once again. All of these California House races are nonpartisan primaries. Republicans, Democrats, Independents, all going up against one another. In hopes of getting to the finish line. Now, it's not really a recommendation here. This is U.S. House District 9th. The incumbent is Josh Harder. He's the only Democrat running in this race. So he's going to be running up against the Republican in the general. Almost a guarantee. So he doesn't have great policies. So he doesn't have the galactic endorsement. I think he's going to sail to the general. No problem. But in the 10th district, slightly different story here. You got a Democratic incumbent by the name of Mark DeSaulnier. Fairly wide field here. 7 different people, 4 Democrats, 3 Republicans, all challenging. 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans, all challenging Mark DeSaulnier. Mitchell Maisler is the one who's got the galactic endorsement right now. He's got good policies. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a great social media presence. So I don't have a good video for him. And since I'm trying to make this a lot faster than the last time we did this, we're not gonna be reading anybody's web pages. Just assume we've done the due diligence on this guy, please. California's 11th. This is Nancy Pelosi's old seat. San Francisco. As you can see, here's the map. Shoykot Chakrabarty is the one that we want to see win here. And as long as he's top 2, it should be great. Unfortunately, it's a very crowded field. There's like 12 people here, 3, 5, 10 people here. All fighting to get a spot in the general. There's quite a few looking like this in California, where you have just so many people running. It's rather intense. In California's 12th, it's incumbent Latifah Simon.
Hi, my name is Mitchell Maisler,
Oh, wait.
and I'm running for Congress
I take
in
it back.
California's 10th District.
I take it back. Here's Mitchell's. I take it back. Mitchell does have a video. Why did I think he didn't have a video?
Hi, my name is Mitchell Maisler, and I'm running for Congress in California's 10th district. We just reached day 20 of Trump's illegal war with Iran, and now he's demanding $200 billion more just to pay for a war he claims to have already won. Here's what $200 billion could buy the American people here at home. It could eliminate all medical debt here in America. Community college could be free for 20 years. 1.3 million affordable housing units could be built. Free school lunches for every kid in America for 5 years. How is this even a debate?
All right, now to California's 12th. Latifah Simon. Why do I keep doing this? I need to put my list in front of me here. I have too many freaking windows in front of me. That's part of the problem. I did not come up with a good way to. I still haven't come up with a good way to handle. Like, all right, you settle the fuck down. I still have it's a lot of fucking windows to deal with.
Running to represent different communities, but our communities are connected by our shared struggles. And all of them here, they know that to make change happen, it's going to take a team of candidates like us working with people like you.
It was nice to see so many people who feel the same way I do.
We're excited to just see someone from like outside of the establishment trying to break in and switch things up, pulling people together and having like a lot of community development and like events kind of like this that bring people together.
That you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter. So help you God.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Congratulations.
I came to Congress because my life has been shaped by the systems that either work or fail with real consequences. I was a young organizer and a young single mom learning early that government decisions are never abstract. They determine whether families survive or spiral. Organizing wasn't a career choice for me. In fact, it was how I learned to protect my child and my community. Organizing taught me that power lives somewhere, and we need to learn how to move it. Later on in life, I became a widow, and that loss, it burned away any patience that I had with politics, performative politics. I needed politics to deliver for us. Healthcare and wages and housing and safety stopped being policy categories and became a real lived reality. And grief, it has a way of clarifying what matters and what doesn't. The journey is why I serve the way that I do. I legislate like an organizer, start with listening, and I pay attention to who's excluded. And I focus on the enforcement of outcomes, not applause lines. And I understand that laws only matter if they change people's daily lives. I came to Congress to interrupt cycles of neglect and inequality and to use this institution the way that it's supposed to be used to improve people's lives materially.
Okay. Switch back to Hassan here.
And not only that, but he also has great policies in general. He's on board with literally everything plus. Like, he's not just a Bernie-crat. He's one of the more aggressive ones. And he spent the last decade propping up left flank candidates with Justice Democrats. I think he's done a lot. Don't put up a candidate, but call us on a carpetbagger when it comes to boost the only candidate left and the only left candidate in the race. Yes. Yes, I'm a carpetbagger, according to a lot of the leftists in San Francisco. I know. Sorry for caring about the rest of this country, including San Francisco.
Awful.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You're not going to get a lot of candidates that say that they're openly in favor of central planning. You know? When have you ever heard that? I talked to some of the DSA people that were at your Stanford event because I was thinking of joining after New York City DSA because I moved back to the Bay, and most of the members of straight up said they had very little interest in boosting political candidates, which was interesting. Yeah. Yeah. He spent a lot of time at the ground floor of the modern progressive socialist movement, regardless of not calling himself a socialist. He's done a lot in the background to try to change the makeup of Congress. We align super hard on this, and I think he would be great. And I don't even think he'll stop doing this, even if he doesn't win. He's going to continue doing this shit. I just think he would be even better on the inside as well. Like, there's never been a moment where he stopped promoting other Justice Democrats and other candidates in general that are bold, that are radical, that are insurgencies. So it's not like he's going to stop doing that shit. But I do think he would be great in Congress on top of everything else. And yes, he is exactly the type of candidate we need right now. But sometimes you have a great candidate and they can't make the necessary waves. So, his agenda is literally an American version of the Soviet NEP. Yeah. Matsui and her husband have represented the district from 1979. Me and my neighborhood were going to vote Vang, but we were drawn out of the district. Yeah. There is literally by the way, there's already additional reporting on this, but like there were Democratic Party insiders that talked about how they despise the dude, okay? And they straight up said AOC became much more... AOC became much easier to deal with once Shoykot was ousted. That's what they said. That's their assessment. It was a Hakeem Jeffries staffer, I think, who said that. Yeah, bro, they literally prefer Nancy Pelosi over actual progressives and claim to be leftists. I'm done. I don't want to talk about that. Okay, whatever. I think Shoykot is the best in that race in San Francisco. Oh my God. Yes, dude. Spencer Pratt is talking about me. Okay. Yes, he's doing campaign ads talking about me. The most artificially base boosted candidate of all time. 800 replies, 51,000 likes, dude. Are you kidding me? I can't wait for this to lose. Okay. I cannot wait for this. I hate this motherfucker so much. Anyway, yeah. Oliver Ma for lieutenant governor. And then, go with your heart on LA mayor. I think Karen Bass sucks. I think Spencer Pratt is a demon, a demonic entity straight out of the deepest layer of hell and must be purged. If you want, sorry. People are still spamming vote for Ray in the chat. She's literally at like 4%, guys. Good luck. It's unbelievable. It's so discouraging. It makes me want to DSA. Some of the DSA candidates endorse Bass. New Michigan Senate poll by GOP pollster. Yeah, I saw this. Haley Stevens at 35, Abdullah Sayed at 31, Mallory McMorrow. Mallory McMorrow at 13%. Net favorability is at Stevens at 46, El Sayed at 42, McMorrow at 31. This is obviously a right-wing pollster, and they're basically, they want McMorrow. I mean, not McMorrow, sorry. They want Haley Stevens. Yeah. Yellow Parenti son or purple Rosenberg daughter? Please, I need to know. What is this? Have you seen this Gad twin? Yes, I did. Everyone gets mad at me, and they say it's AI when I play it, so I'm not even going to play it. A Trump group commissioned it? No, I know.
What's everybody doing right now? I think we still got like an hour and a half until polls start closing in New Jersey. When do polls start closing? $8 p.m. Oh, it's even longer than I thought. 3 It's 8 p.m. in New Jersey, 7 p.m. for New Mexico. What time does California go till? California 7 to 8. We're gonna be going a long time. We are going a long time here tonight. Oh boy.
This poll is crazy for the general. All Democrats win against Rogers. Stevens +7. McMorrow +3. Elsad +1. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. The Republican pollster is saying Stevens would have the best shot. Stevens is the most popular in the Democratic primary, and lo and behold, would definitely have the best shot against our guy. And Abdul Al-Sayed would have the worst shot. You shouldn't elect him. Anyway. I just learned Sid Rosenberg did podcasts for the Advanced Urology Center of New York City. Wait, what? I did not. Yeah, I don't trust any poll. I'll be honest. I already know. Abdul and 7. Okay. Abdul and 7, baby. Abdul and 4. Abdul sweep. I don't want to even talk about the LA mayoral race, man. It's crazy.
In the LA Times, they asked around 2,000 voters here, and as you can see, Mayor Karen Bass came in with 26%, Councilmember Nithya Raman with 25%, and reality star Spencer Pratt at 22%. And still many voters, you can see there, still undecided. Well, this hour, we're discussing Hollywood weighing in on this race. The mayor of LA plays a crucial role in shaping the entertainment industry.
Here's a question. Now, I don't know exactly when this clip was coming from. You would assume it's fairly up to date. This is a Hassan clip from like yesterday. So you assume this is from like in the last like 36 hours or something like that. How fucking stupid do you have to be at this point to be still so unsure about who you're voting for? It's like 3 choices. All right, there's more than 3 choices, I think. These are just the 3 top choices. I just don't understand the struggle. It's not that difficult.
And still many voters, you can see there, still undecided. Well, this hour, we're discussing Hollywood weighing in on this race. The mayor of LA plays a crucial role in shaping the entertainment industry, with some productions coming back to the area thanks to tax credit, including shows like Netflix's Nemesis and Fox's revival of Baywatch. Actors Jane Fonda and Samuel L. Jackson coming out in support of Mayor Karen Bass, while Chelsea Handler and Mindy Kaling are supporting Councilwoman Nithya Raman.
These are the times we need someone who understands government.
Did you say DSA people endorse Bass? Buddy, DSA slate council members who are running for office all endorse Karen Bass. I don't want to talk about DSA Los Angeles. Can you explain Karen Bass's connection to Cuba? Yeah, she used to be radical back in the day. She's not anymore. She's now.
The communist also understands the needs of the people. Someone who will go in the streets and gather the people together, not someone who will divide them. Karen Bass.
I mean, speaking of another guy who used to be radical, this man literally kidnapped the dean at Howard at gunpoint. And the dean was Martin Luther King Jr.'s father. He kidnapped Martin Luther King Sr. at gunpoint in an act of protest.
At gunpoint.
Beast mode. Or not at Howard, at Morehouse. Apologies.
Is that person?
I'm supporting Nithya Raman in this race. She's an urban planner, she's an immigrant, a working mother, and a city council member who has spent her career actually solving the problems that Karen Bass has been scheduling press conferences about.
Now, when it comes to Spencer Pratt, podcaster Joe Rogan has endorsed him, along with Doug Ellen, who is the creator of the HBO show Entourage, a comedy drama series airing from 2004 to 2011.
Adult baby. I'm one of the people who made this city look great. I did it for years. I glorified it. I meet people all the time that moved here because the show that I created, and they hate it here now. Hate. And this city has collapsed in the last 5 years. There is
If you're going to vote for someone to lock out Spencer Pratt, Karen Bass has already got it on the top billing.
I'm sorry, this is the director for fucking Entourage? I mean, it's kind of fucking hilarious that he's that much of a fucking narcissistic prick that he thinks his show is the reason people moved to California. His show, just Entourage is the reason why people moved to California. What a fucking narcissistic douchebag. A megalo fucking maniac. My show and Entourage is the only thing that got people to move to California. And now it's nothing like Entourage. Is that bad? Is that bad? Have you seen the show? I mean, those guys are fucking assholes.
There is.
If you're gonna vote for someone to lock out Spencer Pratt, Karen Bass has already got it on the top billing. You can vote for Nithya Raman for that reason. If you don't want to vote for her unconditionally, you can engage in defensive voting to lock out Spencer Pratt. We cannot, dude. Spencer Pratt cannot be my mayor. I cannot live in that reality. Okay. He is a crackhead, bro. He is literally so cooked. And honestly, there are a lot of crackheads in this goddamn city, okay? Straight up. There are a lot of crackheads in this city. Luckily, most of them live in Malibu, so they're going to find out tomorrow that they can't even vote for Spencer Pratt. But like in Burbank and Orange County, they're going to be like, what the where's my mayor? I want to vote for Mayor Spencer Pratt. What the is this? But I'm telling you right now, there's even enough crackheads in Los Angeles, bro. It's Spencer Pratt's platform is literally murdering the homeless, okay? There's a lot of in Calabasas who are like, hell yeah, let's do that. Let's murder the homeless, please. Don't give in to the fear mongering. You're smarter than that. Ray for LA, don't give in to the fear mongering, chat. That is not going to happen. He has no shot. Chatters, I love you, but you are also one of those crackheads, but in a different way. That is absolutely going to happen. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen tomorrow, okay? Spencer Pratt, Karen Bass, go to the top. And no disrespect to Ray. I really like her policies, but she's barely going to crack 5%. Okay? And the 5% is entirely going to come from this community. And then people are going to come in and be like, whoa, what happened? Well, here's what happened. Everyone is at fault except for me, okay? I need you to understand. It's not my fault. I tried with Ray. Nithya came in and was like, nope, it's my race. Immediately sucked up all the momentum.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And then this was after she had already endorsed Karen Bass personally, which was ridiculous. Bro, deadass are going to come back in here and blame you for not doing another stream with Ray. They've been doing this the entire time. I know. Well, you know, I'm one person. Nithya LA? No. I have some issues with Nithya, but if people voting Ray instead of her puts Pratt in the runoff, I'm going to shit myself. I know. I can't. I don't even want to think about that. Okay? Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. That's what's going to happen. Well, probably not. It's still probably Nithya's fault if she doesn't make it to the runoff.
Zan is like pre-seething over some shit that hasn't even happened yet. Fucking hilarious. Oh my God. Why is he so upset? Nothing has even happened yet. There's a fuckload of people running in the mayor's race, though. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 11 people. Actually, it's more than that. No, there's oh my God, there's like 20 there's like 20 fucking people running in this election.
But I'll be honest, I really hope she does, okay? Not my favorite candidate at all by a long shot, but certainly better than Spencer Pratt, okay? Oh, I don't even want to think about that.
No denying it unless you have an agenda. And I don't know.
I hate his fans too. Like
let's be real though. I don't know if it's. I don't know what Hassan is thinking about. If it's just the having to deal with him for the rest of the year. Hassan can't possibly think that he would win in the general, right? Like, especially in this election year, right? Sure, has LA elected some bad governors in the past, or bad mayors in the. I'm sorry, yeah, but like, this is a midterm election year with Republicans being historically unpopular. Even if he does get the second spot, whatever. I think I get what he's. I think I get what he's saying though.
they all have the same nervous energy.
What that is, but you say, oh, Spencer Pratt has no experience.
Although I gotta say, I still hope that we'll get like a, Democrat against Democrat race in the general. I think it'll be so much more constructive than having to deal with a bunch of psychotic idiots.
How can we possibly think about this? What experience did Karen Bass have?
They all have this like plastic veneer too. They all like have this fake, phony, has-been Hollywood old producer back from like, or director back from showrunner back from like when they could make $25 million easy on a season. And they're just still, they took all those assets, they parked all those assets into expensive Brentwood, which is definitely where this motherfucker lives. I could tell from the house behind him. And they just sit there and they're like, why are there pores in my beautiful Hollywood? It's like, it's because there's no housing. That's why there's homeless people, because there's no housing. God damn it. I hate these so much. And I live around them, of course.
And over the weekend, the candidates spent their time crisscrossing the city campaigning. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is seeking a second term up against City Council member Nithya Raman and former reality
Why is
star
Nithya Raman not good? I mean, she's just kind of weak. Like, that's it. I mean, better than Spencer Pratt, and probably better. I mean, definitely better than Karen Bass, too. She's done a lot of good work in homelessness, but she's done some stuff where she's been inconsistent on policing. She's been inconsistent on Israel. I mean, I addressed all of that when I had a conversation with her. She's still better than Karen Bass. She's still better than Spencer Pratt. Do with that information what you will.
Well, I mean, I shouldn't be shocked, but I find I'm vicariously frustrated through Hassan right now at his chat for just not grasping the concept of elections for some reason. But like they just keep railing, and I feel like you can tell that Hassan is he's frustrated with them right now for not understanding that he has that even if somebody is not perfect, he still has to pick somebody. You can't just throw your hands up and say, screw democracy right now. Right? This is the democracy part of democracy. We're in a midterm year. Right? And unless you're storming the Capitol or something, I mean, it's voting time. Okay? You need to get out there and vote. You still got time in all the 6 states that we're talking about here right now. And we should be focused on who the very best candidate in every single race possible that we can manage to. By the way, I went to maybe I should post. Can I get one of the mods to post the other live stream and then pin it? Or I guess I could pin it. Fuck it, I'll do it. There is a mod in here, but
I wish she was a stronger candidate, and I wish she had more, stronger stances in general. But you have to literally not let Like, I know Sin of Marxism is in here saying she's pro-LAPD, pro-Israel. She's not, in comparison to Spencer Pratt or Karen Bass, she's not. This race has radicalized me in ways I thought were not possible. If Nithya versus Bass runoff, LA Times had more people not voting and undecided. I mean, that doesn't matter. Bass doesn't want Nithya because Nithya will unseat Bass. That's 100%. Nithya Raman, for all of her, for all of her weaknesses or inconsistencies, would most likely be able to cook Bass. Because Bass is so weak, dude. Karen Bass is also unbelievably weak. She's the incumbent, and she's polling at like 20. What are we talking about?
Awful. Weak,
She's
weak,
the
weak.
incumbent currently.
A reality TV villain? Really? How did that work for us on a national level? That's one choice. The other choice is a city council person who's been in City Hall twice as long as I have, and who thinks it's okay for parents and kids to have to navigate their way through tents. She doesn't think it's that serious.
Meanwhile, Spencer Pratt spending some time yesterday talking about potholes, saying reporting that issue to 311 is like reporting the issue to a, quote, black hole, suggesting a new idea of citizen reporting that could be done right through the Citizen app itself.
The Citizen app sends an email. It sends an email saying, we have a pothole. This is the geo.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He's going to reroute all the tax dollars that you would spend on fixing the potholes directly to the Citizen app. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Instead of funding 311, he's like, oh, well, let's just do it through the Citizen app. Oh my God. The Citizen app is the most reactionary app of all time. Is the reason why so many people think that there's bedlam in California all the time. Anytime someone is like, anytime fireworks pop off in the neighborhood, the Citizen app is like, it's bedlam. Crackheads have actually taken over the neighborhood with AR-15s.
Add location. This is the date, and it holds a record. So if 1,000 concerned citizens have sent that email, it's tracked.
Yeah, LA's about to get reverse Zoran, dude. Anyway.
So have you cast your ballot, or is it
Privatizing public service of the panopticon? Yeah. We're going to put flock cameras to good use. Anytime with flock cameras see anyone that looks like a homeless person, we're going to send in drones. Shahhead drones that I purchased from the IRGC will explode the homeless people that we see on the streets. Pratt will never win, bro. Never say never. Karen Bass is uniquely disliked.
still sitting on the kitchen counter? Time is running out. California's primary election is Tuesday, and a new poll shows for the first time 2 Democrats are leading a close race. The findings released by Emerson College show Javier Becerra in the lead with 28% of support from likely voters. Same poll shows Tom Steyer in second with 22%, Republican Steve Hilton in third with 21%. This is slightly different than the Berkeley IGS poll released yesterday. The nonpartisan survey also shows Becerra in the lead, this time with 25%, but Hilton in this poll is second with 21%, Steyer in third at 19%. And with just a...
I think Steyer and Shoykot have similar issues, except with Shoykot, the makeup of his voter base is different than Steyer. Steyer has the opportunity to once again, the reason why people in California don't trust Shoykot and don't trust Steyer is because they're rich. They're filthy rich, okay? And also because California sucks. I'll say it. I love this state. I love my city. I live in Los Angeles. I live in West Hollywood. I love living here. But I'm sorry, we suck. We suck dick and balls. And I don't mean in a cool gay way. I mean like as a pejorative, okay? Because there's a lot of dick and ball sucking here, but in a cool gay way, in a nice way. Shouts out to Pride Month. Shoykot is infinitely better than Tom, yes. But from the perspective of Democratic Party voters that are about to vote in the primaries, they don't trust either of them because they're both rich. They're seen as outsiders. They're seen as rich guys. They're seen as like, running for vanity. Okay? Tom Steyer is unbelievably progressive. I mean, he is like everything with the one exception where he is, again, the most critical on Israel out of all the other candidates, but like won't commit to being an anti-Zionist. And Shortcut obviously is an anti-Zionist. He wants to do an arms embargo on Israel. Yeah, Tom Steyer is the only candidate that has said he would protect trans youth in the state. He speaks fluent woke. Okay, he speaks fluent woke, but people don't trust him. Javier Becerra, on the other hand, is dog shit. Okay? Javier Becerra is a representation of all of the billionaires, not in California, but across the nation and all the mega corporations. I met Tom Steyer at his rally in San Francisco. It was a quick interaction. I could tell he truly seemed genuine and authentic. He stuck around and talked to everyone. No secrecy or team rushing him along. That feels significant to me for a governor's race. Yeah. Tom also has a certain presence compared to the other candidates. Yeah, Tom Steyer is in favor of abolishing ICE, holding ICE accountable, all this stuff. Why not Ramsey Robinson? Because Ramsey Robinson is a 1%. Because PG&E is not spending $10 million unseating Ramsey Robinson. They're spending it against Tom Steyer, okay? And they're spending it for Javier Becerra. And those are the top two right now on the Democrat side. California has an open primary system, it's a jungle primary. So 2 Republicans can be at the top, or 2 Democrats can be at the top of the ticket and get to the goddamn general election in the runoffs. Okay? So if you want to block out the Republican, the Trump.
Yeah, that's the thing about this system, this primary system in California. It's a double-edged sword. It can be beneficial. You can wind up with a general with 2, people actually arguing the issues. Or you could accidentally wind up with 2 fucking Republicans talking about the best way to, round up illegals and throw them in detention centers or whatever, right? Like, and, make it illegal to, be gay or whatever. I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it can go both ways. You could have 2 Democrats actually arguing about, the best way to bring about healthcare. Like, is it Medicare for all, or is it just continuing down this path of semi-privatized nonsense that's not really fully working out for everybody? Or like, I don't know, should we be funding a genocide in Gaza and declaring the people doing that genocide as our #1 ally in the Middle East? Or maybe not do that.
Republican in this race and have tremendous down ballot consequences for the general in a positive way. Again, vote for Tom Steyer. Same with Nithya Raman. If you want to block out Spencer Pratt, vote for Nithya Raman. If you want to block out the British dipshit or the gay Proud Boy cop, gay cop Proud Boy, it's the British dipshit is the one who's going to be probably the Republican one. You said you didn't want to talk about this, bud. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to talk about it, because it sucks. Chud Bianca. Steyer is his own man. Becerra owes his candidacy to oil and gas and tech bros. Becerra is beholden to his donors and Steyer is beholden to the people of California. Yeah, the other thing is there's been a lot of people that have, they've been dumping a lot of money. Tom Steyer's been dumping a lot of money on influencers and shit. And Javier Becerra, on the other hand, has done something insane. There's a mysterious agency that, as soon as Eric Swalwell was found to be a mass rapist, allegedly, and had to drop out of the race, some mysterious agency out of nowhere started posting millions of times about Javier Becerra.
Immediately, if not
The agency
sooner.
report found about 3,000 fake accounts that amplified Becerra across social media platforms, X, Facebook, and Instagram, while also criticizing Steyer, according to Steyer's team. In all, the fake accounts generated 1.3 million views and 42,000 engagements, the report started. They deployed the Hasbara bots for this man. Again, Despicable. Why not try to boot?
It's disgusting and probably illegal.
Anyway, trying to think. Still got a lot of time until the polls start coming in. So let's stay talking about the California elections. But let's go here to the I've Had It podcast.
I'm concerned that there's a lot of people in these races that are lying, that are liars.
The things that we actually want to do as progressives, these are all hugely popular issues. And so you keep seeing Democrats who will come out and say they're for this stuff, but somehow none of it gets done.
How stupid do these people think we are, these candidates that say that?
They're trying to spend everything they can right now to keep me out of the top 2 tomorrow. They know that I actually care about this issue and I'm going to fight them on it, but also they know that I'm the best one to actually beat.
In the 2020 election, Donald Trump got his feelings hurt because millions, tens of millions of Americans voted via mail-in ballots and voted against him. So, of course, he wants to eliminate mail-in voting because he cannot stomach people voting against him or the people that he's endorsed. Pop this up. Democracy Docket does incredible work. The United States Postal Service is planning to radically crack down on mail voting according to a yet to be published proposed rule. And what you need to know here is that Republicans have to cheat. The whole purpose of all of this voter suppression is because the more people that vote, the more Democrats win. And to discuss this and politics on the ground in Democratic races with me is candidate for Congress in San Francisco, Shoykat Chakrabarti. Shoykat, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Yes. Tell me, how concerned are you about all of the meddling Republicans are doing in all of these races around the country?
Yeah, I'm somewhat concerned. I am pretty concerned. I think something that I wish that I was seeing from our Democratic leaders right now was actually putting more of a spotlight on this. I mean, the stuff you're doing, right? Because we don't want it to be a surprise when we suddenly see Republicans denying election results, when we see Republicans showing up and, actually taking over ballot boxes. And this has been going on for years. There have been Republicans taking over a board of elections all over the country. So I want to see our Democratic representatives actually highlighting what's going on. But of course, the best way to actually get over whatever meddling occurs is we have to win with a big margin. We have to win. The bigger the margin is, the harder it is to throw any sort of wrench into it works.
Too big to rig. Okay, tell me about your race. You're running, so my listener knows, you're running for Nancy Pelosi's seat, correct?
That's right.
And you're in the throes of a primary, and it's my understanding it's a 3-way race right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's 3 major candidates in the race. It's myself, State Senator Scott Wiener, and Supervisor Connie Chan. And our election's coming up on June 2nd.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so how are you different
if not sooner,
from Connie and Wiener?
Yeah.
Sorry. I have sometimes elementary grade school humor.
I know. I can't make fun of anyone's name. My name's Shoykat Chakrabarti, So.
I know. No disrespect to Wiener, but I know that's so immature. But
yeah,
Okay,
so,
I'm sorry. Okay, this is a serious question.
Yeah.
How are you different from your 2 opponents?
Well, so in this race, I'd say State Senator Scott Wiener, he's sort of the main one to beat. And he and I differ hugely, especially when it comes to the genocide that's going on in Gaza. I mean, State Senator Wiener has long been an opponent of the Palestinian rights movement in San Francisco. He's authored multiple pieces of legislation to try to silence criticism of Israel, to try to equate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. He's gotten people fired. I mean, he got the university president at Sonoma State fired for meeting with BDS activists like years ago. And so, because I'm running in this race, like he's now starting to pretend like he's gotten different on this issue, and we can get more into that. But he's different. We differ hugely on this issue, and also he's against taxing the rich. I mean, right now there's multiple ballot propositions to try to do a wealth tax on billionaires in California, to try to do a tax on CEOs of large corporations. And he's against both because he's corporate funded. He's taken money from over 400 corporations over the course of his career. He's being funded by people like Chris Larson, Gary Tan. I mean, these tech VCs, crypto billionaires, APAC. So that's the big difference with him. And with Supervisor Chan, the major difference I have is I am running against the establishment. Like I've said, I don't believe Hakeem Jeffries should be the leader of the Democratic Party, and I'm not going to vote for him. I'm trying to recruit people to run all around the country to primary other corporate Democrats. I'm going in there to try to actually change this party. And, Supervisor Chan's not going to be willing to do that.
Okay, so let's talk about that whole notion of these Democrats that like I just saw recently, there was an Israel parade in New York, and this Smoltrick, I think his name is, he's the finance minister of Israel, and he has said that 2 million, he doesn't care if 2 million Gazans starve. Really genocidal language, really, I mean, like sociopathic, like this person is serial killer on a very large scale, in my opinion. He comes over to New York City and he's marching in this parade. And then of course, Chuck Schumer is up there just Israel thumping like nobody's business. And it really, for me, it really pisses me off that we have people in our party that allow American taxpayer money to kill kids. And I mean, this has just got to stop. And it always seems like these politicians, the Schumers, I'm sure probably the Wieners that's running for your seat, they do these insidious lies to the public, like, oh, we're for gay rights. Oh, we're for women's rights. We're pro-choice. But they always exclude a group of people. And then we just keep sending money to commit war crimes. And it's just like, where are the moral leaders in this? And is that what differentiates you from him?
It's what differentiates me from both my opponents, to be honest. I mean, I started this race and I've been calling it genocide in Gaza from the start. If something is a genocide, you can't be saying it's sending any sort of arms or any funding. Like if this was any other country, we would not be sending any sort of aid to that country. We'd be debating what kind of sanctions to put on them. And that's why from the start of this race, I've been calling for full arms embargo on Israel. I'm calling for sanctions on the leaders of Israel. We need to be doing everything we can to stop this genocide.
Yep. And hopefully people decide to vote for that guy. I do think that if he makes it to the general, he'll win. Right now, it's just a matter of getting there. All right, just take a look at the live stream from Reuters. What's going on earlier? Oh boy. I did not get enough sleep.
I'm concerned that there's a lot of people in these races.
I'm just gonna relax for a second here. Check in with all of you who voted here today. You double checked that it's right? Okay. It's the old McNeil and their PBS NewsHour music. Yep. Yep, it is. Dark Sparkle voted. Okay, Dark Sparkle. I thought you lived in Europe. You live in Germany, but you're American. Okay, would you vote by mail? Right, okay, so you did vote by mail, I take it. Cool. Well, that's good. I'm glad you decided to exercise your constitutional rights. Get all democratic on it. Apparently this is at a poll site, some random poll site in California. Usually vote by mail. You slacked hard. Wow, I need to fax it in. Wow. Vote by fax. That is a antiquated form of communication. Okay. I was expecting people, I should stop expecting people, like, I don't know, the news to cover these things as they're going on. Like, because then they'd be forced to talk about the fucking candidates. So I guess I'll just go back to describing candidates. It's a little ridiculous, in my opinion. That, I don't know that KTLA 5 isn't live on YouTube right now covering this situation. In fact, like I'm just looking at their YouTube page right now. Let me just bring this up for you. Let me show you the level of seriousness with which KTLA 5 local was that ABC affiliate? Look how seriously they're taking the elections. So no live stream from KTLA 5. These are the latest videos. Cross-border tunnel. Future Queen of Spain jumps from plane. Viral mashed potato hack turning stomachs. 374 Californians drop coverage. California health insurance. That's a story. That's an actual important story. More about this tunnel. A banana worth over $6 million has disappeared. Dottie the SeaWorld dolphin dies at 39. And then, oh, finally, 6 hours ago, he got this. Good God. You're not taking this seriously at all.
All right, Carlos, thank you for that. And the race for L.A. mayor is one of the most closely watched in today's election. The top three polling candidates have made last-minute pitches to supporters yesterday. KTLA's Eric Spillman in the newsroom with more on that. Eric, good morning.
Morning, Frank. According to the latest polling, the three leading candidates for L.A. mayor are only separated by about 4 percentage points. That's about as close as it gets. The top two vote getters in today's election move on to the runoff in November. Whoever finishes in third place is eliminated. Mayor Karen Bass is facing a challenge from City Council member Nithya Raman and reality TV personality Spencer Pratt. For the last 21 years, L.A. mayors have had a pretty easy time getting reelected to a second term. Not this time. A lot of voters say they're dissatisfied with the way Bass has done her job. They're angry about the homeless crisis, broken streets and sidewalks, and Bass's handling of the Palisades fire. She was in Ghana when it broke out. But she says during her term, she has been able to reduce the number of homeless people on the street for 2 years straight. And she says she's made progress on affordable housing. She campaigned yesterday in San Pedro.
42,000 units of housing.
Yeah. It's the less serious of the LA local news. It's like the local entertainment television news station. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead. I think some of these streams have gone live now.
bad for, and I want something better for them. And hopefully a new governor that's not Bianco will do something about that, at least in our.
Interesting. What is your take in terms of the demographics? So
What the hell is going on here?
Meanwhile, Republican Steve Hilton is trying to make sure November's general election doesn't become Democrat against Democrat. His closing argument aimed at voters who think Sacramento has wasted too much money.
I don't think there's anything more serious than taking responsibility for taxpayer money. We have the highest taxes in the country in California, and we get the worst results.
The latest Emerson poll has Becerra at 28%, Steyer at 22%, and Hilton at 21%. With a 3-point margin of error, the fight for second place is still close enough to make every vote matter.
all right, we will be right back. Stay with us.
Yeah. That's why you gotta vote for Steyer. Because it seems like Becerra is going to the general no matter what. And I don't know why you're voting for him anyway. Guy sucks.
Thing that you understand is it takes two things to win a campaign. You got to convince the voters that you're the better candidate for that position. But then once you convince them, you got to get them to the polls. It doesn't matter what the polls say yesterday or the week before. The only poll that matters is the one that's going to be done tonight at the end of the election. So voters are holding on to their votes in this election because it's very exciting. It's very emotionally scary if you're part of one of those campaigns because there is so much on the line. But voters feel the pressure that this election really will affect their lives, their daily lives, and are paying more attention. That's what we have seen, that voters were not turning in their ballots all the way into the last 72 hours. There's a deluge of ballots that have been turned in, and people are coming to the polls in droves. So people are paying attention. There's more people voting in this election than past non-presidential elections.
Is that right? You're already seeing that this primary will see very good voter turnout, or how would you quantify it?
We're already looking at it. One of the cool tools that we have is that we can see the tracking of all the people that turn in their ballots. So we can see, you know, like what age group, what region, what party designation. We can see all those demographics and the people that are turning in their votes. And usually those that vote the heaviest are the senior citizens. And in this election, it's like a surprise for all of us political nerds is that they've been holding on to their vote all the way to the last 72 hours.
The seniors are holding their votes until the last 72 hours? Is that what you're saying? Because usually they're the group that...
Fascinating. Seniors undecided in this primary election. A shock turn of events. Let's go to NBCLA.
It's Primary Tuesday. The day is here, and NBC4 is your place for real-time results as you decide who heads to the November ballot. So the polls opened at 7 this morning, and the clock is counting down to when they close at 8 tonight. More than 23 million registered voters are set to make their voices heard. And this morning, we have live team coverage on the big races we've been following for months now. We want to kick things off with NBC4's John Cadiz-Klimac and the LA mayoral race. John.
Is there? I don't hear anything.
Hi there. We are in Boyle Heights with Mayor Bass, who today is going around doing what she says she needs to do to make sure that she gets that final push of votes and trying to sway voters to make sure they side on hers.
Is continuing our grassroots effort, going to neighborhoods all over the city, talking to people, letting them know what has been done and what the future of our city looks like. A future that is affordable, where housing people can afford to be in, where there's good paying jobs, union jobs, as the assembly member mentioned, and a city that is safe.
Yeah, Mayor Bass spoke with volunteers with the group Women Action March here in Boyle Heights, touting her work to decrease homelessness in Los Angeles and lower crime, still trying to separate herself as a political insider from her closest opponent in the polls and former supporter, Councilmember Nithya Raman.
I have a very honest message about the challenges that we're facing today and what we need to do to take on bigger things as a city, to have a more hopeful and resilient future. It will require change. It will require hard work. It will require grappling with this moment. And I think that honesty does have purchase with voters. And I'm hopeful that it will continue to if I do prevail and continue through to the general.
Councilmember Raman voted this morning at her polling place in Silver Lake, knowing that she surged in the most recent polls, coming from behind after the NBC4 and Telemundo 52 televised debate last month seemed to stall her momentum. And the third candidate, the newcomer to politics, Spencer Pratt, no planned events today, but speaking with our Robert Kovacic last night.
I'm going to win the election with 51% of the vote because I believe that it's the first time in at least 10 years people can vote for something that
somebody that's a complete dickbag.
Complete change. Now that I know all the problems of the city for all
Complete change. I mean, you'd be going from what? A black woman to a white man, a sensible person to a complete psychopath, a Democrat to a Republican. Also, here's what I just find fascinating is why he thinks he's gonna get so much support.
Right now.
He seems to be losing support. And Democrats are coming out in droves right now in some places where there's a lot of buzz, and in particular, there's a lot of buzz in LA right now. And so I just don't see how he's gonna pull this out. I mean, maybe he will. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. I just don't see it happening. With Nithya Raman improving, and
people's trauma.
Was Karen Bass already at the top of the list? And this guy now in the teens, I think. Doesn't seem like it's going to happen for Spencer. But people shouldn't let that prevent them from voting. It could happen. I mean, there's enough undecideds, technically, for it to happen.
They're dealing with the fear, the danger, the fact that now I'm in a position to help people, like how empowering that feels. That's why I do it.
Still anybody's game. It remains to be seen. We talk about these polls leading up to the primaries, but the truth happens today because these are the votes that actually matter. The polls close at 8 o'clock tonight. Reporting live in Boyle Heights, I'm John Kelly. I'll send it back to you.
All right, John, thank you so much for that. So we're also watching the fight for Governor Newsom's seat. If you're just jumping in, let me give you a little heads up. This section of your ballot may feel overwhelming. NBC4's Brittany Hope is live in the newsroom. Brittany.
Hi, Annabelle. If you're opening your ballot for the first time today when you go to vote, you are going to see more than 60.
You like how the whole setup is different on the vertical stream? Other channels don't. You know what? I think it's because a lot of people just use like automatic, like chop them up. Like YouTube has like an automatic, like I don't know what to call it, like a way for you to automatically restream your live to vertical. I just don't. It just doesn't look right with my stream. Right? It doesn't look right. So I just do it this way, you know? Like I had to set it up meticulously. It's basically all the same stuff, just organized in a way that you can see it. I think hopefully more accessibly on the vertical.
Who want to fill Governor Gavin Newsom's seat, but recent polling shows voters appear to be zeroing in on 3 top candidates, and one of them is Democrat billionaire Tom Steyer. He was in LA this morning and rode the Metro D line with this final message to those heading to the polls.
This state is unaffordable, and there's a reason for it. And that is that corporate special interests are driving up costs. And I would say, look, we can't change that unless we're willing to take on the corporate special interests.
Huge theme of this race has been affordability, and all of these candidates on your screen say they think they are the person who can make life for you and your family better. Here is the message from fellow frontrunners, Republican Steve Hilton and Democrat Javier Becerra.
I'm honestly still really pissed off at Katie Porter for still being in this race. She is at 5%. She is acting as a spoiler right now. Like, I have lost so much respect for Katie Porter in such a short period of time. Like, in the last, like, year and a half or something like that, it's gone from respecting Katie Porter to having almost no respect for Katie Porter. And this is just a pathetic move. What are you doing? Why are you still in this fucking race? Because she's sucking up 5% of the vote right here. Right? Like, they could be going to Tom or to Xavier Becerra. Well, not fuck this guy. But, like, it could be going to Tom Steyer, right? Some portion of this could be going to Tom Steyer. Obviously, some portion of it would also go to Javier Becerra here, but it's like, it makes it so that this guy right here has a shot of taking out Tom Steyer, right? There's only 1% difference here. And what is she gaining from this? Campaign dollars? What it feels like. She's got to know she's not going to win this.
The quickest way we can put more money in people's pockets is to take less out. In other words, to take less away in taxes. So the first part of my tax plan is your first 100 grand tax-free.
No more studies.
How does California not have ranked choice? I don't know. They should. Especially with the fucking jungle primaries, it makes no goddamn sense. It makes it complete chaos.
No more task forces. We have home.
Screw this guy. He's a piece of shit. This guy's a piece of shit. Fuck you.
In Huntington Beach, Javier Becerra has been in Sacramento and will be back in LA tonight as the polls close. And Tom Steyer is traveling back up to San Francisco for a watch party. What happens in this primary election will determine if 2 Democrats or if a Democrat and a Republican will face off in November. In the newsroom, I'm Brittany Hope, NBC4 News.
All right, Brittany, thank you so much for that update. And there's still plenty of time to get out and vote or get those mail-in ballots where they need to go. Polling places open bright and early this morning and will be open all day for you. We're going to be tracking the pulse of voters, any lines and issues right here on NBC4. And NBC4's Lauren Coronado is live at Cal State LA. Lauren, these are newer voters. What are they telling you about what's bringing them out to vote today?
Annabelle, that's right. We've seen a few younger voters who've come out, and they say that they really want to make sure that their voices are heard during this primary election. We're at Cal State LA, so yes, we're starting to see some of those college voters, but we're seeing voters of all ages. A lot of them say this is a great spot because it's close to their homes. Really, convenience is key, and I think that's what LA County was trying to do. We are talking about more than 600 polling places just in LA County, including the one right here. And here's why some of them said it was important they voted early today.
A lot of the resources that we need in education, housing, the biggest thing right now is affordable housing. There's a lot of displacement, a lot of people that can't afford to pay the rent.
We came out here to vote because we feel like every vote matters and it's important regardless who you're voting for.
To make sure that the right person gets into office.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point of voting. We don't make enough of the primaries in the United States. This is the most important part. By the time you get to the general, your candidates have been decided for you. Right? If you have any semblance of an ideology. And that's the problem. That's one of the big problems in this democracy of ours. Is this sort of cloistered, almost like papal, like it feels to me like oftentimes like the primaries are these sort of closed off, rarely talked about decision that is made amongst a particular group of people. It feels like we're deciding a new pope. Only the party affiliated. California is slightly differently, but you get what I'm saying. Like it's just this. It's like it's sort of shrouded in secrecy when it should be a completely celebrated thing. It should be everybody should get the day off. It should be a national holiday for one. We should be talking about this weeks, months in advance. I've been trying my best to like keep up with all this. Just like it's such a and not having the resources to do it is quite a struggle. I've been trying to enlist people to help in the Discord. That has not gone as well as I was hoping. And so it's been left mostly to me, almost entirely to me, to be trying to get all this information together for each one of these states, putting together this long, long list of all the candidates. But it should be like the entire country talking about these things well before. Because there's an entire like process, right? The qualification process. The like fundraising, in some cases matching funds. It depends on where you are, but right, like there's all these different steps, right? And without us talking about it, not just me, but everybody, like it leaves it so that the moneyed interests can just sort of dictate what happens. As long as people don't vote, people aren't informed. People can't raise funds. People can't qualify for the ballot. You wind up in the same situation, right? Like in the case of fucking Cory Booker, right? We had a chance to get fucking Cory Booker, somebody else. 3 different candidates dropped out before now, and he's running unopposed. And he will almost certainly win, not, in the general. And as a result, we will have Cory fucking Booker, Michigan fist, for the next 6 goddamn years. Right? Today is the New Jersey primary. We just got done talking about it. We have Michigan fist for the next, however long. 6 years.
Yeah,
it's
there
ridiculous.
are more, like I said, than 600 polling places open across LA County right now, and many, many more across SoCal. Polls are open until 8 o'clock tonight. You can drop off your mail-in ballot at a polling place or designated drop box. If you're mailing today on Election Day, you'll need to get a hand-stamped postmark from a postal employee inside a U.S. post office. But of course, you have all of those other options to make sure that your vote is counted. Now, if you already voted, remember you can also check the status of your mail-in ballot. You can find a link on our website, NBCLA.com, and our NBCLA app as well. We have a ton of resources.
And since Cory Booker is now effectively going to be the senator for New Jersey for the next 6 years, I might as well succumb to getting this sound shot.
I want the Michigan fist. 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 I want you all to unite. Fist. Fist. I want Michigan fist.
This is not what I was expecting. This is not what I was expecting, but I love it. So, take two. We're gonna listen to this, and then I'm gonna re-get this on a different clip.
I want the Michigan fist. 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 I want you all to unite. Fist. Fist. I want the Michigan fist. Fist. I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance. Fist. Fist. I want that Michigan fist. 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 We got points to put on the board.
Actually, I think you need to hear that one more time. I think I need to hear that one more time. We need the Michigan fist, everybody.
I want the Michigan fist. 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 I want you all to unite. Fist. Fist. I want the Michigan fist. Fist. I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance. Fist. Fist. I want that Michigan fist. 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 We got points to put on the board.
Get that Michigan fist going, everybody. Okay, and I need two different sound shots. Michigan remix or fist remix? No. Yeah, Michigan fist remix. And then we're just gonna have to get the original Michigan fist.
I want the Michigan fist.
Wait,
that's gonna be a.
Wait, no. Let me.
What did you just say, girl?
I want the Michigan. I want the Michigan fist.
That's gonna be a sound drop.
I need the Michigan fist. Everybody needs it.
I want the Michigan fist.
There we go. Beautiful. Well, there you go. That guy's going to be senator from New Jersey for the next 7 years now. It's true. This is why the primaries are so goddamn important. That's why we should be talking about them. Otherwise, we get the Michigan fist for another 6 years. The Somalian fist?
Somalia!
Let's see.
All right, it is election day and voting's been underway for about a month now, but the polling places are opening as we speak.
That's right. There are just under 13 hours now to get your ballot in, and we are keeping an especially close eye on county registrar's offices in Stanislaus, San Joaquin, and Sacramento counties.
So we have crews literally all over the state today. We have 4 crews in the LA area. We've got our crews this morning spread out across some of the larger polling places. And remember, they're opening right now, but you have until 8 o'clock tonight to drop off those ballots or to vote in person. We are going to be talking about voter turnout in just a minute. But first, let's talk about the forecast for today. No excuses to not get out there, Tamara.
Exactly. So just what you need as you're getting out the door bright and early. Your voting forecast, if you're going off to the polls this morning. Yes, we'll click yes there. The polls reminder, they do close at 8 o'clock. And the temperatures for the morning comfortable. We're talking about upper 50s. By lunchtime, you're talking more into the mid 80s. And by dinner time, I've got highs that'll be very warm, similar to yesterday, coasting into the lower 90s. You're out the door right now, bright sunshine illuminating the sky.
Oh, that looks lovely. Thank you. Thank you, Sandra, or whatever your name is. Great job.
time. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Well, the polls are now open. The question today is who's going to be advancing to the general election in the governor's race.
So it is a crowded field. Of course, if you look at your ballots, there's a total of 61 candidates there. Now, Javier Becerra is leading the polls. Republican Steve Hilton close behind. All the other candidates are hoping for a late surge. Now, statewide races, congressional races, and local races all up for grabs as voters cast their ballots today. Let's turn now to KCRA3's Melanie Wingo. She's live in Stanislaus County with a look at things there.
And the polls just opened here, and you know, we referenced it in our 6 a.m. hour.
You don't want that Ohio fist? What's the difference between the Ohio fist and the Michigan fist? Now I'm intrigued.
I want the Michigan fist.
It is so exciting when the polls officially open at spots all across the entire state. They do a sort of a celebratory honorary hear ye, the polls are now open announcement in front of the registrar of voters office. And today was no exception. We watched that happen right at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Now we've made our way across the street here over to the Gallo Center. And as you can see behind me, we have some friendly volunteers who are out here every election day ready to help voters cast their ballots, make sure their ballots get into those official drop boxes. And here at the Gallo Center is kind of one of those locations that voters across Modesto, across Stanislaus County, they know that they can come and drive up and then hand over their ballots to the elections workers here who will, in front of you, put that right in the ballot drop box so you don't even have to leave your vehicle. It's all about making it easy for voters to cast their ballots. But if you do want to park, walk up to the ballot box, put it in there yourself, you can do that in front of the registrar of voters office.
Ah, yes, you couldn't possibly trust somebody to walk your ballot from your car to the box.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's the Michigan. It was the. I don't know. I don't know. I still don't know what the Michigan fist it actually is. You know, Cory Booker said a lot of stuff about the Michigan fist, but he did not make it clear what it is exactly. He wants it. He wants it. Cory wants the fist, Michigan style, right?
I want the Michigan fist. 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 I want you all to unite. Fist. Fist. I want the Michigan fist. Fist. I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance. Fist. Fist. I want that Michigan fist. 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 We got points to put on the board.
We got points to put up on the board. Come on, people. We need that Michigan fist. What we need is the California fist, actually. Today, what we need is the California fist. The Iowa fist. We need the New Mexico fist. We need the South Dakota fist. And, of course, we need the New Jersey fist. All 6 fists. We need to be six fisted. Like the god, like the goddess Shiva. Okay? Let me bring up just a quick visualization for you. Just give me one moment. Just a quick second. This lady, right here. Huh? With the arms. You need eight fists, 10 fists. California fist, Iowa fist, South Dakota fist. All of the fists. Simultaneously. Exactly, so many fists. You don't even know what to do with all those fists. But don't worry, I've got a plan. I have a plan. Yes, we are multi-fisting, okay? That's what's happening today.
I want the Michigan fist.
It might sound unachievable, but I believe in us. They already got a lot of ballots over here they're counting. A lot of ballots. Hey, why is this live stream is just like cutting in and out? This is hella. This is so annoying to me. Why are you doing this? Is Shiva a man? Sorry, I was unaware of that. Somehow, I always thought Shiva was a woman. Didn't mean to misidentify the god of destruction.
So hot right now.
Bernanke doesn't go live until 8 o'clock. Doesn't matter who they. That's the way they do elections. They don't give a fuck who's running. They really don't. Not important. You shouldn't concern yourself with that, America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Ay, ay, ay. And one thing I've been trying to figure out, it's been a bit of a struggle. It must exist somewhere. But I've been trying to figure out a way to, like, tie maps. Like, tie candidates to, like, different, like, but there's, I don't know of a way to do it. I've been trying to figure it out. I've seen a bunch of different software now at this point. But nothing, at least I haven't figured out how a way to do what I want to do yet. Which is like actually like make these things like interactive, right? Where I could click California's, what is this, first district? No, I can't remember which one's in the top left, but like for instance, like if I were to click this, it would like bring up a candidate profile or something, you know, and that's got to exist somewhere. I just don't know where. Like I found a bunch of shit, but none of it is exactly what I want. I feel like I have to somehow make it myself. But I don't exactly have a bunch of funds and time. In fact, I have increasingly dwindling funds. Since being demonetized on YouTube, things are just going worse and worse, honestly. You know, I'm gonna take in less than half of what I normally would have from YouTube on Twitch this month. I'll get it a week earlier, but it's not looking good. The galactic deficit is gonna be fucking huge.
In about 10 minutes. It starts at 2, but we have to set up sound and do, you know what I mean? So 10 minutes.
If things keep going in this direction, I might have to
No, you'll need an S.
rethink how I do things. Or if this is even a viable thing for me to do.
Oh, where are they? Oh, right here? Okay.
Is there a molt box back there to plug in?
A what?
A molt box?
Yeah, for the XLR?
Yeah,
we're good.
I've just been looking at it on average. We are just making less per stream than we were previously. You know, I was probably making like an extra $5 per stream on ads. That was like an extra $100 or so a month. People didn't have to donate at all. It was just getting from YouTube running ads. Now they're not doing that. Now people can't do super chats. People are less incentivized to donate because of that. No more memberships. Feeling pretty down about it, honestly. I'd like to be like not worrying about that stuff at this point with like all the elections underway. I have no time to even fight my case with YouTube right now. Like, it's been taking me so much time to put these lists together of all these candidates. I mean, you would not believe how much time it takes to put, like, to go through hundreds of different candidates and determine whose policies are the best. Like, lists like this take me so much time. So much time. Oh, it's very frustrating. You know what I should do? I should post this to the channel as a screenshot. As an easy way for people to see. Although, I need the legend. Need the legend visible. Guess I could overlay this. Yeah, so up there. Don't get so glum you bought 4 lottery tickets this year. So you're bound to win the jackpot soon. That's not really the way the lottery works. Quick file I just made. I'm gonna upload it to the channel. Make it easy for everybody to see the list. I can just do it this way, right? Yeah. I don't make a lot of regular just posts, I feel like. Whoopsies.
Got quiet. Everybody ready? All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dean Logan, the Registrar Recorder County Clerk for Los Angeles County. Thank you for being here today. Happy Election Day. It is the state direct primary in California, and I wanted to take the opportunity just to give you a little bit of overview of how things are proceeding today, and kind of what's happened up until today, and then put that in perspective of some previous elections. Then I'm going to invite our chair of our Board of Supervisors and First District Supervisor, Hilda Solis, to offer some comments on behalf of county leadership, and then I'll come back up and talk a little bit about what to expect tonight and in the days to follow election. So I think the good news to share with you is that voting is happening. Everything opened timely this morning. We have not had any significant incidents. Voting has been steady throughout the day. As it's after 2 o'clock, we're seeing some buildup in certain areas. That's not unexpected. That's what we see in every election. And as we get later into the evening tonight, we'll see that kind of last-minute rush of people who waited to the final hours to vote. But we have capacity for that, and we are ready and able to serve those voters when they show up. Just before coming in here, I can tell you that we just surpassed 100,000 voters who have showed up to vote in person today. And we are approaching 1 million vote-by-mail ballots that have been returned through various methods. So voting activity in these last few days has picked up significantly. That compares to, if you look back to the last gubernatorial primary, which was in June of 2022, we are trending about 2 to 3 percentage points ahead of where we were at that same election 4 years ago. So June primaries are notoriously lower turnout compared to other statewide elections, and certainly compared to our general elections.
Okay, sweet. His theme music is amazing. So true. So true. Alright, we're not going to listen to this guy talk about the elections. What else I got here? Much love, J-Bo. Hey, Mitty. How's it going? How is it going? We are trying to get ready for the polls to start closing here soon. A little over an hour. I'm about to start trying to pull up election results. Like working on pulling up like election results feeds. So I'm ready for that, hopefully. I've gone through most of my clips that I had ready for. Why are you doing that? Oh, it just totally cut out my soundboard, didn't it? Yep, it did. Yeah, it did. It cut out the soundboard. What's it looking like? Depends on what you mean by it. It's looking like there's a shitload of elections. 50 House seats in California, 12 in New Jersey, 4 in Iowa, 2 in Montana, 3 in New Mexico, and 1 in South Dakota. Now there's probably at least 10? No, less than that. Yeah, something like 10 no challenger races, unfortunately. Including Cory Booker's Senate seat. Old Michigan Fist.
I want the Michigan Fist!
Are we winning? Well, we don't know if we're winning yet. That's the thing. Polls haven't closed yet. We've been talking about the races that are going on right now. I think I'm going to go back to talking about the candidates running in the House while the polls are still open. But there's a lot of great candidates running across the board. California, and shockingly, great candidates in Iowa and Montana and New Jersey. In fact, I feel like there's almost less good candidates in New Jersey than in some than in Iowa, almost. I mean, just by proportionality. But honestly, New Jersey and New Mexico have the most no challenge Democrats. You need speculation at this stage. Okay, oh, you want speculation. I can give you speculation. I think we're gonna fucking crush it. You just want me to randomly speculate. I mean, we're gonna kill it. It's gonna go just like some of these other races have gone. Okay, on speculation. I mean, look at how well it's gone in the past for galactically approved candidates. Besides from Louisiana, because these never happened. I think they're happening in a couple weeks from now. But really, across the board, aside from in Oregon, where we did a terrible job. Utterly terrible. Not a single candidate won for us in Oregon. But you look across the board at Alabama, Indiana, Pennsylvania. Look at all the progressive candidates, and this is the one that's really truly incredible. Look at Pennsylvania. Chris Rabb, Bob Brooks, Paige Cognetti, Summer Lee, of course Summer Lee, Beth Barnum, Ellen Bradstock, Justin Wagner, right? We had some, honestly, some fairly good candidates here winning through. Ace Parsi winning through here, right? Kelly Thompson, Cynthia Worth, Brian Poindexter, Jared Christian, Brad Meyer, Mary Allen, and Andre Carson, right? David Roth, Charles Booker, Jeff Merkley, Sher Brown. A lot of good people in here that have won. And I'm hoping we see even better numbers here tonight. We got some great candidates. I don't know if you caught any of this. I feel like you did catch some of the stream the other night where we really dug into the candidates in the races, the changes in California, because there's a ton of changes in California, of course, with the redistricting efforts. Now, I've been trying to parse whether or not the redistricting will be good or bad for the leftist candidates. But what I'm thinking is that the shakeup in the redistricting is gotta be somewhat preferential to the non-incumbent Democrats, right? Because there's been a bunch of incumbent Democrats shifted around in districts, like out of their old district into a new one, like from 3 to 6 or from whatever, right, to another. And I think those guys getting like semi-ousted from their own districts is going to give more credence potentially to the underdogs, if you will. There's honestly, like, there's a fuck ton of really good candidates running in California's House. I mean, just going through it, I mean, my God, Audrey Denny, Rose Yee, Chris Bennett, Eric Jones, Lauren Tomlinson, Tyler Vandenberg, Mai Vang, Nicholas Carjuza, Mitchell Maisler, Shaikat Chakrabarty, Tiva Smith, who's already, of course, an incumbent Democrat, Matt Ortega, Anthony Dang, Sam Liccardo, O'Connor, Sean Doherty, Sandra Van Scotter. I mean, we got like a lot of them. So many good ones, including in outside of the House, right? Josh Turek running for Senate in Iowa. That dude's fucking wild. This guy, if we just watched the video, this guy literally is a 2-time NBA basketball, NBA, an Olympic, a Paralympic basketball champion, 2-time gold medalist, who's been literally wheeling himself up and down the hills of Iowa, knocking on doors. Who's running on a healthcare as a human right platform, among other things. You know, I mean, my God. So there's so many good things to say about so many candidates in here. I mean, Joel Lava, this guy appeared on Majority Report last year he was the guy who started the Tesla, the Tesla, I can't remember the exact name of the fucking protest now. But the Stop Tesla protest, he was that guy. He's running for Congress now in California's 30th. Who else we got? I mean, Jesus Christ, there's so many. There's so many people. I have a full list over here in California. I mean, of course, there are some in here, incumbent Dino Democrats like Juan Vargas, Sarah Jacobs, Gil Cisneros. But there's some Robert Garcia, you know, but there's some good ones in here. There's some very good ones in here. Tom Steyer, of course, running for governor. The heated mayor's race. Hopefully that one. Hopefully, Nithya Raman makes it in that one. I mean, even Montana's got 2 good Democratic candidates here. So 2 real primaries happening. Russ Cleveland, Sam Lux. Got even a Senate candidate there. I mean, technically, big things could happen in this election, guys. Sadly, Cory Booker running unchallenged. 3 primary candidates have dropped out before today. He's just going to be going straight to the general. But thankfully, you have some good candidates running in the House in New Jersey. Terry Reese in the 2nd District. Rachel Peace, 4th District. John Shue in the 6th. Brian Varela in the 7th, Musab Ali in the 8th. And of course, incumbents look Monica MacGyver in the 10th, and Anna Lilia Mahia in the 10th and 11th. And Adam Hamawi running in the 12th, looking to unseat, what's his fucking face? I can't remember his name now. I've been trying to give a complete picture on all of this best as I can. I just posted this list with the legend, which is important, technically, to look at. Because I didn't want to leave a single seat without a decision. Because that's what democracy, you gotta have a decision, right? I'm trying to give people what, in my opinion, is the best choice if you have to make a choice. On the NCs, the no challengers, you don't really have to vote for that person if you don't want to. What time is it? 6:20. Let me think. Oh shit, my phone just died. That's not what we want. Spreadsheets. Yes, indeed. Spreadsheet it up. What I need is somehow to find enough time to do, like, you know, like animations or something. Like, you know, not animations, but like short clips with everybody's pictures and their districts. Post that to shorts, make it digestible and quick. Unfortunately, I've just been struggling to manage my time in a way that allows me to do everything I want to, right? By the way, folks, we have failed to make any progress on the galactic content goal so far tonight. So do consider contributing on the Twitch or on the Cash App, Throne, or perhaps Patreon. Honestly, we need a lot of people to go over to Patreon and start becoming members, since we are no longer monetized on YouTube. Oh god, my stomach kind of hurts right now. Stretch. Did I get some bits? I'm not seeing any bits donate. Nope, no bits. No bits, just a bunch of hydrates and puppy treats. Redeemed. You're a patron. Are you a patron right now, Mitty? I want you to ask yourself that question. Technically, you haven't been taken down. But some people's payments didn't go through a number of months back. And because of Operation Epstein Fury, I haven't been taking anybody down. So I'd remind everybody who's a Patreon member to make sure that your payments have been going through. Some people's memberships just straight up canceled because it went so long. But of course, because such a good guy, I haven't been taking anybody down. Times is tough right now. Operation Epstein Fury. It's making everybody's expenses go up. So I can't go hitting old hatred members. Ooh, a new puppy. That is exciting. Okay, I guess we'll watch this clip. Oh, wait. I think I know what this is going to be about.
It is primary day in 6 states, with millions of voters from New Jersey to Iowa to California casting their ballots today. Some of the most closely watched contests are in the Golden State. The crowded field of candidates running to succeed Gavin Newsom as governor. The top 2 candidates, regardless of party, will move on to November's general election. That race was roiled by sexual assault allegations against one of the frontrunners, former Congressman Eric Swalwell, who dropped out of the race in April. In Iowa, meanwhile, Democrats will decide between moderate Josh Turek and progressive Zach Walz as they try to flip retiring Senator Joni Ernst's seat. On the Republican side, President Trump has endorsed Congresswoman Ashley Hinson, who is facing former state Senator Jim Carlin. So for more on how to watch tonight's results in California and elsewhere, I'm joined now by NBC News Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki at the big board. Well, where he'll be spending much of tonight. Steve, thank you.
Honestly, I'm getting pretty excited about all this. Not gonna lie. Getting pretty excited. With the Kornacki cam now, oh, I'm feeling it. Oh, I'm feeling it. I want to start filling some green in over here. Wait, where is it? Over here. Green. I want green across the board. Come on, baby. Daddy needs a new government.
For joining us here. Let's start in New Jersey, where a congressman who's been out of sight for months will be on the ballot tonight. Why don't you walk us through what to expect tonight?
Yeah, this is the 7th district here in New Jersey, and on the Republican side here, you mentioned it is Tom Kean Jr. unopposed for the Republican nomination here. But of course, Kean has not been seen now in some time publicly. Questions about his health. He has promised to have some disclosure here in the near future. We'll see what awaits after this primary. But meanwhile, on the Democratic side, this is the race in that district. Rebecca Bennett, a former Navy helicopter pilot, actually a biography there on the surface, similar a bit to Mikey Sherrill, the governor of New Jersey now, who previously was a congresswoman from the nearby 11th district. You see the opponents here for Bennett. The polling has put Bennett in the lead right here. The county organizations in this district, the Democratic organizations in New Jersey, they've been weakened in recent years.
I hope these are in order by strength in the polls, because Brian's all the way down here at the bottom. But he's definitely the best fucking candidate in this race right now.
County organizations in this district, the Democratic organizations in New Jersey, they've been weakened in recent years. They used to have a ton of clout in these primaries. They still have some clout, and most of them have endorsed Bennett here. So Bennett, I think, goes into tonight as the favorite. If she does emerge, or whoever emerges, this obviously a very closely watched race in November. This is a district. Take a look at this. Donald Trump carried the district by a single point in 2024. And in that governor's race last November, Mikey Sherrill running as the Democratic candidate, she won this district. She won it narrowly, only by 2 points. So Trump won it by 1. Sherrill won it by 2. Kean, there's the question surrounding him as the Republican candidate. It's going to be very closely watched after tonight, certainly tonight and after tonight, all the way to November.
Well, Steve, there's a lot to watch really across the country. Let's turn now to California. Several key races will be following there. Everybody seems to be looking at what's happening out west.
Yeah, start there with the governor's race here. So a couple, I think, two main questions tonight as we await the results here in California. 11 o'clock Eastern, polls close. These are the three candidates: Tom Steyer, a Democrat; Javier Becerra, a Democrat; and Steve Hilton, a Republican, who tend to be 1, 2, 3 in the polling here. Excuse me, I'm sorry for that. A little bit of water here. They tend to be 1, 2, 3, but the question is, what order, if they do finish 1, 2, 3, will it be? Because remember, California, top two primary. So the top two advance to the general election. Becerra, Steyer, if they go 1, 2, Republicans would be locked out here. And the second piece of suspense here, Gabe, pardon me, with this race is, again, I apologize here. Second piece of suspense with this race is, will we even...
At this point, if you're thinking about voting for, God, I can't even think of her fucking name right now. She's so irrelevant to me. The irrelevant other candidate, Congresswoman, what's her face? Why can't I think of her fucking name right now? Oh, you know who I'm talking about. I know you know who I'm talking about. If you're the person I'm meant to be speaking to right now, do not vote for that woman. She's at 5%. Okay? Vote for Tom Steyer. Okay? You just, because Javier Becerra, right? Just follow me. He's already in the lead. He doesn't need more votes. Tom Steyer is much closer to Steve Hilton. It's been kind of going back and forth with them. And we could have two Democrats in the general election. If you care at all about getting the best candidate, you put two Democrats up against each other. Rather than making it some sort of partisan hacking competition.
Tonight, because California can be a slow vote counting state. The initial vote, the first half, will come in very quickly. But after that, if this is not resolved tonight, could be days, could be even up to a week.
Somebody get that man some water. Steve Kornacki, it's going to be a busy night for you. If you got enough juice in you, we can turn to Iowa. But if you need us to let you go to grab a drink of water, all good.
Happy to do Iowa. The cough just helped. So here in Iowa, look, if Democrats, the backdrop for this is if Democrats are going to get control of the Senate, it's a very uphill fight. But they're going to have to do it, among other things, winning at least 2 states that Trump carried by double digits. Iowa is one of those states that Democrats would like to put in play, but it's a tall order. Trump carried it, as you can see here, by 13 points in 2024, nearly 10 back in 2020 as he lost nationally. Here's the dynamic. Josh Turek, he's a state legislator from the western part of the state, Pottawatomie County out by Council Bluffs. His district that he represents actually voted for Trump. National Democrats, Chuck Schumer, for instance, want Turek as their candidate here. They feel he gives them a chance in a very, pro-Trump state. Zach Walz is his opponent, is running against Chuck Schumer, it seems sometimes as much as Turek, saying he doesn't want Chuck Schumer to continue as the Senate leader. Now, he is a state senator who represents part of Johnson County. It's where the University of Iowa is. It's actually literally the most liberal, most Democratic state Senate district in Iowa. So quite a contrast there in terms of the district.
MIDI Doctors just cheered 100 bits.
MIDI Doctors, thank you for the bits. Much appreciated. 100 sweet, sweet biddies. Little bits indeed. Ooh, and some generous donations over on PayPal. 25 bones from CJ. Oh my god, why does my soundboard keep fucking doing this? Dude, this is so stupid. Well, thank you, CJ, and $10 from PerfXL. That Michigan Fist Mix single-handedly eliminated all comp for Corey. Very true. Okay. What I'm gonna do, just so I can pull a few things together, I hope nobody hates me for this, but I am gonna pull up the video, the live stream that I did the other night. Like, I don't know, 15 minutes while I try and get myself more prepared for results to start coming in, and they are going to start coming in fairly soon. I'm gonna put it at where we left off, like, 'cause I was going through candidates. I was going through candidates. I figured it would just be easier for me to multitask in this way. Let's see. There's Shoykot, there's Latifa. Yeah. Seems like a good spot. All right. This is happening, people. Would you prefer it this way? Or would you prefer it this way? I feel like this is weird. But at least this way people will know that it's a clip. I feel like that makes more sense. Crazy, but real idea. Just came up with it. All right, let's move on now to Sean Doherty. Who is running for California's 19th district. Sorry, California's 18th. Gotta skip over you. Hopefully I'll be able to do an update on this Monday and or Tuesday morning. You get what I'm saying. I think. Yes. California's 19th district. Here was Sean's announcement video from 10 long months ago.
I'm running for Congress because we need a representative who will fight to stop the United States support for genocide and occupation in Palestine. We need a representative who will fight to transform the housing sector from prioritizing profit to prioritizing putting every American in a home they can afford. We need a representative who will fight to abolish ICE and shut down these detention centers that are imprisoning thousands of refugees. The man I'm running against, Jimmy Panetta, he's never going to fight on the right side of these issues. He's paid not to. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can go to opensecrets.org and you can learn for yourself. In my opinion, the most damning piece of information is that in 2024, the height of the genocide in Gaza, Jimmy Panetta's top donor was the Israel lobby. That's all you need to know. And that is why every step of the way, Jimmy Panetta has supported Israel's actions. He's been in office almost 10 years, and he's never been this vulnerable. His constituents have never been this angry at him. He can barely show his face in public because he knows that there will be protesters. I think that we can remove him, and I think that we should take a lot of inspiration from Zoran Mamdani's victory in the New York City mayoral race. He was outspent 25-1, and he started out with 1% name recognition, but he won. And he won by knocking on doors, waging a really smart social media campaign, and proposing policies that benefit of the working class.
Yes, indeed. And that's just what Sean's been doing. I was going through his, good vids. A lot of shorts. Easily digestible stuff. And also talking to people, door knocking, supposedly, and all sorts of other stuff. Although I haven't been following his race with the same sort of attention I gave Zoran's, I won't lie. I know this is the first time most of you are hearing his name. Let's go hear what he thinks about this issue, which we have talked about in the past. The issue of AI cameras popping up all over our cities, monitoring us and our every movement.
I'm against license plate readers, period. It provides this mass surveillance mechanism, and I'm particularly concerned about the role that it can play in suppressing dissent. And I don't think I need to help work people's imaginations to understand why that's so scary right now.
Patterns can be recognized. It is possible to identify, well, this license plate number was present at this anti-ICE protest. With this executive branch, with this administration at the federal level, we cannot afford to be doing any data collection because these are the eyes of that administration. I yield my time. Person online? Hi.
Here we go. He's fighting against these flock cameras that we know have been used for all sorts of nefariousness. Not just government nefariousness. We watched a video. I can't remember what his name is. It's a fairly big channel. But like, this guy did this big investigation into like the security flaws into his cameras and like what private citizens could access. And it turns out everything, like literally everything, with just a little bit of technical know-how, you can basically hijack these cameras for your own purposes, monitor your neighbors without anyone being the wiser. Seems bad, irresponsible, and perhaps stupid. Okay, all right, I'm back. Sorry for the unexpected programming change. Just trying to manage all these things here at once. Let me turn the music back on. Wait, where did that go? It's behind this. Oh, it's here. The smaller GSL looks weaker. Oh, God. Well, they're not talking about the election on NBC LA, which I find strange. I guess we'll go back to listen to us on. See what the heck this guy's been saying.
Try to boost someone like Ramsey. I get it's probably too late. Over the neighborhood with AR-15s.
Ad location, this is the date, and it holds a record. So if 1,000 concerned citizens have sent that email, it's tracked.
Yeah, LA's about to get reverse Zoran, dude. Anyway.
So have you cast your ballot, or is it
privatizing public service of the panopticon? Yeah. We're going to put flock cameras to good use. Anytime with flock cameras see anyone that looks like a homeless person, we're going to send in drones. Shahhead drones that I purchased from the IRGC will explode.
Why won't you just full screen like a normal fucking window? There we go.
Explode. The homeless people that we see on the streets. Pratt will never win, bro. Never say never. Karen Bass is uniquely disliked.
still sitting on the kitchen counter? Time is running out. California's primary election is Tuesday, and a new poll shows for the first time 2 Democrats are leading a close race. The findings released by Emerson College show Javier Becerra in the lead with 28% of support from likely voters. Same poll shows Tom Steyer in second with 22%, Republican Steve Hilton in third with 21%. This is slightly different than the Berkeley IGS poll released yesterday. The nonpartisan survey also shows Becerra in the lead, this time with 25%, but Hilton in this poll is second with 21%, Steyer in third at 19%. And with just a...
I think Steyer and Shoykot have similar issues, except with Shoykot, the makeup of his voter base is different than Steyer. Steyer has the opportunity to once again, the reason why people in California don't trust Shoykot and don't trust Steyer is because they're rich. They're filthy rich, okay? And also because California sucks. I'll say it. I love this state. I love my city. I live in Los Angeles. I live in West Hollywood. I love living here. But I'm sorry, we suck. We suck dick and balls. And I don't mean in a cool gay way. I mean like as a pejorative, okay? Because there's a lot of dick and ball sucking here, but in a cool gay way, in a nice way. Shouts out the Pride Month. Shoykot is infinitely better than Tom, yes, but
every single
from the
person
perspective of Democratic Party voters that are about to vote in the primaries, they don't trust either of them because they're both rich. They're seen as outsiders. They're seen as rich guys. They're seen as like, running for vanity. Okay. Tom Steyer is unbelievably progressive. I mean, he is like everything with the one exception where he is, again, the most critical on Israel out of all the other candidates, but like won't commit to being an anti-Zionist. And Shoykot obviously is an anti-Zionist. He wants to do an arms embargo on Israel. Yeah, Tom Steyer is the only candidate that has said he would protect trans youth in the state. He speaks fluent woke. Okay, he speaks fluent woke, but people don't trust him. Javier Becerra, on the other hand,
Yeah, I know I've said it already, but it's good to see Hassan getting this focused in on the primaries. He's been mostly on California and a few races outside of California, but it's good to see him focusing in on it. You know, somehow we could get, you know, like a team of people just like all covering every single goddamn primary election, like in conjunction with each other. That would be great. But it's just, you know, it is good to at least see him doing what he can here to try and, you know, make these tough decisions on who the best is. And, you know, some people are going to be like, I don't agree. But I think it is technically, you know, for people like Hassan and myself, we kind of got to do this. Like, it's important. If we don't, we're just going to be left with even shittier. We're going to be left with shittier, like, options and choices, right? When the time comes in the general.
Is dog shit. Okay? Javier Becerra is a representation of all of the billionaires, not in California, but across the nation and all the mega corporations. I met Tom Steyer at his rally in San Francisco. It was a quick interaction. I could tell he truly seemed genuine and authentic. He stuck around and talked to everyone. No secrecy or team rushing him along. That feels significant to me for a governor's race. Yeah. Tom also has a certain presence compared to the other candidates. Yeah, Tom Steyer is in favor of abolishing ICE, holding ICE accountable, all this stuff. Why not Ramsey Robinson? Because Ramsey Robinson is a 1%. Because PG&E is not spending $10 million unseating Ramsey Robinson. They're spending it against Tom Steyer, okay? And they're spending it for Javier Becerra. And those are the top two right now on the Democrat side. California has an open primary system. It's a jungle primary. So 2 Republicans can be at the top. Or 2 Democrats can be at the top of the ticket and get to the goddamn general election in the runoffs. Okay? So if you want to block out the Republican, the Trump-endorsed Republican in this race, and have tremendous down-ballot consequences for the general in a positive way, again, vote for Tom Steyer. Same with Nithya Raman. If you want to block out Spencer Pratt, vote for Nithya Raman. If you want to block out the British dipshit or the gay Proud Boy cop, gay cop Proud Boy.
Oh, good. Levi is here. All left progressives are crashing out over their candidates getting canned in primaries. Who? Name one. Name one alt-left progressive that is crashing out over their candidates getting canned in primaries. I'm going to skip past your claim that they're all anti-Semites. But who's crashing out? We've been having ourselves a little party over here over the fact that we've been getting a ton of great candidates across the line in all the primaries. Look at Pennsylvania. And I'm looking for some wins across the board here, so stick around, Levi. Stick around, buddy.
So the British dipshit is the one who's going to be probably the Republican one. You said you didn't want to talk about this, bud. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to talk about it, because it sucks. Chud Bianca. Steyer is his own man. Becerra owes his candidacy to oil and gas and tech bros. Becerra is beholden to his donors and Steyer is beholden to the people of California. Yeah, the other thing is there's been a lot of people that have they've been dumping a lot of money. Tom Steyer's been dumping a lot of money on influencers and shit. And Javier Becerra, on the other hand, has done something insane. There's a mysterious agency that...
I'm pretty sure Levi is just a John Greenblatt fucking sock puppet account. Third Way shutting down tons of alt-left anti-Semites. Oh, yes, the Third Way Democrats. Yes, everybody loves the Third Way Democrats, don't they? Yes. That's why Kamala Harris won in 2024.
As soon as Eric Swalwell was found to be a mass rapist, allegedly, and had to drop out of the race, some mysterious agency out of nowhere started posting millions of times about Javier Becerra. The agency report found about 3,000 fake accounts that amplified Becerra across social media platforms, X, Facebook, and Instagram, while also criticizing Steyer, according to Steyer's team. In all, the...
Oh, wait, that's right. Kamala Harris didn't win in 2024. And the DNC had to literally prevent an actual primary from happening to put her forward. Otherwise, she would have fucking lost. That's right. Nobody wants third way. Nobody who's an actual, like, Democrat at this point, who's like a self-ascribed Democrat, aside from party operatives, see themselves as third way Democrats, okay? Like, unless you're like a lawyer that works for the fucking DNC, or like you're a DCCC operative or something like that, or you're literally Nancy fucking Pelosi right now, like, you don't exist. You're like either a bot, or you're like a literal operative. Like, 'cause you don't exist. Like, you basically don't exist. You're like three people.
accounts generated 1.3 million views and 42,000 engagements, the report started. They deployed the Hasbara bots for this man. Again, despicable. Why not try to boost someone like Ramsey? I get it's probably too late in the race now. I mean, you have a great platform to boost someone like Ramsey. Brother, there was never a point where Ramsey Robinson had any viability at all, okay? If he was in like the top 5 at any point, I would have done that. I'm not a goddamn miracle worker. There's nothing I can do. How is it so difficult to comprehend? I don't know why you guys think I'm a magician, dude. Also, the election is tomorrow regardless, but I think you're asking me that question sincerely, like, why didn't you do this months ago? Because there's nothing I can do. Look, I did it for Ray. It didn't work. Okay? I did it for Ray. It didn't work. It's 100% a disinfo campaign. Tom Steyer. All the bots. If Tom Steyer wanted to do something good for humanity world, no need to be governor, but he doesn't. But Steyer's a billionaire. I don't trust billionaires. No to Steyer. Can't be progressive billionaire. Feels weird voting for a billionaire, but couldn't agree more. Ramsey Robinson is literally the best option. I don't care whether it's...
Harris tried to play progressive and nobody wanted to vote for that. What the fuck are you talking about, stupid? What are you... hugging Liz Cheney on stage? And a bunch of fucking billionaires yelling joy is playing progressive? Are you that fucking stupid? Oh my god, you're a moron. You're just an actual fucking moron. Harris didn't play progressive. She played centrist Democrat as hard as she fucking possibly could. Name one thing that she said that was progressive. Are you out of your mind? She was hugging Republicans and billionaires left and fucking right. Kicking Palestinians and Hassan Piker out of the fucking DNC. And she's a progressive? Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, I think he's right. I was looking forward to voting for Ramsey Robinson, but I think Steyer is a better candidate than Becerra. We need ranked choice voting. Not voting for a billionaire. No ethical billionaires exist. I was going to vote for Becerra. I think some of them are real. Some of the people are genuinely like, I'm not going to vote for a billionaire. I can't even fault them. That's why I said he had to be even more bold. He chose to be bold on the trans stuff, which was good. But if he was bold on the most popular issue, an issue that no other candidate in the gubernatorial race would come anywhere close, even though he is the most Israel critical candidate, if he had done that, he would have garnered unlimited legitimacy from the people that would normally have some kind of issue with voting for a billionaire. I feel for Ray Allah. She acquitted herself well. I hope she decides to run for another office next year. I think she should be an outstanding legislator. I agree. I may be completely off base, but did Nithya not raise campaign? Yes, but it doesn't matter at that point, because as a person that was already in the California politics machine, the Los Angeles politics machine, she came in hot with 24%, and it destroyed Ray's chances. But it doesn't even matter, because Ray had time to potentially make up for it, and in all that time, it didn't happen. It just didn't work. She never got the matching funds. There's some controversy there. I'm not entirely familiar with what's going on there. I think she loaned herself a lot of money too. Anyway, the election is tomorrow.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Steyer has literally given hundreds of millions to political and climate organizing for well over a decade and a half, 270 million at college campus climate activism. He's literally doing the thing that your haters ask you to do with your money. Yeah, none of that matters. I mean, Shoykot literally also dumped $500,000 against Sergey Brin's initiative, the anti-billionaire tax initiative. He dumped $500,000 to defend the billionaire's tax. Yeah, $500K for yes on Prop D. Shoykot's great too, but again, people cannot overcome that hang up, and I can't fault them. People hate me because they think I'm a super wealthy guy, okay? These guys are actually super wealthy. One's a billionaire, the other one's a centimillionaire. What do you want me to do? Like, I can't. If Shoykot can't garner that level of support, partially because of San Francisco local politics, Steyer has to do that with something really bold. I'm just saying, going forward, you can offer a platform to someone like Ramsey while offer. Oh my God. Okay, chatter. Sure. Becerra wins. We will have to each buy a gallon of Chevron once a month, or our PG&E bill goes up 10% and Uber tows your car. Yes. Yeah, in 2020, Tom Steyer was the only presidential candidate out of like 20 that said he would pack the Supreme Court. That's true. He went beast mode on that one too. He's a weird guy. In a good way, in a positive way.
I'm gonna watch this video. This can't be good.
It's a daily occurrence now that I look at the news and I have to double take because I'm like, wait, hold on. Did I read that right? That can't be right. Is the world that backwards that this is a true story that's actually happening? So take this. Breaking. Governor Ivey just voided the May 19th primary results and called a special election for Alabama State Senate Districts 25 and 26. So, yes, you heard that correctly. There was already primary votes underway, and the governor of Alabama voided the results and canceled the election in order to redistrict and make a map more favorable to Republicans. You could not make this shit up if you tried. First of all, this bitch looks ancient. Can we be honest here? Governor Ivey is like, 117 years old. She looks like she's descended from a family of fucking plantation slave owners, okay? And now we got Republicans canceling elections. And this is, I believe, the second time this happened, where there was another state, I'm blanking on it, put in the comment section if you remember, there was another state where the same thing happened. You had like some primary votes that were already underway, and they were just like, yeah, we're going to just throw those out and go ahead and cancel it. Why? Because the Supreme Court is now allowing us to redistrict. And so we're going to cancel this election, redistrict, and then redo the election with a map that's more favorable, that's going to help Republicans more. You literally can't make this stuff up. If I had written a fictional novel and said that the Republicans did this, you would say, Kyle, your anti-Republican bias is so extreme that you're making them sound cartoonishly evil. You're making them do something they wouldn't even do in real life because you just have such a low opinion of them. And the fact of the matter is, if anything, my opinion is not low enough of them, because this is the sort of shit that they do. They say, Ivey calls special primary for Alabama State Senate Districts 25 and 26. This is Alabama Daily News. Governor Kay Ivey voided primary results and called a special election for 2 Alabama State Senate Districts Friday morning after a Thursday court decision allowed the state to revert a previously struck down map. The special election...
The ESA tried to take over the Democratic Party, but nobody wanted that hateful radicalization. You're just quoting the free press right now. I'm trying to look up like what the fuck you're referring to, and it's like it's literally just a Barry Weiss article that's quoted by the fucking New York Post. You're just regurgitating Barry Weiss in here. Like, the DSA didn't try and take over the Democratic Party. They have, as they always have, endorsed candidates to run. And some of them have actually been winning, so I don't know what fucking world you're living in.
Montgomery area Senate District 25 and 26 will take place on August 11th, the same date as the special primary for 4 of Alabama's congressional districts. The affected districts span Montgomery, Elmore, and Crenshaw counties. Ivey applauded the 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals Thursday decision in a new release announcing the primary. Alabama continues winning fair and square in our redistricting battle, and I'm proud to celebrate yet another victory for Alabamians and our elections, Ivey said. By the way, let me just pause to point out, this is the shit that drives me crazy, and this is the shit that drives every single Democrat, liberal, and leftist crazy. Every single red state gerrymanders, redistricts, there's court cases over it, they end up winning. They end up upholding their redistricting, right? And then in Virginia, not only did we counter gerrymander and counter redistrict, but there was a direct vote by the people as to whether or not we should do that, right?
The SA have been actively trying to radicalize the Democratic Party and take over the local Democratic boards. Yeah, and they should. Let's be real. Democratic socialist policies are popular among the Democratic base, right? Among Democratic voters, not DNC operatives, but among Democratic voters, Medicare for all, very popular, right? Shutting down ICE, actually very popular. You know, ending the funding of genocide in Gaza, incredibly popular in the Democratic Party. If that's what you're saying is not going to win, then you're just not looking at the numbers. Because that shit is winning across the board.
The people won. The Democrats won. The correct position won. And we were going to in fact, I voted in the election. We're going to redistrict or gerrymander, counter gerrymander in Virginia. Then it got to a state court in Virginia and they slapped it down. So if you're following along, Republicans are allowed to gerrymander.
Like, you're over here claiming that progressives need to start their own party. The fact is the progressive, like, politics and policies are more popular with the Democratic base than the Democratic Party's own policies. So maybe Democrats should start their own party. Maybe, you know, Chuck Schumer and Cory Booker and Hakeem Jeffries should go start their own fucking party. You know? Somewhere else, in a different country where they're more popular.
Allowed to redistrict, they're allowed to cheat, but blue states are not allowed to counter cheat and counter gerrymander to make it more even, to make it more fair. Well, again, I reiterate, how can a country continue with such blatant double standards? And I mean that sincerely. How is this country supposed to continue when at every turn Democrats are slapped down and handcuffed, and at every turn Republicans are incentivized to be the worst version of themselves possible and, you know, rig the system 1,000 ways to Sunday? So they get the Electoral College, which biases it in favor of them now. They get to win these court decisions for redistricting, which biases it in favor of them now. And now we're at the point where they're literally canceling elections after votes have been cast to get their way. Again, you couldn't make this shit up if you tried. These people are straight up evil. They don't give a shit about democracy. They don't give a shit about freedom. They don't give a shit about the right to vote. All they care about is raw power. That's it. That's all they care about. So they say the special election proclamation is the latest step in Alabama's redistricting battle, which has been rife with legal appeals. The Alabama legislature empowered Ivey to call special primaries in case courts allowed the state to change its maps during a special session earlier this month. Ivey said in the release that she remains hopeful the Supreme Court will rule in favor of Alabama in the state's pending appeal about its congressional map. I can tell you this, Alabama is not tired of winning, Ivey said in the release. Senate President Pro Tem Garland Gudger from Cullman also celebrated the ruling in a release. He said the decision means that elections can be held using fairly drawn maps that are firmly rooted in common sense and prioritize reason over race. So understand what they're saying here, because they're lying there. They're lying there because what they mean is, hey, if you allow black people to have some sort of representation, then you're race obsessed. So in other words, by countering racism, they say you're race obsessed. The only way to not be race obsessed is to just be racist and take away black people's ability to have any representation. That's what's actually happening here. And so can we just call it what it is? The Confederacy was treated way too soft, way too kindly. It's a sick joke how much we let them get away with. We should have been much more aggressive. We should have cracked down in a much harsher way. We should have stripped them of more power and more control because clearly they are not reasonable with said power. They're not reasonable with it. They will immediately strip black voting rights. The second the Supreme Court was like, yeah, fuck the Voting Rights Act, all of them instantly were like, word up, fuck all black people's voting rights, and we're going to crack down, and we're going to make sure we gerrymander the shit out of our states, and we make sure we take away as much black power as humanly possible. So,
yeah, because that's why you needed the Voting Rights Act, right? To prevent states that were doing racist shit during, Jim Crow South, to stop doing that racist shit. The second that you take those guardrails off, they go back to doing that shit. It's the same thing with all of these like regulations. Republicans want to get rid of. Businesses immediately go to, destroying the environment. And letting lead into your fucking food and whatever else. If the EPA and the USDA, the FDA, they're not going to do their jobs, why would they spend the money trying to make sure that those things are good? But they know that. They knew that that decision would lead to Republicans doing racist shit in the South. That's why they said go right ahead. Because the Supreme Court is inherently racist and ideological. Fuck, my stomach feels like shit. God damn it. Oh. God, my stomach feels so bad.
So hot right now.
Yeah, that's not the problem. Drink some ginger ale. You think I just have a bunch of ginger ale lying around over here? Well, I'm going to go to break here, and I'll be back in a little bit. Just a reminder, everybody, the stream is brought to you by viewers like you. And consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. You're trying to understand where that is. Oh, it's Associated Press is doing a live stream. The Javier Becerra fucking camp over here, even though New Jersey is where they should be, since the elections are just getting done there over the next 30 minutes. It would be funny if I was spewing anti-Semitic hatred right now. What is funny about anti-Semitism to you? What is funny about anti-Semitism to you, Joffner? I'm gonna need an explanation, otherwise you're getting fucking banned. Explain to me what's funny about anti-Semitism. I'll wait. Do you have an explanation for yourself, or are you just gonna sit there and not say anything? That wasn't an explanation of how anti-Semitism is funny. You are banned. Well, we're not just gonna sit here and watch this all night. I guess I'll have to find something else for us to fucking do. Sadly, I'm dependent on these people being on the ground and doing their jobs. Meanwhile, they're just fucking standing around with their hands in their pockets. The Javier Becerra fucking campaign. Oh my God. How are there none? How are there no live streams right now? This is insane. It's like they don't want us to know about the elections or even think about them.
They often say that the weather is a good indicator of whether or not people are going to turn out to the polls. You can't blame the weather today because it's a picture-perfect day here in Essex County. Let me tell you a little bit more about what we're seeing here in Glen Ridge. Check out this video from a little while ago inside of this polling station here on Ridgewood Avenue. We are here in Glen Ridge where names like Senator Cory Booker and Congresswoman Ana Lilia Mejia are on the ballot. Now, turnout is low. I checked just a couple minutes ago. About 100 people have voted here today. They weren't expecting a huge crush, but they are next to the train station, so they're hoping that they do get a little bit of an after-work crowd that wants to come and vote. Congresswoman Ana Lilia Mejia, who lives here in Glen Ridge, just won election 6 weeks ago, but this is her chance to claim the Democratic nomination and secure a full term in the November election. Now, around the state, there are a few races that people are watching, including in the 7th congressional race involving Tom Kean Jr. He's the Republican representing Union, Morris, Sussex, Warren counties, among others. He is the son of former Governor Thomas Kean, and he has not been seen since March the 5th. He's missed roughly 100 votes in Congress, hasn't been seen, hasn't been heard from. His office says he is dealing with a medical emergency, but his seat is one that Democrats have their eye on to flip. Still tonight, he is running uncontested, but
Why are they talking about uncontested races?
Department of Justice's June 2025 State of Pride report. California is home to 2.8 million LGBTQ plus adults, representing 9.5%.
Like, I can't imagine more of a waste of time talking about the uncontested races.
13.9%.
Just like talking about them seriously.
2024. But centered on just one issue. He says LGBTQ plus rights, women's rights, and immigrant rights are all top priorities.
Like, I know it probably doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but like these fucking, like, all these guys are like struggling to do any news coverage on the elections, and then they're covering the non-contested primaries. Like, it's like covering the generals like 6 months ahead rather than actually talking about what people need to vote on today. While all the polls are still open.
This is not about just queerness to me. It's about making spaces like West Hollywood safe and comfortable for every community. And that's what I think a lot of queer people are focused on, because we've also experienced that kind of discrimination.
As candidates continue to make their case to voters, many in the LGBTQ plus community say they'll be watching closely to see who follows through on those promises.
The people I spoke to at that event that say they are voting for Javier Becerra say they are doing so because of his history of supporting the LGBTQ plus community. In 1996, he voted against the Defense of Marriage Act, which supported marriage equality. Back to you in the studio.
Lydia Pantazis reporting. We'll be checking back with you throughout the night. Thank you so very much. And on the other side of the ballot sits Republican candidate Steve Hilton. We turn now to Taylor Schaub live.
I gotta say, we gotta stop giving people credit for things that they did 30 years ago. Okay? Like, honestly. Like, what have you done lately is the question we all need to be asking. Because you don't need him in office for something he did 30 years ago. Okay? I just point that out because it's already done. It was already done 30 years ago. So you don't need him in office still if he's not living up to the current moment, which he is not.
Huntington Beach tracking the Hilton campaign. Taylor, good evening. What are things looking like there?
Yeah, good evening, Giselle. I'm live in Huntington Beach, and we just had a chance to talk to Steve Hilton. He was incredibly confident about the way that this night is going to play out. He says, listen, the last 16 years, it has been one-party rule in California. He says he believes that is going to start changing tonight. He says he's very, very confident about his campaign, his messaging, and also what he's going to do to help Californians, including with the price of just living in this state.
When Arcelia Sanchez rings the bell at World Harvest Food Bank, it's not just a sale. It's another family fed. In another month, they get to keep a roof over their head.
They don't have money to pay the rent. They don't have money to pay bills.
Sanchez manages the food bank, stocking shelves and serving those who, like her, live paycheck to paycheck, constantly worried about having enough just to survive.
We have more people than we used to. We're gonna have it later.
Sanchez first walked through these doors 17 years ago as a customer, struggling to feed her 2 kids during the recession.
We didn't have enough on our table to give to our kids.
One of the perks of her job is being able to bring home groceries to her daughter and granddaughter.
A lot of bread, the chicken.
They live together in a modest 2-bedroom apartment near downtown LA, where she foots the $2,000 rent, a figure she says just keeps increasing. Patricia Clipper volunteers here 4 days a week, getting to take home a free cart of food as a reward. While her situation isn't ideal, she says the stories she hears from other customers are heartbreaking.
They've lived here all of their lives, and now all of a sudden they have to decide between, do I get these 2 or 3 apples, or do I pay rent?
Nearly 4 in every 10 renters in Los Angeles County say they're worried about losing their home and becoming homeless in the next few years. That, according to a new UCLA survey.
The majority of Californians cannot afford to live here.
After 16 years of Democrat one-party
It's
rule.
become a hotly debated topic in the governor's race. A new Public Policy Institute of California poll shows Democrat Javier Becerra leading the field, followed by Republican Steve Hilton, Democrat Tom Steyer, and Republican Chad Bianco.
The California dream was built on that idea of owning your own home. And right now we have the highest housing costs in the country and the lowest home ownership.
I will make sure that down payment assistance programs are expanded under my watch.
I'm going to close a corporate real estate tax loophole for $22 billion a year that's going to go to the cities and counties. And that's going to make them willing to permit housing and to make it happen.
Oh, thank you so much for the extra donation.
For Sanchez, just getting by has become a way of life. But she fears today's economy could keep her grandchildren from a better future.
We had plans to get a house, but it's hard. It's hard.
Dang. It's so frustrating that we have people who are going to make these things worse in charge of the country right now. And people who, people are being propped up by the media who are not going to make anything better. Oh, we have viable candidates, and by viable, I mean candidates who actually have ideas that could solve some of these fucking problems, rather than continuing to ask corporations to I don't know, just help out, just oh, please, corporations, would you just help out, please, rather than, I don't know, forcing them to pay taxes like everybody else. I'm sick of corporations doing tax deductible philanthropy and then rewarded for it by society in multiple ways, while they do nothing, while they continue to just enrich themselves, right? And all this fake all the philanthropy that these fucking corporations do are always just a vehicle to continue to enrich themselves. And we pretend honestly, less and less people are of this mindset anymore. But society for too long has pretended the corporations are here to make our lives better. They're not. They're here to get us to work for them and enrich them. They're here to get us to enrich shareholder value. And that should not be the measure of fucking economy. That's what you'll get with a fucking Javier Becerra or a Steve Hilton. Also, why are we electing some random British guy? Why would we even be thinking about electing some random British Republican? Like, what? First off, what the fuck are California Republicans smoking that they want to vote for some random British guy?
That matter.
I thought Republicans, aren't they always claiming to love America or something? Why are they voting for some British dude? That's weird.
The people of Southern California about what's making an impact here. At Spectrum News 1, our goal is to deliver balanced local journalism that empowers the communities we serve. Communities I have the privilege of being a part of. I'm Kate Cagle, anchor, Spectrum News 1.
I'm sorry. Did she just say her name is Kate Kegel? Kate Kegel. That's not much better. I'd change that. I'd change that if I were you.
Time for your weather right now. You're looking at Calabasas and sunshine in our inland cities. And really for many of you, you've had sunshine from the start, so you've had some time to warm up. And then closer to the coast, through the basins, that's where we started off with clouds. And now we're seeing a whole lot of sunshine for the afternoon. Okay, so temperatures, we're getting anywhere from mild at the coast to warm inland. And inland, we're slowly getting above average. So here's a look at our futurecast wind gusts. I know it's been very...
Okay, I'm shutting that down. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, Space Fams, well, we're just waiting now. We're just waiting. Polls are going to start closing in New Jersey in like 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Associated Press is still in fucking California for some reason on their live stream. Makes perfect sense if you don't think about it at all. Well, how's everybody holding up? Is it even Tuesday? Of course it's Tuesday. What a strange question to ask. It is so annoying to me that fucking journalistic outlets with fucking actual resources just park themselves at fucking Javier Becerra's fucking campaign camp. It's just, it really is a fucking annoying to me. They can't, I don't know, get a camera outside of a fucking poll location in New Jersey right now, or in Iowa, or New Mexico, or Montana. They're all the way. It's like the media hyper focuses on specific fucking elections and then just ignores the rest of them. Like, and it fucking pisses me off. I'm so sick of it. And they've made it so that democracy is me. Like, people don't like. It's a self-feeding, like snake. Right? It just continues to get worse and worse. People don't care about politics. The media reinforces that by not caring about politics. And not, highlighting all of the elections. And it's just like, oh, let's focus on the one that'll get clicks. You know, I keep starting these election streams thinking that, I don't know, you'll have like big states like California and, you know, at least medium-sized states like New Jersey. You know, you have like almost 100 different House races. You figure people will be fucking talking about it all goddamn day. I have a live stream on YouTube because that's where a lot of people are. Nope, screw that. Nope, screw that. And then and this is the problem. This is what I've been trying to figure out, how to do the maps and how to like create interactive maps for myself for the fucking stream, because I need to be able to create content like this, like without needing them. Be able to like looking at like you know. Oh, it's really pissing me off now. Like, I need to find a way to do this. I use Blue Sky? Not really. I have a Blue Sky. I don't use it very much. I have one, but I don't use it very much at all. I have a whole section for today. Okay. You know, it's really pathetic that these guys aren't live already just talking about the candidates. How is that not part of this? Huh? Explain that to me. How is talking about the candidates, all of the candidates, not part of this fucking job? How is Kornacki making millions of dollars and not doing it's seemingly half the fucking work that I'm doing in terms of like looking over the candidates? I'm not saying he has to make a decision on anybody. Like, you know, they want to pretend to be centrists. Well, I mean, pretend. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just very annoying to me. They can't just talk about and like list the candidates, say what they're for. Like, how hard is that? Just do that all day. Oh. And I've been having such a fucking shitty year, and I had all these plans for how I wanted to try and go about this, and none of it's been able to. I haven't been able to make it, like half of it come to fruition because I had my fucking mind just taken up by all this stuff. Oh, it's really pissing me off right now. Like, you know, Kornacki literally gets paid $2 million a year to do over here, and I'm barely making $20,000 a year. Like, I'm living in literal poverty. You know, it's frustrating to me. And that's not like $20,000 after paying my bills. That's like including paying my bills. That's like me somehow managing to survive on just that. You know? I'm just so disillusioned by having been. I just feel incredibly discouraged by having been fucking demonetized on YouTube again. I don't know what I don't know what I'm gonna have to do to fucking make this all work. I did not think that 2.5 years into this that I'd be here like feeling like less stable than I've been
in the country.
I just feel like I'm working to what? I mean, to what end? I've been asking myself this question a lot lately. I mean, can you blame me? We lost the channel last year. We get it back. And then a few months later, it's gone again. Can you blame me for being, like, discouraged and, like, not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel right now? Like, I need a miracle at this point, you know? Like, I need, you know, someone at YouTube to realize that I'm putting in a fuckload of effort. Or, you know, somebody, I don't know. For something to break, because I'm at my wit's end. I don't usually talk about this. Like, I try not to. But I feel like I'm talking about it a lot lately. Like how I'm feeling. Like, rather than just doing the show, I feel like I'm talking about myself and like how I'm stressed and how like everything's fucked. I hate that. And that's not what this is supposed to be about at all. It's supposed to be the exact opposite of that.
This fall, the Republicans, we can already say, have renominated Congressman Tom Kean Jr. Tom Kean Jr., who has not been publicly seen in some time, put out a statement this afternoon, said that will change in the next few weeks. An undisclosed medical situation with him, but unopposed, renominated in the 7th district here, a battleground district. And what we are now waiting on is who will oppose Tom Kean in New Jersey's 7th district. Rebecca Bennett, a former Navy helicopter pilot, has the endorsement of the most county organizations in the district, has led in the polling. She goes into this as the favorite, but there are some other candidates here. There is some drama. We'll see what happens as this unfolds. We're also going to be looking at another congressional race in New Jersey, just next door, as a matter of fact, in the 12th congressional district. This is Democratic territory. This is an interesting race because the incumbent here, Bonnie Watson Coleman, is retiring. This is an open seat. It's attracted quite a bit of money, some national attention here. Very likely the winner of this will be the next member of Congress from this district. We'll discuss more details of the dynamics here. And again, as the vote will start to come in, we expect the results to start lighting up in both of these districts fairly quickly. While we wait for that, though, and by the way, if you were watching us last week, this is...
Try making $6,000 a year? What's that supposed to mean? How much money you figure I was making when I first started this stream? You know, for the first year before we ever even got monetized. I was making negative 6,000. I was spending more money than I was making. I was spending my life savings to keep this fucking, this project afloat. Making less money than I was spending. Negative earnings.
Refreshing. Last week we came on the air at this time for the Texas Republican runoff for the Senate. And I wanted to take everybody on a tour of what was going to happen. Here's the counties to watch. Here's the time zones. If this happens, this means this. And we timed it. 7 seconds. A gigantic county just north of Dallas and Fort Worth, Denton County, lit up. It was an absolute landslide for Paxton. And so at like 8 o'clock and 7 seconds, I already knew who won the runoff. And it was like the entire reason we were on the air. And because Texas is a split poll closing state, we can't declare anything till, we get to...
Why is that the entire fucking reason the Kornacki's on the air? One fucking race? Like, that should never be the case. This fucking guy, all of the races should be seen as important. The fact that NBC, determines which race is important and which race isn't important is it's kind of disgusting. It discounts millions and millions of people's votes. That attitude really pisses me off.
8 o'clock Mountain Time, and there's 2 counties in Mountain Time in Texas. We then had to spend 59 minutes and 53 seconds trying to, as they say, draw blood from a stone. And yet, many of you stayed and watched, and we appreciated it. And anyway, it's a long way of saying polls have now closed in New Jersey, and we haven't had a Denton County yet. I want to give you a quick sense of how tonight is going to work, because it's going to be a long one. It's going to be a little different tonight. We're going to be combining a little later on what we're doing here with a special that's going to begin at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on NBC News Now. NBC News Now is in its regular programming right now. They're going to be checking in with us a couple times in the next few hours. If you've been watching these, you know how that goes. You'll get to watch the on-air hit. It'll pop up on the screen there. And a matter of fact, I think I have one coming up in the next minute or two. Just to sort of, in 2 minutes. So we're getting our first one in 2 minutes. If you haven't seen this before, it's pretty cool. You see the tricks our control room is able to pull off here. They're going to connect me to Gotti Schwartz. He's hosting our show on News Now. He's going to ask about New Jersey. I think he's going to ask about New Jersey. And we'll take him through, what we know, which at this point is nothing. But that could change in the next couple minutes. So we're going to do that. When that hit finishes, he'll come back on the other side. Again, you won't miss anything. Come right back here. And then we'll go through what the rest of the night's going to look like. Because obviously this is all building towards California, where polls are going to close at 11 o'clock Eastern, just inside 3 hours from now. A lot of drama, obviously, in the gubernatorial primary there, maybe even more in the Los Angeles mayoral race. We'll be covering that, too. Some key congressional races there. And in between, we've got Iowa, and we got South Dakota, and we got Montana, and we got New Mexico, even though there's nothing going on in New Mexico tonight. So I don't think we're going to spend much time on New Mexico tonight. It's too bad. We haven't spent too many nights doing New Mexico elections. It would have been fun, but unfortunately, not a ton happening there.
See, he just continues to discount races. There is in fact stuff happening in New Mexico. They're just pretending that half the elections don't fucking exist over here at NBC. What is wrong with these guys? They have all this fucking money. They have this massive studio, right? They're putting all this money into this shit, and they're like, most of these fucking elections are meaningless, so we won't talk about them. What in the fuck are we talking about? Like, why even do it? Why even have this? Why even do it? What's the point?
That's of note. So again, we're just kind of waiting here to go to our hit on News Now, where they'll ask about NJ7. We can show them NJ12 too. Make sure you're not missing any votes. Again, these are the two main congressional races we're keeping an eye on here tonight. And again, as I said, the 7th district, it's such a key race this fall because this is what the district looked like in 2024. Trump won it by a point. Tom Kaine was reelected by a couple of points. Okay, and in the governor's race last fall, remember Mikey Sherrill, was elected governor in kind of a landslide. She carried this district. She only carried it by 2 points. It was close, but she did carry this district. So Trump won it by a point. Mikey Sherrill, running for governor, won it by 2 points. And obviously in the midterm climate of 2026, which so far looks like it's going to be challenging for Republicans, you can see why this is just a prime pickup opportunity for Democrats. This is one Republicans would badly like to hold on to, really kind of badly need to hold on to. And of course, sort of complicating the picture here is we're not quite sure what's happening with Tom Kaine. Again, I think his last vote in the House was back in March. I think his last public appearance, it was early March. It's been about 3 months here. We got about 30 seconds till it's hit, I think. So you see what I'm doing? I'm just sort of...
Yeah, I see you doing fucking nothing. How many races do you figure they're going to talk about? Should we... how many has it been so far? 3? If you're going to get to more than 3, we should keep track of how many elections Kornacki actually fucking talks about tonight. Because let's not forget, there's 100, right? 52... House seats in California, 4 in Iowa, 2 in Montana. Right, that's 58 plus 12 is in New Jersey is 70 plus 3 in New Mexico, 73. Another one in South Dakota, that's 74 plus 5 Senate races and 5 governor's races. It's another 10. Yeah, so there's nearly 100 races. And he's talking about 3.
Taking you through some things as we get to this hit. I don't want to bite off more than I can chew. That's about a minute. So
fucking pathetic. What does that mean? Bite off more than you can chew? What does that mean? You're getting paid millions of fucking dollars to do this job. How hard can it be? How hard? You got multiple producers, people making all your fucking maps for you. How hard can it be? Is that the world's tiniest mouth?
Waiting on that. Maybe I can, and what can I do in a minute? So what I can do is this. Tonight's going to be, as you say, there's 2 congressional races in New Jersey we're watching in these early hours. Keep toggling between them. And Adam.
There's 12. There's 12 of them. They're only talking about 2. Great.
I can introduce Adam.
So that's 1/6. That's 1/6 of the elections in New Jersey. They're gonna talk about. Great. Thank you.
Gosh.
Hey, Steve.
That was rude of me.
That
was rude of me.
It's a busy night.
But I wasn't busy. We have no results. So this is Adam the Boa. He's my producer. He's also our data cruncher extraordinaire on the sidelines here with a very small table tonight, it looks like. Are you comfortable over there?
I like this studio. I think it's cool.
Okay. Well, it's different. Okay, they're about to come to us. You met Adam. Here comes our hit.
What the fuck are these jokers even doing? Just standing there looking at me. Wow. Here are some of the fucking results since Kornacki and these guys can't get it together. They are coming in. Now, of course, there are, in the Democratic primary, 4 uncontested races. Norcross, Conway, Gottheimer, and Poe. But 8 of them are multi-contestant races. Votes are already coming in with some good results so far. Peace, one of the people that we are putting a little bit of recommendation behind. She's not galactically endorsed candidate, but a galactically recommended candidate in this 2-person race is winning. Like 3-1 right now. Nothing here in District 6 or District 7 yet. Mossab Ali is trailing basically 3-1 right now. 9,000 to 3,000 votes. 28% in here. LaMonica McIver's already been called the victor. She is, of course, an incumbent Democrat and also a galactically endorsed candidate. Anna Lily Mejia looks like she's going to take it down. 82% of the vote right now. Still low vote count. But her and LaMonica are both similar percentages. You can see Adam Hamawi, another galactically endorsed candidate. He is winning right now with 36% of the vote. Another good thing to see. Now, in the 7th, Brian Varela, he's down in 4th. We knew he was going to be something of a long shot in this one, but we will see how this all plays out. It's only 8.9% of the vote in so far. And of course, in the Senate race, Cory Booker is going to be going straight to the general with no one left in the race.
Guys. Give or take.
What the fuck are you doing, Steve? How about you just talk about some other races instead of staring blankly into the camera like a weirdo? There's an idea. How about you talk about some of the other races? Because there's 12, right? There's 12 different races. You can even mention that some of them are uncontested. That would be the easiest thing you could possibly do.
Finishing up a report.
Oh my fuck! Why are you whispering?
As soon as we do
You're in a giant studio. Why the fuck are you whispering? I'm whispering because I gotta keep the noise down around here. You could be yelling instead of.
And I want to turn now to the big board and NBC's chief data analyst, Steve Kornacki, who, by the way, Steve, if you were in California and you were crunching the ballots coming in, we would have answers in seconds. I know you're keeping an eye right now on New Jersey this hour, where polls just closed. Like, what are we seeing there so far?
Yeah, I don't know if I could be faster than California, but I couldn't be slower, I'll tell you that. So we're waiting on New Jersey right now. 7th Congressional District is the key primary to watch here tonight. Why? Because this is going to be one of the most competitive congressional races in America this November. The Republican incumbent here, unopposed, Tom Kean Jr., you could say the check mark there. He formally wins renomination. There's some mystery here. He has not been seen publicly in a few months. Medically undisclosed situation. He released a statement this afternoon promising some clarity. What we're waiting on to see tonight is which of these Democrats emerges to challenge him. The leader in the polling has been Rebecca Bennett. She's a former Navy helicopter pilot. But, Gotti, to give you a sense of it, this district, Donald Trump won this by a point in 2024. And Mikey Sherrill, when she got elected governor last year, Democrat in New Jersey, she won it by 2. So it voted for Trump by a point. It voted for a Democratic governor by 2 points.
He's just repeating.
A classic swing district.
He just keeps repeating the same fucking talking point over and over again about this stupid fucking race. Who gives a shit?
Is not running again. Ashley Hinson, a congresswoman, is favored to be the Republican candidate. But Iowa's the kind of state where if the Democrats are going to have a chance of winning back control of the Senate, they're going to have to win a couple states like Iowa. And what I mean by that is a state that Trump won by double digits. And Democrats think this is one of the.
We're hopeful soon.
So let me. That was emphatic and defeated.
Sorry, not yet. We're hopeful soon.
So let me show you the other race here. And again, shout if NJ7 starts coming in. But let's take folks through what we're looking at here next door in the 12th Congressional District. So as I mentioned, it's a very Democratic district here. Kamala Harris won this thing by 23. It was an even bigger margin for Joe Biden in 2020. Very Democratic turf here. Bonnie Watson-Coleman.
Brian Varela just got into 3rd place. Fascinating. That was the race they were just looking at. He just got into 3rd place. Anna Lilia Mejia has just been declared the victor. Another galactic win. Beautiful. Bam.
is not running for re-election. I think a 12-year incumbent right there. And, in big blue districts, when the longtime incumbent retires, you get a lot of candidates, and that's the situation. Big red district, longtime Republican retires, same thing, but you get a lot of candidates here. So this is what we're looking at in the 12th district of New Jersey. Some of these are more serious candidates than others. We will change the order as soon as the results start coming in. But a couple things to keep in mind here about what we're looking at in the 12th district. It's sort of spread out here in central Jersey. There's debate about whether central Jersey is a thing that exists. For the purposes of this, I'm going to say that it does. But about 40% of the vote is going to come out of Middlesex County.
Yeah, the vote keeps coming in over here, and Hamilton is still up. 36% of the vote to 22% for the next candidate.
Right here. Okay, next door is Mercer County. That's where the state capital, Trenton, is. It's not all of Mercer County. It's not all of Middlesex County, but it's pretty big chunks of each one of them. And then the balance of it, about a quarter of the vote's going to come here. This is Somerset County. So this is sort of, far suburbs, some bedroom communities, growth area, sort of outside New York City here. And then the balance of the vote, this is probably going to be about 5% or so, is going to come out of the city of Plainfield in Union County. So it's parts of 4 counties here. And the candidates here we got different candidates representing different factions. The mayor of Plainfield, Adrian Mapp, is one of the candidates, okay? He's running. You see the city of East Brunswick here, the town of East Brunswick, I should say. New Brunswick is the city. East Brunswick is on here. Brad Cohen is the mayor of East Brunswick, and he's running with the backing of the Middlesex County Democratic Organization. Sue Altman's name, you see here. Do you recognize that? We got votes. Okay. Sue Altman had run in a different district against Kane. We talked about Tom Kane. She was his opponent in 2024. Okay, we got some votes in here in the Somerset County portion of the district. Okay, so again, we generally, this is the early vote, we think, right, that comes out first.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is very interesting. Adam Hamawee, has the most financial backing of any candidate in this race. Okay, he's shown a lot of movement. He's a plastic surgeon from Princeton, but he's been backed by a pro-Palestine super PAC. A flood of money has come in behind him. Okay, and here he is in Somerset County with the lead, a pretty significant lead here. Chanel Robinson is a county official in Somerset County, so this is sort of her turf politically, okay? And she's running 14 points behind Hamawee here. Again, Sue Altman, she's a well-known name in Democratic politics in New Jersey. She'd run in next door in the 7th District in 2024. Sam Wong is a Princeton professor here. Look at that, Brad Cohen. See, Brad Cohen with that Middlesex County base, but not translating across county lines here. I think that's significant to see him down there at 5%. But what's very significant in that vote right there is Hamawee running with 36% of the vote in Somerset County. Again, he is a Princeton plastic surgeon. He is not running with county party backing.
I don't know why his numbers say 16% in, while this NBC thing says 3.5% of the fucking vote in. How is it that NBC's website and the Kornacki numbers are different? Explain that.
In this district, he does have a ton of money behind him. There's some controversy, certainly around Hamawee here, about him. He testified at the 1995 trial, federal trial of Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman, who he was implicated, or authorities had implicated him in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, accused of terrorism. The exact circumstances, there's a lot of there were a lot of questions raised, certainly about Hamawee and his connections there, and some of the candidates explicitly raised those connections. But you can see here again, that's a very impressive number if you're him. From what
the way they fucking talk about it is like, they raise concerns about his connections to Palestinians, as if that's not just like wildly racist statement to make. Like, replace Palestinians with, I don't know, any other marginalized group, and you'll see how racist that sounds. I'm not even gonna make that. You do it in your own head. Tell me how it sounds.
Came in Somerset County. Did we get anything in the 7th?
We do have something in the 7th, but sticking with the 12th real quick, I was looking inside Somerset, inside the municipalities in Somerset, and we do see kind of him away leading in all of the different municipalities inside Somerset. So we're talking Franklin Township, Hillsborough Township, Montgomery Township. As you get into the vote, again, it's all early vote, but he is kind of broad support inside Somerset.
Yeah, there's a breadth there. That's significant. You said we got some in the 7th. Holy cow. I mean, there it is. Okay, so let's take you through the 7th district here. And again, Rebecca Bennett had been favored, certainly, coming into this. Look at it's about half the vote in right now there. They are much smaller size compared to like a Hunterdon.
Okay, once again, he's saying it's half the fucking vote. The website's saying it's 23%. And the website, and we're behind on the fucking stream because I keep fucking pausing it. Like, this is updating live. How is it 40% over there? The numbers are the same, I would point out.
Somerset,
right?
Union.
Here,
These are the three.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Steve. Look, the numbers are even higher over here. Tell me how this fucking makes sense. He's saying they're half in. But over here, it's saying Bennett has 7,000 votes, 3 times as many as there are here, with only 23.4% of the vote in. Make it make sense. Make it make fucking sense.
They're probably going to account for about 40% of the vote that comes out tonight. This is the single biggest piece of the puzzle.
I don't think it's the website person. I think it's the reverse. I think some fuckery is happening over here on the Kornacki cam. I think some real fuckery is happening over the fucking Kornacki cam. I don't know what it is. It doesn't sound like that much of the vote does not sound like half of the vote, right? 5,000 or 6,000 votes. That's half of the vote in this entire county. In this entire district, no fucking way. There's no way.
District here in New Jersey, probably 30% of the vote is going to come. This could be the matchup. He said within a few weeks.
Oh, and look, it changed. See, I told you it was some fuckery. Now it's down to 20%. You see what I'm saying? It's
from work from home.
They are
back to
these guys are getting paid millions of dollars to put this show together, and they can't even keep up with the fucking website, the NBC website. Good God.
Attendance and public appearances. He said in the next few weeks. So didn't put quite a date on that, and he said he promised full transparency at that point because there's been a lot of questions about what exactly is going on right there, and obviously those questions then spill over into the general election. What does that mean for him as what does whatever has been happening with him mean for him as a general election candidate? And again, what'll be a top tier race nationally this November. So keeping it on here, we don't want you to miss results, but maybe, and I'll just check the 12th here. There we go. Did we Oh, great. By the way, you see it in the bottom of your screen. Thank goodness. We had a lot of viewers asking about this. Could we put a scroll or whatever at the bottom of the screen there with the results so you're not just locked into whatever I put up on the screen? I hope you see it. There it is. It's a great idea. We were overdue in getting it to you, but that should hopefully help tonight as we kind of jump around from race to race. So as a matter of fact, why don't we do this? Adam, if we get more in New Jersey, Paul, I'll put the counties back up here. If we get more in New Jersey, let me know. But I'm going to go off of this for a minute. I mean, you get the basic idea, clearly, I think, of what's been happening here. And let's just give you a sense of what what the rest of the night is going to look like here, okay?
So you're going to stop talking about the rest of New Jersey and move to some other state rather than talking about the rest of the fucking primaries that are happening? How incredibly lazy.
Oh, we're going to do this right. We're going to zoom out.
Yep.
Right?
There it is.
You get to see all these. Don't ask me to explain the colors. And then we make our way over to Iowa. And I didn't mean to go to the 4th congressional district. I meant just to go to the.
How are they this fucking lazy around here? 3 elections in New Jersey, that's good enough, even though there's 15 or 13 or however many. No big deal.
Race. So
we just got Union County.
We just got Union. We're going right back. We're going right back, folks. Zoom out. New Jersey now. It's going to be like this is the Republican Senate primary for the right to run against Cory Booker in New Jersey. Crushing it there. Bennett crushing it with half the vote in Somerset County. Bennett crushing it in Hunterdon County. Even in Morris County, from what we've seen, crushing it. It leaves two component counties here, Warren County and Sussex County, where Ashley Hinson, a congresswoman running with Trump's endorsement, is widely expected to win this primary easily tonight. This is the U.S. Senate seat that Jody Ernst is not seeking re-election to. Again, and this is in Iowa, a state that Donald Trump carried by double digits in 2024. But it is one that Democrats are hoping to put in play this year.
Okay, so they're calling a number of races in New Jersey already. Looks like Rachel Peace won her election. She was the recommended, not necessarily endorsed, but recommended candidate here. Winning 72% to 27%, already called there with 45% of the vote in. John Shue is trailing in District 6. He's in second place, but short by quite a lot. Not as much as the third place candidate, but struggling here. Menendez, unfortunately, has already been called the victor here with only 30% of the vote in. Mossab Ali, it seems, has lost this race, or at least it's been called already. But we still got at least 1, 2, 3, 4 races left going here in the House in New Jersey.
That with the national climate, if the national climate is solidly against the Republicans, this is the kind of seat that they could put in play. And so that's the backdrop for this primary for the U.S. Senate in Iowa. So it's a very interesting contrast here between these two candidates, right? They represent very different things, sort of ideologically, geographically, demographically. Josh Turek, okay, National Democrats are backing him here. He's from Pottawatomie County. It's where Council Bluffs is. You know, it's out by Omaha. And he actually he's a state legislator, and he represents a district that voted for Donald Trump. So he actually, of all the state legislators in Iowa who are Democrats, he represents the most Republican, the most pro-Trump district. He's been able to win in that district, calls himself a moderate, is running on electability. You see why folks like Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democratic leader, they see a possibility to sort of export that out of his district statewide. Now, Zach Walz, meanwhile.
I didn't know he was fucking supported by Chuck Schumer. That immediately makes me think that he's not the right guy. I somehow missed that on this dude. Interesting.
He's from here. He's from Johnson County. This is where Iowa City is, the University of Iowa. He's a state senator. I saw a Republican consultant call this the People's Republic of Johnson County. This is as blue as it gets in Iowa. And not just Johnson County being blue, but the district in particular that Walz represents, the three sort of communities that make up his state Senate district, the three of them gave Kamala Harris her 3 highest shares of the vote of any community in Iowa. The top 3 are all in his district. So you have the Democrat who represents the most Republican district in Iowa state legislature, represented by a Democrat on the one hand, versus the most Democratic legislative district in Iowa on the other hand. And Walz has been running. Look, you say the National Democrats are behind Turek. Walz has been, sort of trying to harness that to his benefit. He's been saying, that Chuck Schumer is not a popular figure in polling with Democrats. So not just with Democrats, but inside the party. He's been trying to take that frustration with party leaders nationally, with party leaders in general.
Somehow I missed this aspect of this fucking race. Huh. Look, I'm trying to cover like 100 races. And I got another like 2 dozen to do next week. A little bit less than that. Fucking hell. Oh, I missed this fucking aspect of it. I got sold on this guy. Huh. Look, I'm not perfect. I feel like I've been doing pretty good on all, but this is like, I feel like the first mistake I've made on this whole thing is like, this is not the guy. And the more I'm looking at Zach, like, honestly, I glazed over this other dude. Huh.
Says, hey, send me. I'll vote against Schumer. I'll vote against these leaders. He's been trying to turn that to his advantage. It's going to be interesting to see this come in here. Anything new in New Jersey?
No.
Nothing new in New Jersey. Also in Iowa, when the polls close there, we're going to be looking at the governor's race. Again, not on the Democratic side. Rob Sand here, who's won election statewide as a Democrat, running as governor, the governor's seat here. Kim Reynolds, the Republican incumbent, not seeking re-election. We are going to be looking at the Republican primary here, though. It's a crowded race. The 2 main candidates appear to be Randy Feenstra, Republican member of Congress from the 4th District of Iowa, the northwest corner of Iowa. So most Republican, most of the 3 other congressional districts in Iowa are competitive to some degree. The 4th District.
Yeah, honestly, they're getting pretty good with the messaging. I'm like looking back at this guy's page, and they are getting very sly. The Democrats are starting to understand where like the messaging needs to be right now. They're using a lot of good words. A lot of words that in here, like for me, are like, like healthcare as a human right. Like stuff like that. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm down for that.
One that's a solidly red congressional district here. That's what Feenstra represents. He's running for governor. Zach Lon is a farmer, but who is running as a populist, MAGA-aligned Republican candidate here. And Lon is the one who has had the momentum in polling. In fact, there was a poll last week that actually put him slightly ahead of Feenstra. Now, 2 complicating factors that make this thing interesting tonight. Number 1 is this.
I'm actually kind of shocked that a dino got past me. I feel gross inside right now. Like on this Josh Turek thing. I can't believe a fucking dino got past me. Like, I've been trying my very best to keep my eye out for these fucking guys. I think it was honestly, to some degree, it was like his life story that genuinely tricked me. Like, in combination with some of the things that are on his website, like I'm looking at it right now, I was sold on the guy I was too easily sold on him. Like, I was going through so many things, and I didn't know that there was a fucking race going on. A Senate race going on in Iowa, so I had to like go back after the fact and look into it in like the last, like over the weekend. Like he was a new addition to this list, if I recall correctly, and like I just did not do, clearly didn't do enough fucking due diligence on him. It's very frustrating. No dino should be getting past me without a fucking asterisk next to their goddamn name. That's unacceptable. Fucking no Chuck Schumerites around here. Boo. I'm switching it right now. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. That is a wow. Wow for me. I can't believe that happened. I'm not perfect. I should be.
Six, and he's running at 7. Chanel Robinson's running at 27-1, and she's running down. It's 4% in the other one. Meanwhile, here's Adam Homowy. He's not in first place in either, but he's only 3 points behind in second place in Somerset County, and he's 11 points behind, but running at 25%. quarter of the vote in Middlesex County. So, if Homoy is able to keep doing this, if he can do this across Mercer, if he can do this across Middlesex, if he can do this across Somerset, and Cohen is like a one-county wonder, and Robinson's like a one-county wonder, and somebody else maybe in Mercer is a one-county wonder, or maybe that's Homoy's county because Princeton, he's got to be the most pleased with these results so far.
We do have more at a 7. Yeah. We just got Morris and Sussex.
Okay. So let's call that one up here.
Morris, that's our second report.
Yep. Right. So I think we got. I think we got mail, and then we got the in-person early, based on these numbers. But it doesn't change the picture in Morris. And and look at this. This, to the extent there was an outstanding question here in Sussex County. I mean, look, this is small. Okay.
Today is only primaries, right? That's right. Today is primaries day. But only, I feel, is the wrong word. Because these are, in my opinion, these are more important than the general. Right? Trump is already just woefully unpopular. Democrats are going to get voted in my estimation, pretty historically, unless something drastic happens between now and the midterms. And I've been saying it over and over again, but this is the election. For us, this is the election. Right? I mean, to some degree. Like, the primaries should be our big focus. Like, once November comes around, it's just going to be blue no matter who type of stuff. Right? Like, it's going to be blue versus red. Aside from in California, where they have the jungle primaries. I mean, tell me it's not. Tell me it's not going to be that by November. We're all going to be making the same argument. We need to get fucking Republicans out of office. Right now is the chance to get good Democrats into the race.
New Jersey, but Varela had the county parties backing here, right?
Because, like, let's not forget. The Democrats need the energy of the base, right? And if a bunch of like APAC corporate Dems go to the fucking general, that is going to disincentivize people from going and voting, probably. All right? If anything, that's gonna mean a worse turnout in the general. Most likely.
We're sort of looking at this saying, Bennett had the county party backings and she's winning big. Are these two going to be? It's not different. It's not meaningfully different. She's 30 points ahead of the guy who had the county party backing. So I think right now, zoom out. This is what the district looks like. It's basically about a third of the vote. I mean, look, she's 5,000. She's 5,300 votes ahead. Obviously, we say this is vote that was cast before Election Day, mail vote, early in-person vote. I think our decision desk is probably just waiting.
A race has been called, it looks like. In the New Jersey's 6th. Unfortunately, John Shue has lost there. Pallone has been declared the winner. I think it's Frank Pallone. I think he's an incumbent Democrat, if I recall correctly.
Make sure that the same day vote, which is going to be a big chunk, just make sure that there's nothing crazy in that suddenly Varela's not getting 60% of the vote. I don't know why he would be. I don't know why any of the others would be. But that's the thing with the decision desk. That's how they have to do these things. You want to, they say, cross all your T's, dot all your I's, and you got to make sure, you can suspect it, you got to make sure that same day vote doesn't look any different. But I mean, I think you could see where this one appears to be going. So going back to the 12th district here, and I'm just going to take a little bit of water too. My allergies have been brutal for the last week. It is I lost my voice for 2 days after doing this last week. Just got I think maybe people know this. If you talk for an extended period when your allergies are acting up, it's brutal. So,
and that was on a quick night.
Yeah. Can you imagine if that had been suspenseful? So bear with me. The voice is going to be a little scratchy, and
at least in our pre-election estimates for Somerset County in particular, which we were talking about earlier, our expected total votes going into it were about 8,000 election day votes in Somerset, 6,000 mail-in, and 3,000 early in person. So again,
say it one more time.
Our expected vote going into the night for Somerset in particular, about 8,500 election day, 6,000 mail, and about 2,800 early in person.
So I was completely wrong.
No, we're still trying to get some clarity.
I doubted what you told me, and I told the folks
it would match up with that.
Right. The point is that what we're looking at is the pre-election vote. The point is also that I was wrong in my sense of which type of.
We just got some Warren County vote in NJ7.
Okay, so again, this is the place where Varela had the county party's backing. Let's see if it looks any different. Surprise, surprise, it does not. So Warren County, and again, and look at that, he's in third place here. So Rebecca Bennett, again, this is the worst number she's gotten tonight, and she's up double digits, and she's almost 2-1 up over the guy who got the county party's backing. So now 35% of the vote is in NJ7, and it's just it's currently a landslide for Bennett, and it would take an epic reversal in the same day vote for that to change. So again, if that does hold, it would be Rebecca Bennett against Tom Kane Jr., NJ7. I hope the folks in those counties like TV ads because
I just want you might want to stay there for a second.
Is it coming? Folks, pay attention to that Rebecca Bennett name right there. Oh, you see it? There it is. NBC News Decision Desk has declared that Rebecca Bennett has been nominated by the Democrats in New Jersey's 7th congressional district. She will now move on to the general election where she will face Republican incumbent Tom Kane Jr., who was renominated tonight without opposition and who has been sidelined with an undisclosed medical situation for the last several.
With 30% in? For fuck's sake. Seems a little hasty. But okay. Wasn't that much of a landslide at this point, but yeah. NBC's just gonna call it.
County, where is he? Right? He's at 1.2%. We showed you Somerset. Where is he in Middlesex County? He's down at 0.7%. So again, he's a one county wonder. And there you go. So again, the Hamawee, I think, has got to be feeling the best here of these candidates. And I think obviously realistically, if it's not going to be Hamawee here from these early numbers, Brad Cohen is the only one here. But what he would need, one thing that he would really need, he needs a bigger margin than this. We say this is the pre-election vote in his home county, right? He was winning it 36-25 over Hamawee. Now comes the election day vote. Well, okay, what if he wins what if he could get that over 40% with the election day vote? What if that Hamawee share fell under 20% with the election day vote? What if Cohen gets a lot more out of the second half of the vote that gets tabulated in Middlesex than he got out of the first? That's what he's going to need. He's going to need something like that, I think, realistically here, because again, Mercer County, he's running at 6% right now. He's running at 6%. He would like Hamawee's number to drop in Mercer, for that matter, as the election day vote gets tabulated there too. He doesn't want Hamawee getting too far away from him in any of these other counties. But and for that matter, if it comes to it in a close race, again, Union County.
Hamawee's lead just increased even more. He's now up 1,000 votes with almost 50% in now. Over 3% ahead now in the race. Although, unfortunately, Terry Reese is not doing well in District 2.
%6 or so of the vote here. Hamawee running at 18%, and where's Cohen? 1%. See, this is small county, but that's consequential. If this is close at all, that's consequential. So again, I think those numbers right now, as that pattern that we're seeing presents itself, it's much more favorable to Hamaoui than to Cohen. The pattern would have to change in the remaining half of the vote that gets tabulated for that to shift. But an interesting race right there. And again, this in a heavily Democratic district. So, in all likelihood, winning this primary is tantamount to becoming a member of Congress.
Just a reminder, it's 8:47 now. We're coming up at the top of 9. We will have to do a check-in again with News Now just prior to the top of the hour. And then we'll have Iowa polls closed.
Right. Okay. So Adam took you through that, and I think the News Now one is going to be a little lengthy at the top of the hour here.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. How do we split this? I don't know if we've had this challenge. This is an interesting story, but I also have a feeling that our viewers are more interested in the outcome of that Democratic Senate primary in Iowa. It's just that this is, as we say, it's a Democratic district. So I have a bias towards when I see a close race, right? I want to stay on it just because I have a bias towards something that's very close and very competitive. But at the same time, in 12 minutes, we could start getting numbers out of Iowa. Now, I think Iowa's going to be a little bit slow going with its returns. But we will shift towards that and err on the side of showing you Iowa, I think, and then obviously jumping back here anytime we get anything. But again, the next big things here, anything we get from Middlesex or from Mercer or from Somerset County, potentially even decisive if we get a big batch of vote here. I think it'll clarify the situation that we've outlined. So let me, I'm just going to zoom out. And South Dakota, is that coming at 9?
Might get some South Dakota. If we're lucky, we'll get some New Mexico.
So let me just show you in South Dakota here. It's an interesting race here for governor for the same reason the Iowa Republican governor's race is. There's a 35% here. Now, unlike Iowa,
can I ask something of people? Can people stop telling me to take it easy? I mean, this is what I this is what I'm here to do. I'm glad people want me to be healthy, but this is my job. Streaming is my job, and I just don't know what else I would do if I would go find another job if I stopped streaming, right?
If nobody gets 35% in this South Dakota Republican gubernatorial primary, they just kick it over to a runoff, I think in 8 weeks from now. So it's not a state convention, but this has runoff potential. Now, this is, remember, Joni Ernst, excuse me. Kristi Noem was the governor of South Dakota before she joined the Trump administration and opened the job. Larry Roden became his lieutenant governor. He became the governor when that happened. John Hanson is the state house speaker. Dusty Johnson is the at-large member of Congress from South Dakota. And Toby Doden is running, he's a self-funded campaign, or a largely self-funded campaign, again, aimed squarely. He's tried to position himself here as the most staunchly, adamantly pro-Trump candidate, the sort of populist, grassroots conservative candidate in this race. He's the one who's been moving in the polls out here. Okay, so you got Doden as sort of the outsider, Johnson the congressman, John Hanson, of course, the veteran state legislator, and Larry Roden, the interim governor, who moved into the job when Noem went to the administration. But does anyone get 35% here tonight? So we'll be watching the South Dakota primary as well. Iowa, we're also. I mentioned Iowa for the Senate race. We've taken you through the Senate race. There are some House races in Iowa that are going to be very significant this November. We're just not looking at particularly competitive primaries in them tonight. But there are four. There are four. Wait, they're tough to see when it's all sort of this blob of yellow. But But there are 4 different districts here, as we say. This one, Marionette Miller Meeks, is the one I wanted to show you here. She's got Republican opposition in the primary, but it's not considered to be a serious threat to her. She won by less than 1,000 votes. Already been favorable to Hamawi, and that would be very favorable to him if in that county, Somerset County, he does even better. So Iowa closing here in 723. That Senate race, obviously, real interesting dynamics in that Democratic primary. Really looking forward to kind of diving into that one. South Dakota, we'll keep tabs in that governor's race. I think it's an interesting one. And we'll have Montana closing in a little bit too, and I know some folks are going to be very interested in the Montana, the first district in Montana, first congressional district in Montana. Just a warning that we were sitting here telling you California takes a long time. They're going to take even longer. Tonight, the Montana one is actually going to be the slowest. So I'm not sure we're going to get anything meaningful or clarifying from Montana's first congressional district, but we will monitor it. We will be checking it out throughout the night. And now we are a little bit more than 2 hours away from poll closing in California. So again, I'm going to, as we build towards this News Now hit, I will take you through a bit of the play. We got something?
Well, just a little bit more on the design of this News Now hit.
Yeah.
You'll have about 3 or 4 minutes coming up here in about 2 minutes. They're hoping you can teeing up Iowa Senate. And then they'll do a minute reset at the top of the hour, and then they'll bring you back in.
Okay. Could I ask you a favor? Is it easy to put NJ12 in one of these shortcuts?
Yeah.
Because I think for the next hour in Iowa, we're going to want to check back on this, but kind of live in Iowa. So as you can see, folks, it's a process to get from one to the other. It's my fault. I told Adam at the start of the night, I said I won't need the shortcut. I know New Jersey. And then look at this. What's going to happen later tonight, though? At 10 o'clock, News Now is going to begin its special. And I'm going to be joining that special where they're actually just, about 20 yards over that way. We're going to keep the live stream going. Anything that's happening with me on the special, you're going to see. In that 10 to 11 hour on the special, we're going to be recapping anything major that's happened between now and then for results. We're going to be setting up California, closes at 11. And when I'm not doing that there, I'll come back here, and again, we'll be checking in everywhere. We'll be checking in South Dakota.
We got another update in Union.
We got more in Union. Okay. So here I can see Mapp is doing better with the Election Day vote.
Yeah, he's up to 50% in this recent report, and it was about 867 votes.
Okay, and Hamawi and I can see Robinson did a little bit better with it, but it's.
I think it's starting to look like Adam Hamawi is going to come away with this. According to all of that stuff we've now heard about this race, you're seeing exactly that happen. Like this guy's taking down his own district. And all these other and there's a huge number. Like if you look at there's a huge number of people in here. They're all sapping votes from each other. And Adam Hamawi continues to his lead continues to grow slowly. Now 1,200 votes ahead.
They release it all in one giant chunk. Orange County in 2024, 750,000 votes came in at 11:06 p.m. And they just fly like that. And at some point in that hour, one of those counties is going to be Los Angeles County. And when you see that, that means city of Los Angeles. And when you see that, that means we're going to get like half the vote in the mayor's race all at once. Talk more about that, but here comes the News Now hit. They won Iowa.
And closing up this hour on a very big primary night across the country and here in California. In just a few minutes, polls will close in Iowa. That's where we are keeping an eye on the U.S. Senate race between State Representative Josh Turek and State Senator Zach Wells. They are battling it out for Joni Ernst's seat, which opened up while she retired or decided to retire. There have been millions poured into that race because some Democrats think this might be their best chance at flipping a seat in their favor. For more on what we need to keep an eye on, let's check back with Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, what's it looking like?
Yeah, Gotti. Well, I mean, we're obviously waiting for the first votes to come in here. But again, the backdrop for this, as you were just saying, this could be, we're not sure it's going to be, this could be a battleground Senate seat in November here. It's a Republican seat now, as you say, Joni Ernst retiring. Ashley Hinson, Congresswoman, does face some opposition in the Republican primary, but it's not expected to amount to much. She's expected to coast tonight in this Republican primary. So the suspense here is on the Democratic side between Turek and Walz. And if you just want to think about the stakes of Iowa in November, you know, it would be this. Democrats are trying to get Senate control. Republicans are trying to keep them from doing that. Democrats need a net gain of 4 Senate seats to do that. They'd have to hold on to, they'd have to get Maine. They'd have to get North Carolina. Those are big ifs. They'd have to hold on to Georgia. They'd have to hold on to Michigan. And then they'd need 2 of Iowa, Ohio, Texas, Alaska, right? And all those states are states that Donald Trump carried, like he did in Iowa, by double digits. So this is one of 4 very pro-Trump states that Democrats are hoping to put in play. And we're going to see tonight, in the next hour or two, who they choose to make their candidate for that.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll have some conclusive results outside of Iowa and beyond. But realistically, you've covered so many of these primaries, and we all want instant gratification. When do you think we'll have a real sense of how things may turn out here in California?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's the possibility in California that there's some clarity in the first hour to 90 minutes. And that's because, I'll put it up on the screen and just give you a sense of it here. This is the governor's primary here. Remember, this is a top 2 primary for governor, meaning all the candidates, regardless of party, run on one ballot. The top 2 advance to the general election. Tom Steyer, Steve Hilton, Javier Becerra have kind of been the top 3 in polling here. Each county is going to report out probably like half of its vote pretty quickly, you know, in that first hour. And what that's going to be is California is a heavy vote by mail state, and the vote by mail that came in before Election Day, counties are able to process that, get that ready, and spit that out pretty close to after poll closing. Then there are still some folks who come out and vote early, who vote on Election Day. They'll be reported in the first hour too. There could be some clarity in that first hour, but if there isn't, that's where the wait comes in, Gotti.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We saw some very busy primary polling locations today for, again, a primary. A lot of people out there voting. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much. That's going to do it for us tonight.
The numbers for Adam Homowy seem to keep going up. Wait, it just reversed. What just happened? What happened to all the... Huh? Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. 10,000 to 8,000. Almost 2,000 votes ahead.
You do? At least particularly in Congressional District 3.
Wait. They want to do the 3rd district?
Yes.
What do they want to... It's unopposed.
Yeah, we made the characterizations at the top of the hour.
What am I doing? They want me to do it the unopposed.
There. Joining us now at the big board, NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki. Steve, you've got an update on the race in Iowa, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, as the polls are now closed, so we don't have any votes yet, but hopefully this thing is going to light up soon. Again, the Senate race here, all eyes are on this. Ashley Hinson expected to win the Republican nomination. Question on the Democratic side of will it be Josh Turek or Zach Walz here. By the way, as the vote comes in tonight, keep in mind, Turek is from the western part of the state. Walz's base is right here around Iowa City. That's a big county. We just got a little bit of vote in. It is from Turek's part of the state here. This is small here, okay, Carroll County here, but you just got a chunk of the vote in Republican in Carroll County. It's a 4-1 margin for Turek over Walz. Again, that's the only thing that we have right now, so we show it for you. That's obviously a very strong number for Turek, expected to some degree because he's going to, again, Western Iowa is sort of his base here. His political base is in, Potawatomi County, but, these are, a place like Carroll County is small, but a bunch of Carroll counties can add up. That's a very, it's a very early initial number, but obviously that's an encouraging one there.
People can't see the feed. Oh, no. Oh, God, that's no good. New York Times is reporting goodness. Okay.
But again, his big base here in Western Iowa is Potawatomi County. Walz is right here, Johnson County, where the University of Iowa is. And this is going to be, if this race is at all competitive, right here, Polk County, where the state capital is. This is 25% of the vote. This is a quarter of the vote in a Democratic primary in Iowa. So if East meet West and we've got a competitive race, this big.
By the way, I just want to remind everybody, because it's a mistake that I made. I let one dino get past me. Is this guy? He had a heartwarming story. Disabled, basketball player. And he's a Chuck Schumerite, apparently. So that, not great. But we have no idea what's going to happen here. Hopefully my words over the last, day of me talking about this haven't had too much of an effect when it comes to that guy. I don't know how many people are from Iowa that watched the show, but this was a galactic whoopsie, I'm afraid.
Okay, of course, we've got Carroll County. And Randy, now, of course, this is, say, Feenstra represents the 4th District of Iowa, so we're in Feenstra territory.
All right, I don't care about this race, but I do care about this race. And our preferred candidate, what's her first name? Ashley Wolf Turnabane, is in second place right now with only like 200 votes here counted. Anything could happen there. Sarah Trone-Garriott already has been declared the winner as somebody dropped out between, I think the week, or it must have been over the weekend or something. So she's got green.
And though it is interesting here that we expect his main opposition to come from Zach Lon, who's actually running in 3rd right here. But again, we don't want to read too much into it, but this is just part of the vote in one small county here. But Feenstra leading there, his neck of the woods, and remembering that 35% is the threshold here. Candidates got to get above that 35%. Do we get more in NJ12?
We got about 190 votes in Mercer County.
Okay. And what did they look like? It was
Reynolds Jackson gets the share of them at 42%.
Same day votes.
Appears that way. Yeah.
And Homoy was second, or does he?
He gets 18%. I don't know if that was second.
Okay, it's a small number of votes here, but again, we're here now because this has become the competitive story of the moment. It's going to shift here. I will not spend the hour on NJ12. I was just trying to see if we can get us to resolution, but it is the news has been, if you're Homoy, the news has been very good and very encouraging for you. Cohen showed some life here in Middlesex County, but now we've gotten a big chunk of the same day vote reported out there, and it's not been as good for him as that early vote was, and he needs it to be better than the early vote was, or otherwise he would need to offset it somewhere else. We're certainly not seeing him offset it in the small part there in Plainfield. He's not offsetting it in Mercer. Where we were in Somerset. So this right now is advantage Homoy until and unless something changes. And if it doesn't, as we said, he had the most money behind him of any of these candidates. It's certainly paying off right now, as of right now. So Adam will alert me if we get anything significant in NJ12, and we've got We've got a shortcut on there. I'm going to go out to Iowa now because that's shifting to where the action is this hour. The much discussed Iowa. I keep getting the fourth. If we're given the fourth district here, so.
Some results are coming in the other races now. First district of Iowa. Bohannon is currently winning, but it's with less than 1% of the vote in less than 300 votes. But our preferred candidate is Travis Terrell. Hopefully he can pull out the win here in Iowa.
So much airtime here tonight. This is the safe Republican district. But again, get the Senate race up. Okay, here's the Senate race. And again, okay, now we got Lee County. Okay, so, again, this is small. We've gotten 2 small counties here, but we said.
Oh boy, and I'm getting results on the Senate race. Turek is leading Walz by a large margin right now, 70% to 30%.
There's going to be an east-west divide, right? And
that's in Polk.
We can. Wow, folks. Remember Denton County last week? Look at that. We just got a sixth of the vote there in Polk County, pre-election vote, I would imagine. And look at that margin there for Turk. This is no ordinary county in a primary. This is 25% of all the vote in the state. This is a quarter of the vote, okay? And again, we've got 3 counties. 2 of them are small.
What do the colors by candidate mean? I have no idea. I don't think it's at all meaningful. I mean, blue is Democrat, red is Republican. Different shades of blue, I don't think it means anything. I think it's just a way to differentiate the candidates by color.
One of them is the biggest of big counties in Iowa, and Turek is crushing Walz with the early vote right there. So you're seeing potentially a geographic thing here with Turek in western Iowa. Again, this is Walz's neck of the woods down here, and yet he's getting crushed there too. So, Tama County, Turek, okay. I mean, this is, you're not seeing a geographic divide in these 4 at all. You're just seeing big Turek numbers. Now, again, Lynn County, Johnson County, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City here, these are big. Okay, these are, we say it's 25% of the vote in Polk. Johnson County, which is right here, is 10% of the vote. Where Cedar Rapids is, that's going to be 10% of the vote. There's some, we got Dubuque. I'm staring at Dubuque. Okay, wow, right on the Mississippi River. This is a big one. This is like 5% of all the vote in the state is going to come out of, in this primary, is going to come out of Dubuque County. And look at that, Turek is, okay. Folks, this is feeling, if you catch my drift, this is feeling a lot like Ken Paxton versus John Cornyn last.
Well, Kornacki already wants to call the race. So he's already, the guy has been working for 30 minutes. He's already ready to go home, to go to bed. Jesus Christ.
Awful. Weak. Tuesday. We've gotten just a few reports from a few counties here, but so far those reports are very emphatic. And again, Josh Turek, who is a state representative from Pottawatomie County, western part of the state, his selling point to Democrats has been, he says he'll run as a moderate, and that he's elected, his state legislative district is, of all the Democrats in the Iowa state legislature, there's no more pro-Trump district that any of them represent than Turek in Pottawatomie County in western Iowa. So he's been selling Democrats the idea that a candidate like that can win a state like this. Certainly seems that Democrats in Iowa are buying into that. And as we said, we didn't expect Ashley Hinson, Congresswoman Ashley Hinson on the Republican side, to face serious opposition tonight. You could just see here the 4 counties, nothing, they all look pretty similar. 5 counties, I should say, all pretty similar. 3-1 lead, a little bit better than 3-1 lead. Well, this isn't, to the west of Sioux Falls. Here, Sioux Falls is the biggest county in the state. Minnehaha County, biggest county in Iowa. Right down here, Lincoln County, going up north, Brookings County. These are some big population center counties. The other one, the main one out west, is Pennington.
I'd point out that there's 4% of the results in for the Senate, and fucking Kornacki's over here talking about like the race is already over. 96% of the votes left. Kornacki's like, that's it. It's over. No reason to even pay attention to it. Wrap it up.
County. We don't have anything from that yet. South Dakota is split between two time zones here. So the polls were actually closed an hour earlier in the eastern part of the state. They just couldn't report anything out until Mountain Time. But these are just small counties largely that we're seeing right now. As you can see, about 2,500, about 3,000 votes total counted. Just seeing Larry Roden. I mean, he is the interim governor right now. Hansen, the state house speaker. Doden, who's been running as sort of Doden leading in 4 counties. Doden's been running as sort of the populist Trump-aligned candidate, and then there's Dusty Johnson too. Really, that's kind of powering his performance statewide. So again, 35% the number here. Yes.
While you're doing governors, we also got our first report in New Mexico. Santa Fe has our first report as well.
We want to put New Mexico on the map here.
Yeah.
All right. What do we want to show here? We want to show.
Switch over the Democrats.
Yeah. There we go. Deb Haaland facing opposition here from Sam Bregman in this primary. But yeah, we just got a big chunk of look at that. It's Denton County times 2. So we said we didn't expect much drama. We didn't expect much suspense in New Mexico. And look at that. About 10% of the votes already in that Democratic gubernatorial primary. And Deb Haaland with a, as expected, advantage right there. New Jersey 12, nothing new?
Not since our last update at the top of the hour, no.
Okay, let's go back to Iowa and just kind of live in the Democratic, we should be in that Democratic primary, right? Because that's this is more interesting, but I think nationally significant is what happens in that Democratic primary, which again is just looking, is pretty, pretty emphatic here. Yeah, I'm trying to think if the decision desk would. Sometimes that comes quick. I think we do want to see Johnson County, Lynn County right here, Johnson County right here. 20% of the vote from these two. This is Walz base. What does he get out of here? Does this change anywhere else for him? But that's what he's looking at right there. Again, the congressional races will have 2, maybe 3 very competitive congressional races in Iowa this November. Not looking at competitive congressional primaries in them tonight. We could show you on the Republican side. Go up here to the 2nd district. Joe Mitchell. Joe Mitchell's running with Trump's endorsement. So I just wanted to see here if that was translating. Small number of votes in there. It is. We showed you Marionette Miller Meeks. This will be, we say, one of the most closely watched in the country. None, leading there. And again, no opposition here for Chris McGowan in the 4th district that's being vacated by Feenstra, and that's a solidly Republican district. Back to the Democratic Senate primary there. Call that one up if I can get that. And again, just waiting to see a little bit more there. I need to just have a little allergy situation. Sorry. Okay. Sorry about that. Do you feel any of this?
I do get allergy, but it hasn't affected me these past couple of weeks.
This has been brutal. I keep thinking it's like a sinus infection or
ragweed, grass.
What is it? Pollen?
Pollen.
It's got to be pollen, right?
I don't know. I don't know what your allergy situation is.
They put me on Singulair today. I don't know if that's going to do anything. Okay. This is what happens when we don't get avalanches of vote returns. We start talking about our medications. This is also what happens when we age. Okay. The situation here. Nothing new, New Jersey 12.
No news in 12.
I don't want anybody to miss New Jersey 12. We got a winner in NJ7 on the Democratic side, Rebecca Bennett, Tom Kean Jr. That's going to be your big November general election matchup in NJ7. And again, we're showing you these House primaries here in Iowa. In Iowa 1, Miller Meeks and Bohannon, the rematch. This one's going to be hugely followed this November. This race is going to be very closely watched this November. This is more of a fringe target, I should say, if you're a Republican seat here.
One bulletin, sorry.
Yep.
We did make a call in New Mexico governor that we just checked in.
Deb Haaland.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not even going to. Deb Haaland, Democratic net primary, governor of New Mexico. Check mark.
Yes.
It's my shorthand. Okay. Here again, Joe Mitchell running with Trump's endorsement. This is a district Trump carried by 10 points. This is the kind of district. Look, if I say this, the 2nd district of Iowa, if Democrats are successful in making the Senate race a real race.
Check this out. Ashley Wolf Turnabane is making some real progress here. 30% now, taking a lead on the 3rd place candidate, was still trailing by 60 votes to the 1st place candidate, but a second ago she was down quite a great deal, and it's still only 1% of the results in. So that's a good sign. Dolter is unfortunately trailing by a ton right now, but it's only 4% of the results in here. Terrell, same situation, less than 1% of the results in there. And Deb Haaland, I mean, from what I can tell, I think she was slightly better than the challenger, and it looks like that's who we're going to be getting in New Mexico for governor. At least for governor candidate.
That means the state as a whole will have moved.
A little cutoff on my thing, but
yeah, but I mean, and again, that was how many votes?
2,300.
That was a ton of votes, right? Mercer's up near 60% right now. That's election day vote. Hamawi doing better with the election day vote than he did with the early vote here. And we said even what he got with
Hamawi is continuing to take a lead right now. They're not showing it to you, but he's up 2,500 votes now, 6%. He's not rushing to call this election, though. But he is steadily growing. 56% of the vote in.
Vote was putting him on a course there that he wanted to be on. Zoom out there. Yeah, I mean, remember, we've been watching this. Remember when we first got Middlesex, Cohen moved ahead. Then, Hamawi, I think, was about 23-20. We were looking at it, is what's in my head, when pretty much the early vote had come in from everywhere. And we said that was a pace that Hamawi wanted to be on. The pace has quickened for Hamawi since then as this election day vote has come in. We've seen that in Middlesex. We've seen that we've seen that in Middlesex. We've seen that in Mercer. We're still stuck at 46% here in Somerset County.
We just got a Polk in our Iowa Republican governors as well.
That's big. Let's get out there to Iowa. This is going to land me in, our friend, the 4th district. Okay. We want the governor's race. We want the Republican primary. We want Polk County. Oh, my goodness. Okay, now we say 25% of the vote in a Democratic primary comes out of Polk. Polk is the biggest on the Republican side, although right next door is Dallas. That's significant, too. So this is about 15% of the vote in the Republican primary is going to come out of Polk County. Again, this is where Des Moines is, the state capital. We just got most of the Republican vote from there. And here, Zach Lon, again, he's positioned himself here as the populist conservative grassroots candidate. He was endorsed by the Political Action Committee from Turning Point USA, the Charlie Kirk group. They endorsed him last Friday on the same day that Trump endorsed Feenstra. And here he is running 10 points ahead of Feenstra, 9 points ahead of Feenstra in the big state capital there, right next door. These are the suburbs.
We also got another big update in Polk on the Democratic Senate race as well.
We should. Polk, Dallas County, though. Another big one there, the Democratic Senate primary. Oh, wow. Almost all of Polk is in. Look at that. Congratulations, Polk County, on the quick vote counting. Josh Turek, 27 points ahead, and No. Okay, I thought, yeah, okay. Next door, Dallas County. Again, these are suburbs of, this is decent, decent size here. What are we looking at here? About 5% of the vote is going to come out of Dallas County. Turek there, I think with that early vote, comfortably ahead. Nothing here.
I would point out that Zach Walls is increasing, not increasing his lead, but gaining on Turek. He was at under 30%. He's now at 36%. Gaining about, I think, about a little over 6% there. The last count. I don't think it's over yet.
Thing here is at odds with what we initially saw. It does seem that the same day vote in Polk County was more friendly to Walls. Remember that early vote, I think, was over 70% for Turek, under 30 for Walls. To get it up to 63-37, Walls had to do decently with that same day vote. But the end result is he's getting clobbered in the place where a quarter of the vote is. He's lost by 27 points, more than 10,000 votes. And he's getting clobbered everywhere else we see results from. We keep saying Johnson County, which is his home, his base, his state Senate district's here. He lives here. It is a big piece of the puzzle. It's 10% of the vote in a Democratic primary. It's probably the second biggest Democratic vote producing county in a primary in Iowa. But when you're running this far behind statewide, even if you get a bang from there, that could erase a big chunk of that. But you're losing everywhere else, right? I mean, could he do something next door here? This is the other big one here, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County. But I mean, I don't know. He's getting crushed in Dubuque County. He's getting crushed along the Mississippi River right here. Nothing in this to like if you're Walls. If you're Turek, if you're a Turek supporter, there's a ton to like in what you're seeing right here. Again, Republican gubernatorial primary. We'll check back in there. And you can see here, again, powered by Polk County. Lon, you're getting close to 40% of the vote there, has pulled into the lead statewide. Feenstra's numbers, we're just going to kind of look around where his congressional, we showed you Carroll County to start the night. This is a big one. Woodbury County, yeah, okay, is only 4% of the vote. In western Iowa and in northwest Iowa, especially in a Republican primary, this is a big one. Woodbury County here. Again, remember, Feenstra's district covers the northwest of the state. It's the most Republican part of the state. This is one of the population centers in that very Republican part of the state. In Feenstra, they're getting more than 50% of the vote in just that small initial batch. They're probably early vote that we're looking at right there. But if he can run up some margins like that in places like that, he's going to need to run up margins like that, I should say, in places like that, because that's a huge, huge performance there for Lon out of Polk County. And so where else are we looking here on the Republican side? It's interesting, we say, this is going to be about 5% of the vote here when we get, this is going to be much less. Johnson County is the big one on the Democratic side, not as much on the Republican side.
Well, damn. Wait, they're calling this with 13% of the vote in? That's wild. Well, NBC is calling it for Ben Lujan in the Senate race. I think that's an unfortunate situation. %13% of the vote in. They're like, yeah, he won. I mean, what they've seen, of course, he's up big, but I mean, Jesus Christ. They call these elections so quickly.
Dubuque's about 5%. Davenport here. We're in territory here that's getting close to where we are. That is, I think, where we are in that Iowa Democratic Senate race.
And yet they still refuse to project this guy as the winner right now. 65% of the vote in. There's 13% of the vote in that race, but you got 65% of the vote in. He is now up by 4,000 votes, 8%. And you got fucking 30,000 candidates in this race. And they can't call it for him yet. It's fascinating. Which one of these candidates you figure of the 36% of the vote left to count, 35% of the vote left to count, is going to take this race? It's fascinating that they haven't called it. You can tell they've got something of a bias. They're like, oh, yeah, the candidate we wanted to win won, so... Or at least, you know what I mean? Like, there's like any hint of them winning. Yep, they call it. Game over.
Now, everything that you're looking at here is if you're Hamawi, is what you want to see.
Well, GNN is calling it for Adam Hamawi. All right? While NBC refuses to do it, we are calling it. Adam Hamawi wins.
And what is Cohen left with if he can't even win his home county? We're not seeing Chanel Robinson extend her support in her home county anywhere else. We're not seeing Verlina Reynolds-Jackson extend her support from Mercer County anywhere else. We're just seeing Hamawi lead in Cohen's county. We're seeing Hamawi a very close second in Reynolds-Jackson's county, and we're seeing Hamawi a close second in Robinson's county. And we are seeing our friend Adrian Mapp with a big number there, flexing his muscle in his home city, but nowhere else. In his home city, 6% of the district. So it adds up to this for Hamawi.
We got another update in Iowa Senate back in Blackhawk County.
Oh, home of the University of Northern Iowa. What's their nickname, Adam?
The Blackhawks.
The Panthers. Blackhawk County comes in. Okay, yep. What can you say? In fact, what you can say here, not only this is a continuation of the trend here that's very positive for Turek, you're getting into the kind of territory where you'd think Walz might be a little bit more competitive, because I mentioned this is, among other things, this Waterloo, Iowa is here, Cedar Falls, Iowa is here, the University of Northern Iowa here. There's a college town aspect to this, and you think that Walz kind of running to the left, the more liberal candidate here from the college town, Iowa City, or the Iowa City area. Maybe he gets he's not getting traction here. 22% statewide. Turek, 30-point advantage over Walz. 15,000 vote advantage over Walz. Give you a sense of the scale of this, right? Polk County, you're looking at just over 40,000 votes. We think that's probably all the vote, right, that's going to come out of Polk County. That's just over 40,000 votes total that are coming out of Polk County. Again, in a typical Democratic primary, that's going to be about a quarter of the vote statewide. And in a typical Democratic primary, the turnout coming out of Johnson County is going to be a little bit less than half of that, right? So, 40,000, what would it be in Johnson County if passed as prologue? It might be between 15,000, 20,000, something like that. So even if Walz gets a massive number out of Johnson County, his home base, right, even if he gets a massive number, it's a universe of 20,000 and a great night for him, 25,000 votes. He's 15,000 votes behind in 2024. And in 2020, when Trump lost nationally, he won the state by 9 points. So this has a very solidly pro-Trump, and he won in 2016 for that matter. He's 3 for 3 in the state. And it's one of those states, it had more of those pivot counties. Remember those Obama Trump counties than any state. Like a third of Iowa's 99 counties had voted Obama, and then flipped over to Trump in 2016 and have not looked back. That is the atmosphere that Josh Turek, the Democrat, is going to be running in, trying to flip this seat. And again, Democrats nationally have looked in on this and said they think Turek could do that because Turek won a district that Donald Trump carried. Small margin, but Donald Trump carried it. He won that district in the state legislature.
NBC News still not calling the race, but with nearly 70% of the vote in now, Hamawi is 10% ahead of Cohen. 14,500 to 10,000 votes now. 4,500 votes ahead.
Now he's got to try to do that statewide, in a much more nationalized political climate. That's a total. I think you got something, Adam.
Yeah, if you want to head back over to NJ12, we did get another update in Mercer County.
Yeah.
This is the one where Reynolds Jackson has been performing well, but I think Hamawi wins this recent batch, about 2,000 votes.
Folks, if you've been watching, right, that her margin right now, again, Verlina Reynolds-Jackson from Mercer County, this is her base. Her margin, she's had the lead here. It keeps shrinking. It's down to 12 votes. Again, what does it mean? It means all the vote.
Yeah. So I've already filled it in I've decided to call it myself. Already put it down here. Adam Hamawi winning. Basically, it fills out all. I've already called it. I've already also at least called the race lost for Terry Reese here. She's in 4th place right now. Doesn't look like she has any chance of getting out of that position or anywhere near 1st place. Which means we got one candidate here, Rachel Peace, who won, who was a recommendation but not a galactic endorsement, full endorsement. John Shu, Brian Varela, doesn't look like he's going to win either, although that race hasn't, actually it just was called, actually. Yeah, that was just called. We saw about Lee not winning, but LaMonica Ivor and Alilia Mejia and Adam Hamawi all winning. So it's basically, it's like a 50-50 split, right? It's like 4-4. And then the no challenges, of course, all got through. Same thing for goddamn Cory Booker. But not terrible. Not terrible for New Jersey. New Mexico was just 3 no challenges in the House. Nicole Gronley's challenger in South Dakota stepped out of the race. Matt Dodson, unfortunately, the Democratic Socialist, losing here in the Senate. Deb Haaland winning in the governor's race. Next up, I mean, now it's Montana and Iowa and California. Ashley Wolf is looking like she has the best chance out of the last 3 Iowa House races. Montana's results I don't have in front of me, but I'm going to start looking for those because I think those are going to start coming up soon.
Coming in right now in New Jersey in these districts behind him, and remember 35% threshold. So if nobody, there it is. How many times do you get to see this in our board? Not the 50% rule. The old 35% rule. They got it in Iowa tonight, and they got it in South Dakota. Remember, in Iowa, it means state convention. In South Dakota, it means runoff between the top 2. And very spread out here. What's going to be significant here, particularly significant when it comes in right here, one of our favorite county names of the night, Minnehaha County, right? Sioux Falls, South Dakota. This is the biggest in the state, by far the biggest in the state. We're waiting to hear from there. That's going to be very significant.
Still have some in California? We have all of the races in California. We have like 60 freaking races in California. That's where the bulk of this is going to be going down here. The fact is, if we can get 50-50 on progressive candidates in office, that's fucking huge. I would point out that's pretty huge. We're almost at that pace, or have been at that pace. You know, at least getting them to the general, like all year, has not been bad. If you get people out to the polls in places like Indiana, I mean, my God. Or in Pennsylvania. I mean, you got like some great candidates there.
Comes in 2.5 hours or so, 3 hours or so, you stay with us because this has sort of been the appetizer. You know, we were talking about when to...
I think we are...
Oh, my big dialogue with the audience is being interrupted. Oh, my gosh! I missed the moment. And NBC News decision...
I called it first. Go fuck yourself.
Has declared that in New Jersey's 12th congressional district, Democrat Adam Hamawi has won his party's primary. This is the race to succeed the retiring Democrat Bonnie Watson Coleman. Hamawi will advance to the general election where we lost the...
I'll see if I can get it back for you.
Well, this is a district that Kamala Harris carried by 23 points in 2024. So you would classify this as a safe Democratic seat in the general election. Hamawi will advance to that general election. As we said, he just ultimately here, there's a breadth to his support. These other candidates had very clear, pronounced, sharp geographic limits to their support. Hamawi's support spread out really across this district, with that one exception there of Plainfield, where the mayor really kind of flexed his muscle. And Hamawi did particularly well with the election day vote. Again, this is a candidate who was by the most money, had the most outside support of anybody in this race. A big, new, pro-Palestine super PAC came in on his behalf. There's been some controversy around Hamawi that has made national news stemming from his relationship, his ties with Sheikh Omar Rahman, testifying at his federal terrorism trial back in 1995. So that was something that was brought up. Certainly, there was some media attention on that. Some of his opponents brought that up. But ultimately here you could see the Democratic voters here, or enough of the Democratic voters here, because Hamawi's probably, if this lands at about 30%, I wouldn't be surprised. Enough Democrats in a crowded field are good with Hamawi being their nominee here, and very likely their next congressman. So with that, we will just remind you of the other major thing that happened in New Jersey earlier tonight. 7th District, Tom Kean Jr., the Republican here, Rebecca Bennett, as the polls had suggested, nominated as the Democratic candidate. It will be Bennett. It will be Kean in the general election. With that, I'm going to move off of New Jersey. We're going to wave goodbye to the Garden State, okay? We say we've paid enough tolls, but we enjoyed having you pump our gas for us. And we're going to go out to Iowa, where, again, to recap what just happened here, Josh Turek, state representative from Western Iowa, nominated by the Democrats for the U.S. Senate. He's going to oppose Ashley Hinson, congresswoman. She easily, as expected, wins her primary. Potentially a competitive race this fall. Democrats would like to make it a competitive race this fall. But again, this is a state that Donald Trump carried by 13 points. And just to underscore the situation for Democrats here nationally and how this fits in, if you do the Senate math, right, maybe we'll just put it up on the screen here, where the Democrats, they want to take the Senate, they need to flip 4 seats, right? So what are the first thing they got to do is they got to hold on to Georgia. That's no guarantee Democrats are holding on to Georgia. They got to hold on to Michigan, right? Michigan's got that Democratic primary on August 4th. We'll see what happens there. There's no guarantee Democrats are holding on to Michigan. And the outcome of that primary, we'll talk more about that as it comes in, could have some ramifications for that. So first thing, if Democrats want that for, is they got to win Georgia, they got to win Michigan. That's just so they don't lose any ground. Then they got to start gaining ground. And the state that obviously gets mentioned first and foremost there is the only seat up this year held by a Republican that Trump didn't win. That's Maine. That's Susan Collins. Well, you know what's been happening in Maine the last couple of days. It's sort of, is chaos the word for Democrats right now? They're concerned for them. I mean, Republicans are saying it's an implosion, but Democrats need to get Maine. They would then need to get North Carolina, open seat there, where they're running Roy Cooper. That would get them 2, and then they need 2 more, right? All these things have to happen, and the Democrats need 2 more. And the states they talk about for that are Texas. You know the story in Texas. And Democrats think that having Paxton as a nominee makes that more realistic. How about Alaska? What's the 2-state abbreviation for Alaska? I always forget. AK. Is it AK? I hope it's not Arkansas. Texas, Alaska, Ohio, Sherrod Brown trying to make a comeback bid again, or Iowa. And they need 2 of these 4. And these 4 states all have something in common. They all went for Trump in 2024 by double digits. That's the Democratic Senate path, right? Protect those 2, win those 2, and then make those kinds of incursions. 2, not 1, 2 states that Trump carried by double digits. So will Iowa be a state that's competitive this fall? I think National Democrats got the candidate they wanted tonight, but that's still a big if. So that's the story there in Iowa in the Senate race. Governor's race will check back in. Again, 35% threshold here. We got something?
No. Again, just a reminder. At 9:55 is when we do over at 3A. Okay. So it's up to you how you want to budget your minutes over here.
Good point.
We will have lots of Steve content coming up on the Kornacki cam, but it'll be from our studio right next door to us.
Good point. So we'll just, we did the Republican governor's race right here. We're going to show our friends in South Dakota again. Not much has changed there. We told you the big population centers, 35% threshold, both of these governor's races. We showed you what had already happened in New Mexico. We took Montana's first district is interesting, but we don't think we're going to get much out of there at all tonight. And so 79 minutes from now, 78 minutes and 37 seconds from now, polls are going to close in California. And as we get to about 10 o'clock, as Adam said, we are going to walk next door. You're going to see all this. We're going to walk next door. The News Now specials are going to begin. And really the thrust of that is going to be counting down to California. Because, again, the way things work in California, we talk about it being a slow vote counting state. It's true. Once they get about 2/3 of the vote in, it slows down and it can take days. Why? There's all those late arriving vote by mail ballots that it's torturously slow. And you routinely have House races that take weeks to get called. But the first third of the vote, 2/3 of the vote or so, is going to come real fast and furious, starting at 11 o'clock. And these counties will light up real quick. How quick? 2024 presidential election, Orange County, okay? Orange County, right down here. Orange County, right down here. It's one of the biggest in the state. It's like 10% of all the votes in the state out of Orange County. And 6 minutes after poll close, we got half the vote out of Orange County. Okay? 2021, you remember the...
Okay, just an update on the House elections in Iowa here. Terrell is still trailing by a great deal, but vote counting is really slow in the first district right now. Only 3% in. 7% in. You have Dolter here trailing in second place by a fairly large margin there. And Ashley Wolf Turnabane, unfortunately, now in third place with 1,100 votes. First place with 2,000. I'll just keep staying focused on the numbers over here as much as I can and keep you with updates on the relevant information.
Tom Steyer, Javier Becerra, the two Democrats, plus Steve Hilton, Republican, they've kind of been the top three. Now, could be a surprise tonight. Somebody else jumps up, one of them falls down, certainly. But that's sort of been the dynamic. Does Hilton get through to one of those spots in the general election? Or do Becerra and Steyer manage to both get enough to lock him out? Still a very Democratic state right here. Certainly if you're Steyer, if you're Becerra, the dream for you tonight is to get one of those two spots and to have the other one go to Hilton, because you think the political gravity of California being so Democratic would carry you then. But certainly a possibility that you could have two Democratic candidates here advance to the general election. Geographically, we'll talk about this more. It's going to be really interesting when the votes start coming in. LA County, right? That's the political base of Becerra. He was a member of Congress before he joined the Biden administration. It's like a fifth of all the vote in the state is going to come out of LA County. Okay, then you go up here to the San Francisco Bay Area, not just San Francisco itself, but all those Bay Area counties up there. That's about a fifth of the vote. And that's where Steyer lives, and that's where you expect Steyer to do better. So it almost becomes a bit of a battle of geography here. Is Becerra squeezing more out of LA County, or is Steyer squeezing more out of San Francisco County? Are they both squeezing out enough that it's going to hurt a guy like Hilton, who's got to do better sort of in northern inland California? Really interesting what the numbers are like in the Central Valley, in the San Joaquin Valley for Hilton tonight. And also maybe complicating things for Hilton. This is a big piece of real estate down here, Riverside County. It's one of the biggest counties in the United States of America by population. That's where the other main Republican, Chad Bianco, is the sheriff. And Hilton's been trying to send messages in the final days of this campaign to Republican voters to give up on Bianco, to coalesce, to unite around him, to make sure that there's a Republican in the general election. So that's...
Ah, boy. Now we're just waiting for California, pretty much. I'm just looking at my list here. I mean, we got a few elections in Iowa still going on. Oh, Montana. I almost forgot about fucking Montana. Aren't the polls closing there soon? Hold on. Aha. Yes. Should be two House seats and a Senate seat up for grabs. All right, no news on that. No numbers coming in yet. I'll let you know. I think
Big question.
I think it closes in like 15 minutes. That's why.
In his base of Riverside County, which is a huge area, how is Bianco doing? Is it going to negatively affect Hilton as he tries to get one of those two spots? So, and then sometime those counties, as they light up with that vote by mail and then that poll place vote, at some point, Los Angeles County will light up. And holy cow, is that going to be a big moment? We're going to be watching this thing hopefully like a hawk. And if I'm not, Adam is. Both of us. Because the second that LA County lights up, maybe it's 11:30, 11:40, 11:20, I don't know. Whenever it is, you're going to get obviously some clarity in the governor's race. You're going to get the LA mayor's race. That's when the LA mayor's race comes in here. Karen Bass, the incumbent, Spencer Pratt, Nithya Raman. I think you're probably familiar with the basic dynamics here. It's the same as the governor's race. It's essentially the same. If nobody gets an outright majority tonight, and really nobody expects that one of these candidates is going to do that, the top two advance to the runoff. Can Spencer, but how real, the polling has shown Pratt making some moves here, certainly, into the 20s, and I think overperforming where the expectations were at the start of his campaign. How real is that sense that there's some momentum behind Pratt, that he can get into that runoff? How broad is his support actually? We're going to get the second LA County lights up, or somewhere right around then. If you're getting half the vote in LA County, you're probably getting half the vote in the mayoral race in Los Angeles. And then shortly thereafter, you're going to get that polling place vote. So we'll probably in that first 90 minutes or so get, 2/3 of the vote out of the city of Los Angeles. And we may have a sense, some of those questions about how real that support for Pratt is, whether he could get into this runoff here. A lot of that might get answered. And if it's razor thin there, if it's razor thin in the governor's race, we might not have any resolution at the end of the night. That's certainly possible. You know how it goes in California. And it might be where we know one candidate's advancing the general election. We're just not sure in the second place. That's possible too. At 9:55, I'm going over next door. Again, all of this is going to be on. They're doing the special on News Now. It'll start at 10. And Hallie Jackson going to be hosting it. And we're going to go through. First thing we're going to do is take you through what's already happened tonight. You know what that is, so just bear with us. Then they're going to come. They're going to ask me some stuff about California. We're going to do that. And then we're going to kind of come back here. We're going to take you through any updates from South Dakota, from Iowa, from all the stuff that the junkies like you and me want to see. And then we're heading back over in there. You'll see it all, right before 11 o'clock. And, the way it's going to work at 11 o'clock, they're going to kind of set me loose here. And everything I just described about, that furious, the California vote rush, we'll call it that, right? There's the gold rush, the vote rush. Get it?
I do get it. It's not funny. Vote rush, gold rush, get it?
You are not funny.
Wow, who wrote that joke? Gold rush, vote rush. Get it? You're rushing. And there's a thing you're rushing for. Oh, now I get it.
Mike Rogers running in Michigan is obviously option number one. Do you still believe that is competitive?
This
or
is
do you
the very
believe that
definition
what
of
your friend Jessica said, actually, that Michigan is out of reach because they last elected Republican Spencer Abraham in 1994. One last thing before I go, your friend Jessica Taylor said Sherrod Brown is competitive in Ohio. Listen, Trump won the state with 55% of the vote. He won it by a big margin, 55-44 for Harris. So case closed. Brown will lose in November in Ohio.
Akiva, thanks for that. I've got Michigan Senate, I've got moderates in blue states, and I've got New Jersey's 9th District. What do you want to talk about?
Let's go Michigan first because it's the easiest question to answer here. Michigan, still competitive. Streaks like that are made to be broken. Look, states elect members of one party until they decide they want to elect a member of another party. I don't put too much stock in the fact that Michigan Republicans haven't won a race in a very long time, because all the information that we have about this current race says it's highly competitive. You've got Mike Rogers as the presumptive Republican nominee. He very nearly won the state 2 years ago. Democrats are sorting through a increasingly messy primary. Haley Stevens, Mallory McMorrow, Abdul El Sayed. That race will not conclude until early August. Another 2 months of infighting among the Democrats. Look, you'd rather have the political environment right.
I mean, you got to be delusional to think that Republicans are going to take the Senate or hold. They either way, like in Michigan right now, in this fucking climate, you really think that Mike Rogers is going to win? That's a fascinating claim. You know, he's a representative. They're fighting for this seat right now. No, it's insane. It's the dumbest thing you could say. What are we talking about? A guy who failed to win in another election when Democrats numbers are doing better than they have in any other midterm in recent past. And he's like, oh, Mike Rogers, he could do it this year.
Follow the rich white man.
What's that? Resubscription from Mo and Noam, 23 months. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, like look, there's 2 Democratic senators right now in Michigan, right? Alyssa Slotkin and Gary Peters. And you're telling me that fucking a Republican's gonna win in the general? Because Republicans' popularity is going to increase dramatically between now and November as fuel and food prices continue to get higher? Huh. Weird. I've got unfortunate news, but I don't think it's all that unexpected. Travis Terrell has been declared loser. Bohannon taking the win. Kathy Dalter in the 2nd district is still in it, but is only 15% of the vote.
This is ridiculous.
James has 65% right now. Not looking good there. Wolf and Ashley Wolf Turnabane is currently tied for 3rd, or tied for 2nd, however you want to call it that. But there's 3 vote difference between these two, but they are both behind by 1,500 on Dawson still. Kornacki music does suck pretty bad.
data in key races in other states where NBC News can make some projections. Starting here in Iowa on the Democratic side in the Iowa Senate race with the projected winner, Josh Turek, a moderate Democrat who's going to be taking on the Republican projected winner in this Iowa Senate race, and that is Ashley Hinson. Trump-backed. Turek, an interesting candidate here. He was in this competitive Democratic primary. He is somebody who won in a red district of Council Bluffs, taking on Ashley Hinson here. She is a member of Congress, and I'll tell you, there are some Democrats who think that this could be a majority maker for Democrats in the race to try to take control of the Senate come November. That's not the only race that we're watching in Iowa. We're also looking at this governor's race on the Republican side. Too early to call between Zach Lane, who's backed by many in the Maha movement. He's a farmer there. And Randy Feenstra, backed by President Trump. He got that endorsement really just recently. That's one to.
This race is looking tighter and tighter. Every time I look over at it, these two, the second and third candidates, Steiner and Wolf Turnipman, keep gaining on Dawson. Now Dawson is only up by like 1,300 votes or something like that. This is interesting. And there's only 20% of the fucking vote in. Anything could happen in this one, I think, in District 4. Should be interesting. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I don't think Dolter has much of a chance here. But I think Ashley does, and I will try and continue monitoring this as Montana starts counting votes over here.
Whoever wins that primary will go up against the projected Democratic winner, Rob Sand, somebody who's a popular Democrat in the state of Iowa. Remember, they have a Republican governor. She is widely considered unpopular.
I mean, projected. Do you know anything about this race? Rob Sand is running completely unopposed. Completely unopposed. So, of course, he's the projected winner.
He's a popular Democrat in the state of Iowa. Remember, they have a Republican governor. She is widely considered unpopular. She is not running again. Let's take it to the East Coast in New Jersey. The 7th district, super interesting. Gang, this is a major battleground. Rebecca Bennett set now to take on Republican Tom Kean. He hasn't been seen in months. Last vote was in early March, so we'll see how that race goes. We'll be talking about that a lot tonight. And then there's Adam Hamawee, of course, in the 12th district. Super blue, very Democratic. This was competitive, and now we have a projection here. Let me go to Steve Kornacki. He's talking through all of it with us. Start in New Jersey, Steve, with Rebecca Bennett here.
Yeah, I mean, look, it sets the stage. It's not a surprising outcome, but this is the backdrop here. This is what the district looked like in the.
This right here is the framing that the media and political class wants. It's these two up against each other. They don't want Democrat against Democrat. They don't want that. They want to be able to just go, oh, like, you know, like it's not even that. Actually, I was going to say one thing, but they just want like back and forth partisan politics. They don't want like a discussion about the fucking merits of, I don't know, Medicare for all or something, or this is the outcome they want, which is why they have these two up here. Even though Spencer is behind at least two candidates. They're like Karen versus Spencer. Even though Spencer's in 4th place.
2024 presidential election. Donald Trump won this by just 1 point. Tom Kean Jr., as you said, renominated tonight. He only won it by a few points in 2024. And in the governor's race in New Jersey last year, the Democratic candidate Mikey Sherrill carried this district. So this is the definition of a swing district here. Democrats, I think most of the party leaders had endorsed Bennett. I think they got the candidate they wanted. And this is a district we're going to be talking a lot about between
What's
now and
also
November.
been interesting here, Steve, and you've been covering the Republican in the race too, Bennett has not made an issue of whatever medical issue that Tom Kean says he's been out dealing with. He has a statement out just today, basically saying he's going to return to in-person work soon. But this really sets up some interesting dynamics when you talk about what's going to happen over the next 5 months.
It's a total mystery here. Yeah. I mean, you talk to folks in both parties, they're not quite sure what's going on. So Kean is promising, he said in that statement today, clarity in the next few weeks, a return to public in the next few weeks. You know, I think certainly Democrats are waiting to see what happens, but Republicans are too, because this is a district that's vital to both parties.
We had been watching as I'm sure tons of people have been, I know, your live stream, where you were talking about the 12th district in New Jersey as well. This was an interesting one. We have a projected winner in this race in Dr. Adam Hamouie. Interesting race. On this side, you had 8 Democrats, super blue. Israel was a factor, and support for and against in this race, too.
This race got national attention. A flood of outside money came in on behalf of Hamouie in this race. A new pro-Palestine super PAC backed him. There had been controversy in the final weeks of this campaign, really throughout this campaign, honestly, about Hamouie and his ties to Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman. He had testified at his terrorism trial back in 1995. Some of his opponents tried to make an issue out of this.
California MAGA folks love the kind of candidate that Pratt is. He's going to win. I'm not as confident in you that he's going to win. Just a reminder, California, all of the primaries, governor, right, like the gubernatorial one, all of them, aside from a few of the like internal state jobs, I think like comptroller or something like that is in this way, but they're all jungle primaries, right? And there's multiple candidates in this mayoral race, and he's trailing at least, I think, 3 candidates. I think he's in 4th place. So I'm not as confident. If it was a Republican primary, yeah, definitely. He's magnified as fuck. But this is just basically a general election. California just has like 2 general elections. The second one is just 2 candidates. The first one is a fucking sea of people.
A very splintered field right
You still think he's going to get in there, huh? Okay, well, that will suck if it happens. But I'm hoping it doesn't.
But Hamouie, it's not a huge share of the vote, but it's certainly more than enough tonight.
Okay, so we've talked to New Jersey. We're also looking at Iowa. We've had numbers come in, and I will tell you the thing that I'm so interested in is what's going on in this Senate race here. We called the race, projected it for Josh Turek here. Moderate from a rural district, somebody who represents Council Bluffs, won by 6 votes in 2022, and he ran in a district that is super red. It's gone Republican since '68, basically, in the presidential.
All the MAGA in California love this, but here's my question. Manda. I thought aren't all the MAGAs gone from California? I've been told that there was a mass exodus. I was told that there was a mass exodus, and there's no more MAGAs left in California. They all left. They went to Texas and Florida. So I guess it's just confusing. It's like, how many MAGAs can there be in a state where they're all supposedly gone, according to all the Republican talking heads? Sort of, it's strange. It's like every vote for Spencer Pratt proves that that's always been a lie.
Really interesting choice for Democrats between these 2 candidates because they're both state legislators. And as you mentioned, Turek represents a district that went for Donald Trump. There's no Democrat in the Iowa state legislature who represents a more pro-Trump district than Turek. His opponent, Walz, there's no Democrat in the Iowa state legislature who represents a more anti-Trump district than Walz. It's the most liberal district in the state. In fact, it just lit up right here. This is the only county where Walz is leading tonight. It's his home county, Johnson County. You could see there. It's no match for what Turek got, but Democrats, Turek had been making the electability argument.
Yeah, just to be clear, I don't actually believe that. I'm just saying we're always being told that there's no MAGA left in California. And yet, of course there are. Because unlike Ben Shapiro's weird vision of how the world works, people can't just up and leave, just sell their house because somebody got elected or something. That's just not true. You can't just sell your house once climate change erodes the cliff that you're living on, right? That house is done. You're probably stuck. Most people don't have the economic ability to just be like, yeah, I don't like Democrats, so I'm moving to Texas.
Based on that contrast I just said, and clearly Democratic voters in Iowa bought into that.
And we're going to talk about this more, too, this idea, and this is going to be a theme throughout the night, of what kind of a fighter, when you talk to Democrats, do they want to be putting up when it comes to these midterms in this really existential fight to take control of the House of Representatives, potentially the Senate with this race. Democrats need to win in a state like this if they have any hopes of flipping the Senate.
They don't just...
I slept on it for 2 seconds. Let's see what's going on here in New Mexico. Results coming in. Very small amount of the vote in so far. Maybe 600 votes counted across the 2 districts so far. Less than 1% of the vote in both districts. 9.9 in District 2, 0.5 in District 1. Sam Luck's in second place right now. Short by about 96 votes. And Russell Cleveland, unfortunately, in third place here. Short by about 120 votes. But anything literally could happen. But those are our 2 candidates here. Sam Luck's, Russell Cleveland. Fingers crossed. There's also the Senate. Michael Blackwolf. 600 votes counted here. He is in third place right now. That's not great. That's not great. But I'll keep an eye on it since they don't seem to be all that focused on Montana.
To win in a state like this, they need to win in 2 states like this, and specifically states that Donald Trump carried in landslides by more than 10 points. If you look at the path, if it exists for Democrats to get a Senate majority, they got to defend places like Georgia and Michigan. They got to win Maine. Certainly no guarantee based on what you're seeing in the last few days there. They got to win North Carolina. But after that, they got to win 2 of Iowa, Ohio.
Was Sam Forstag? Sam Forstag is in second place.
Texas, or Alaska, all states that Trump carried by double digits.
And we should say that on the Republican side of this race, we've also projected the winner. We mentioned it, and that's Congresswoman Ashley Hinson.
Yeah, no surprise here. This was seen as nominal opposition for her, so it's really a show of strength here for Congresswoman Ashley Hinson. And again, this is just, she goes into this, certainly, it's the sort of burden is on Democrats to prove that something is going to be different than this.
What are you looking for next? We got another, I'm looking at the clock here, 55 minutes, I think, until polls close in California. But for the stuff that's already come in, what's outstanding for you?
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, I do think we're starting to look here at, we're starting to look here at California. What I did also want to show you was this Iowa governor's race, because you put it up on the screen. It's just an interesting situation right here. Put that back up here. It's an interesting situation because you've got Feenstra, the congressman with a late Trump endorsement. You've got Zach Lon, who's been sort of pitching himself as the Trump populist candidate. You've also got this. So they call it a 35% rule That's here. Right. So it's not just who finishes first tonight. You got to break 35%. And in Iowa, if you don't break 35%, it's not a runoff. It's a state convention that will decide this race. So there's clear separation now between those two and the rest of the field. Who's going to finish first? And is that candidate going to clear 35%?
And on the Democratic side, you have this guy, Rob Sand. He's somebody who holds state office now. He's widely considered to be a good fundraiser in a state that, yes, has a Republican governor in Kim Reynolds. 49% disapproval rating, Steve. Broadly unpopular. I think the least popular governor in the country, except for Alaska's governor, which he ties for.
Yeah, no, Reynolds choosing not to run for re-election here. Democrats saying here's somebody who has managed to win statewide before. So again, this sort of in line with what they're thinking there on the Senate race. They're looking at a state Trump carried by double digits, and they're hoping that there's a different atmosphere in the midterm, a different political atmosphere. You see Trump's approval rating nationally, and they are hoping that there are some state-specific factors here in Iowa as well.
Okay, Steve, we're going to let you keep looking at the big board. I want to bring in a couple of folks who are joining us here to put all of this into context. 2 people who live and breathe Washington basically at every moment, and that's Ryan Nobles, our chief Capitol Hill correspondent, and our chief White House correspondent, Garrett Haake. Can I start on the thing that I've been kind of obsessed with, which is this Iowa Senate race? We now know what this matchup is going to be. We're going to be talking a ton about this race over the course of the next several months, considering how important it is for Democrats' hopes to take the majority here.
This was a big win for Chuck Schumer tonight. I think there were Democrats that were very nervous that the insurgent candidate, Zach Walz, who was backed by the progressive wing of the party, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, and others, was going to break through and win this race. But not only did Walz fall short, Turk won by a pretty convincing margin. That shows that there's at least some level of trust among Democratic-based voters with the party's establishment right now. And it's also a good sign for Chuck Schumer if he's able to pull off a miracle and win the majority back, that his leadership could be okay. Because right now there are real questions about Chuck Schumer's future. the early results that we're getting in here, Hallie, not just in Iowa, but New Jersey as well, is a good sign for the establishment wing of the Democratic Party going into the fall.
Not to be like the fly in the ointment here or whatever analogy you want to use, Democrats haven't won an Iowa Senate race since 2008, right? So it's not like this.
Nearly everyone we know is covering this, especially who else is covering this aside from Vosh? I don't see anybody live right now, actually.
The purpliest of the purple here.
I see Status Quo covering an ICE protest. Who else is covering this right now?
Still an uphill road.
It's definitely an uphill road, and Donald Trump, I think, will be heavily invested in Iowa. It's a state he's won repeatedly. It's a state that he thinks is sort of part of his political legacy. But Dems have a lot going for them here. Rob Sand is the gubernatorial nominee here. Republicans are very nervous about him. He's already won a statewide election to be the auditor there. His family is very wealthy. He's crushing it in the money race right now to be governor. You could have a situation here where Iowa basically becomes ground zero for this whole midterms. You have a governor's race Democrats like, a Senate race they need, and potentially 3 House seats in play.
Just going to say, hey, Steve, can I get you in on this, on the Iowa piece, on the congressional districts there, specifically 1 and 3? Because these are ones, when we talk about battlegrounds, gang, it's not just the Senate race. It's going to be some of these other areas where you've got Marionette Miller Meeks, for example, going up against, I think we call Christina Bohannon, for example, a rematch. Exactly.
Yeah, speaking of Iowa's, District 4 continues to get tighter and tighter. Steiner's almost over 30%. Wolf Turnabane is close to 29% right now. Dawson's lead is being slowly eaten away. But the rest of the races have been called. Terrell, Bolter lost, unfortunately. And Trone Garriott went uncontested as the other candidate dropped out before this all started this week. This one is still only 23% in. Still very doable. Montana, here's the update on that. More results coming in. I looked into Sam Forstag. Apparently, Forstag was Bernie-backed is a Bernie-backed candidate. 30%. Russell Cleveland was the galactically backed. I didn't even know that Bernie had a backed candidate. The fact is like I can only spend so much time on each one of these races. I go through things. I might miss a thing or two, right? Like I might not see an endorsement. I might like miss a thing. That's just why I need like a whole team of people working with me on this somehow. Like honestly. But like honestly, Russell Cleveland's a really good candidate too, though. And honestly, either would be good, I'm sure. But Buse right now is leading. Well, even in this time, I think Forstag has already taken more out of this lead since I last looked at it. Sam Lux is in second place right now, 4.7% of the vote in. He's got to make up a lot of ground here to catch Miller.
Exactly, rematch race. But you talk about Democrats and Republicans pouring money into this. Steve, talk us through that dynamic here.
Yeah, I mean, look, 3 of the 4 districts here in Iowa are either going to be competitive or are potentially competitive. You mentioned Miller Meeks here. This was one of the closest House races in 2024 in the country. You could see she had some nominal opposition tonight, but she's renominated, and this will be a rematch again.
You can't work for me, you work for Bernie. That can't be the thought process. That's the thing I'm trying to get at. Actually, that's literally the thing I'm trying to get at right now. It's got to be the exact opposite thought. I mean, I'm not saying that you need to work for me. We got to be somehow. When you're working for Bernie, it has to also be working for me somehow. I have to be like funneled. I have to be like part of the problem for me personally is that I've just been so overwhelmed and distracted by finances, getting demonetized on YouTube and whatever else. The wedding last month. I'm basically completely ignoring my birthday, which is happening this fucking month. Really not an important thing to me in comparison to all this. What I'm saying is that, like, we need to find a way to have actual, like, progressive cohesion somehow on these elections. The primaries are still going, right? Like, we can make it happen somehow. We need to create some sort of network that brings together a whole bunch of different coalitions with very similar goals, right? You know, because the Democrats, like the party establishment has these sort of apparatuses, right? You know, like literally like this chorus thing right now, right? That's literally what I'm talking about. But in the for leftists, right? Like we're all working together to try and defeat, because they were all working together right now to try and defeat us, right? They're all working right now together to try and defeat us, and that's why we. So how good or bad is it just tuning in? I guess it depends on how, from which direction you're looking at it, but it's going. It could be going better. I'll be honest. There's been some W's, but there's a few L's that make me sad. There's a few L's that make me sad, including a blunder, my own personal blunder, as a result of my sort of franticness last month. But it's not the worst. It could be better, but it's not terrible. New Jersey went pretty well, right? We got LaMonica McIver and Lilia Mejia back in. Adam Hamilton won. Unfortunately, Cory Booker went uncontested in the primary somehow. All three candidates dropping out on him. That's a very unfortunate one. But who else won that wasn't completely terrible? Actually, I think Nicole Gronley in South Dakota. The person challenging her dropped out, and I think she's actually not terrible. And if she wins in the general, that would be good. It's really better than having the fucking Republican that's sitting in that goddamn seat right now. Although I know that's a little bit of copium. She's not perfect. Write that down. She is not perfect. Who else? What else happened today? We're waiting on California. I mean, Deb Haaland won, but Matt Dodson lost. And I would have preferred the exact opposite of that result. I would have preferred the exact opposite of that result. Yeah, but California has got a lot of good candidates. I mean, if you just look at the board right now, this is where all the hopium is at right now. This is the full tank of hopium. We got a few good things happening over here, New Jersey ways, right? But California is where we need the W's, because we have so many good candidates on the board here. There's a few incumbents, a couple, like maybe a half a dozen dinos in here towards the end of the list. Those are the more rural areas, if I recall correctly. Actually, no, I take it back. Some of them are more rural. But yeah, no, I mean, there's like gotta be like three or four, like 3 dozen just fantastic candidates in California. Oh, and the votes are gonna be coming in any minute now. 30 minutes, people.
Christina Bohannon, who was her opponent in 2024. And I think notably in this district in 2024, Miller Meeks underperformed Trump. She ran worse than Trump. Trump carried this district by a much wider margin than she did. This will be a premier battleground district this November. So too will this, the 3rd district of Iowa. Zach Nunn, the incumbent. No suspense here on either side. In the primary tonight, you can see the Democratic candidate will be. This is the interesting one, I think, the 2nd district here in Iowa. You can see Lindsey James nominated tonight easily by the Democrats, as expected. Joe Mitchell endorsed by Donald Trump, leading in this Republican primary. Now, this is a district that Trump carried somewhat handily, a 10-point margin for Trump. But this, I think, goes in tandem with the Senate race. If Democrats are successful in making the Senate race competitive.
Man, I am just sitting over here racking my brain. I think we needed to create some sort of... I mean, honestly, I've already created the fucking apparatus inside of the Galactic newsroom. I've created a whole bunch of stuff here and the spreadsheet. But also, I know there's people who with better resources than me right now that I gotta link up with somehow to help this situation. You gotta be better at networking. Combine and make a list? What do you mean combine and make a list? I have combined and made a list. Do you mean with the... Huh? What do you mean? I have a list. That's what we keep looking at. It's this thing. It's all of the elections. Look. Still got more than half of them left, too, by the way. I gotta finish filling these out, too. We got another election next week. This time, Tuesday. And then on the 16th, on the next week. And then 3 more next Tuesday.
Iowa, a state Trump carried by 13 points, then almost necessarily it will mean that they've made the 2nd district, which Trump carried by 10 points, competitive, because you almost can't have one without the other.
The other race, too, I mean, Gary, you want to jump in?
Yeah,
Go.
I mean, the theory of the case that I've heard from Republican strategists here is that it starts with the governor's race, that Sand sort of lifts all the Democratic candidates, and that is what makes the whole state competitive down ballot.
There was a great profile of Rob Sand recently, and I'm going to figure out who it is. I'm going to say it in a second, where they talked about it was almost like you couldn't walk into a room without other Democrats wanting to smear.
All right, I think if people have suggestions on stuff, like a lot of suggestions, it'd be best to just get in the Discord and to recommend them there. So I don't, miss any of your ideas.
And hug him. Like he was.
Right. Been running as sort of the Trump aligned, the most he's been the most adamantly, I'd say, pro-Trump in his public positioning in this race. Running as an outsider here, has now taken the lead statewide. Again, doing very well, particularly in the eastern part of the state here. Larry Roden, he is the acting incumbent, the interim incumbent, took the job when Christie Noem, and now we just got a little bit of western Iowa there, very small Iowa, South Dakota. Again, Doden though. Larry Roden, the incumbent governor. Dusty Johnson, how about this? Member of Congress, represents the entire state, at-large congressman. He's fallen into 3rd place in this race tonight. John Hanson, the State House Speaker there, in 4th, not that far off. Look, what this is looking like right here, I think, first of all, this is the big thing we continue to wait on. Minnehaha County, home of Sioux Falls, biggest in the state. What's going to happen here? Because how clustered these candidates are. If somebody gets a pronounced advantage out of here, that's going to be a big deal. Brookings County, this is another pretty good size one as they go in South Dakota. Dusty Johnson won there. Lincoln County is a pretty good size too. Hanson won there. But you see Doden running in second. So again, this is looking right now like 35%. It could be elusive for all these candidates. Who's going to get in that 2nd spot there? Is Doden making putting some real distance between himself and this field? If Doden could get a good number out of Minnehaha County, he could really solidify that position right there, and this would be a battle for second place. But again, if nobody's getting 35%, we go to a runoff, not a state convention. Runoff in South Dakota for the gubernatorial race right there. I am told by Adam Naboa that in the state of Montana, we may actually have some results. We were saying we wouldn't get too much here. So
not only that, we just got a big one in the past 2 minutes here in the Bozeman, or Gallatin.
Big part of the 1st Congressional District. Again, this is one of those, this is the Democrats' dream of making this one competitive. Trump won it by 11, tall order in Montana for Democrats. But again, this is one of those Democrats think if the climate's very favorable, this is one they could put in play. Trump's endorsed Aaron Flint in the Republican primary. You can see how that's going. Trump appears well on his way to getting his way in that Republican primary here. In the Democratic race here, this is more vote than we expected that we've gotten out of this so far. So a big population center. Missoula is the biggest.
Damn, dude, we fucked up. We fucked up on this one. This one's pissing me off a little bit. You got a Bernie-backed candidate and the fucking Democratic Socialist candidate. If you combine their 2 votes, they're beating the candidate that's currently winning. Oh, this one's hurting my brain. How did this happen? How did this fucking happen?
County is the biggest in this district. We don't have anything from there, but Ryan Bussey with a 10-point advantage here. And just sort of take a quick tour of the district here. Russell Cleveland, that's a small share. Right, see, it's a small share of the vote. Where's the biggest chunk of vote? Okay, Gallatin's the biggest chunk of vote. Okay, this is a biggie, and there's Bussey.
There's still a tiny percent of the vote in here, 28%. It's changing constantly. I'm just watching it right now. They're counting quite fast. Doesn't look like Sam Lux is going to take down District 2 unless he starts getting some really good numbers in some of these districts.
With a double-digit advantage there. That's very significant. See, Kalispell is here. This will be significant. This will be significant. But that's the biggest piece of real. In fact, that's not all the vote, but that's a big chunk of the vote right there out of Gallatin County. So that's an encouraging number if you're Bussey right there. 1031. We've done Iowa, South Dakota, Montana. We had nothing left in New Jersey, right? So we're just I'm gonna just go back up to California here. And one thing, maybe we could take this as an opportunity. Oh, jeez. How do I do? What I'm trying to do, Adam, is get out of this specific district and just be able to jump between districts. So I click this and it does this.
I think the best thing is to use your shortcuts.
Shortcuts, right.
Or
okay.
just click on the individual district.
So I didn't mean to get us into the 23rd district, but this is the opportunity to do this because, again, this is going to go real fast, like, 30 minutes from now. The House races that we are going to be diving into when we get results from counties here. Remember the backdrop for this in California.
Okay, I gotta pee, so I'll be right back. Where is this channel based from? Low Earth orbit, of course. Space. But down on planet Earth, when I finish the stream, I go back to the great state of New York.
Of the state's congressional map by Democrats, trying to squeeze as many seats as they can. 43-9 was the delegation before the remap. The remap, the Democrats would like to get this to 48-4. They would like a net gain of 5 seats. Remember, these are top 2 primaries in California. All the candidates are in the same ballot. Now, the Democrats have essentially succeeded in doing this already. Some of these redraws were so significant, for instance, like in the 1st district, we have the 1st district on the 1st district here. This is a completely transformed district by gerrymandering. Had been a solidly Republican pro-Trump district. Democrats redrew it so much that Harris would have won this by 12 points. So this will be functionally a Democratic game we would expect. We haven't seen any results here tonight. There's also a concurrent special election for the old 1st district. Very complicated. That's playing out tonight. If it doesn't get resolved tonight, there's a runoff. Then somebody would serve in Congress for like 6 weeks and the district would go away. Yes. Okay, they're going to put the program back in my ear.
Yep.
And
in case they call your name.
Oh, okay. What do they want to talk about?
We're going to take it from here.
Okay. What do they want to talk about?
I don't know.
House races, maybe. Maybe we'll do the House races.
We also just got Missoula.
Gosh.
Yep.
Are they coming to me? Oh, wow.
Okay.
Okay.
I would maybe be ready for the governor.
For Calif.
Yeah.
Trying to.
Got it.
Okay. So, do they want? I mean, is this right? This is AOC Sanders, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. They'll.
I think so. Yeah, you're hearing programs, so you'll hear when they cue you in.
Sorry, folks. I don't know if you could hear this. We're experimenting tonight, so I appreciate you guys all bear with us. But while they wait to come to me, we didn't think we were going to get much significant vote out of Montana tonight. We just.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Big change here. Big change. I thought this was live already. I should go back. Look, Forstag. Sam Forstag. Holy shit. He is now right on Bussy or Busey, whatever his fucking name is. Right on his tail. Down 1.9% now. Really cracking into that lead. Sam Lux is still like halfway behind Miller, but that is quite an interesting development there. Good God. Wolf Turnabane just took second place. 32% of the vote in, just cracked 30%. Dawson now down to 40.5%, but Wolf Turnabane still's got to make some serious ground up here, but it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Never give up, never surrender.
Hold on. Can I go backwards? The fuck? Hold on. Also, what the fuck? Are they really going to give us John King instead of Harry Emden? Is that like some kind of a sick joke? Oh, nobody wants John King. Are you telling me that CNN's got Harry Emden?
I'm being repressed!
And they're going to use John King? A guy nobody likes?
Districts around it much more friendly to Democrats.
With negative personality? Like a deficit of personality? Like he saps the personality out of the room? It's like, it's like, you know, it's numbers day. It is numbers day. It is the day of numbers. Who has the best numbers? We all know who has the best numbers. It's the great Harry Emden. We've been saying it and saying it and saying it. Even the president said it. And yet, you're going to bring me this? John King? I'll take Kornacki over King. You give me King, I'll take Kornacki over King. It's like you got fucking Michael Jordan. You're going to sit him for Tony Kukoc or something.
Come on!
One of the places, for instance, that happened was the 48th district. This is a place that under the new lines, Kamala Harris won by 3 points. Under the old lines, Donald Trump won this by 17 points. So again, what they did with the 40th. Yeah, Adam, what do you got?
Vote is coming quick in Montana, both the Democrat and the Republican race, and it's possible that that's maybe what they want to go to you on. Maybe, yeah.
What just?
I would just hang out. I would hang
came
out.
in?
I would hang out there for.
What just came in?
I would hang out there for a second.
Okay.
Maybe on the other side.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
And Steve never brings up his mom. That's true.
So,
what's up with Mrs. Kornacki?
Is something coming here?
Mama Kornacki.
Eventually.
They're saying something? Okay. Okay, sorry. On the Republican side, in this Montana district here, again, Aaron Flint running with Trump's backing here, now with a quarter of the vote in, comfortably ahead here in the Republican primary. You know, it was one of those where we're kind of wondering if something might happen on the screen, if you catch my drift, but it hasn't. Democratic side, again, some real suspense here, and it just. Is she going to report?
I think it's another reporter.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. It is a reporter. Okay, it's a reporter. I'm sorry, folks. I don't know if you can see this, but I have the program in my ear here, and I keep thinking they're coming to me. And if you're watching this, you guys are my favorite, and I'm sorry if this is a bit of a mess to you. I apologize, and I love you guys for staying with me. And trust me, in like 18 minutes, this is all going to be worth it because it's going to be so fun to go through these California counties. It's real suspense here in Montana's 1st District. Nothing new is coming here on the Democratic side. We were wondering if something might light up here. It hasn't. So Adam will shout if it does. But again, we're really kind of zeroing in here on California. We were talking about, the districts that are now. This is a district now that the Democrats are favored to win in November. This would be a flip. Darrell Issa, that name, he represented this district. Again, under the old lines, Trump won it by 17. Under the new lines, Kamala Harris won it by 3. Issa said he didn't even want to run in this district. So Jim Desmond looks like he'll be the Republican candidate. Democrats have a choice here. Likely it'll be Desmond against one of these two candidates. Von Wilpert, a San Diego City Councilwoman, Amar Kampa Najjar has previously run for Congress. He ran for Congress in a nearby district back in 2018, 2020. So that will be. I'm sorry. So that'll be.
Our candidate for the 48th district is Abel Chavez. This guy. But they're not talking about Abel. I don't know if that's a very good sign. But I was the galactically preferred candidate in this race.
That's one district that was utterly changed, transformed by redistricting. Another one we talk about. Adam, can we get? Shoot, I wanted to have the 45th. Can we have the 45th district in? Oh, I have NJ12. Can we get NJ12 off and put the 45th?
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I got in there. What I have, folks, are these shortcuts to the districts here. This one. So we've talked about Iowa's 1st district. We have talked about New Jersey's 7th district. Okay, folks, they want me in 3A in 2 minutes. I'm sorry, this is going to be such a hugely contested race this fall. We're going to find out who David Valadao, Republican incumbent, who's always in these close general election races. We're going to find out who his opponent is tonight in this thing. But this is one of those. This will be another top-tier, premier a race this fall. And seeing how these candidates, how much Valadao gets in this primary, I think is going to be an interesting thing to see. Tea leaves for November. Do I need to go?
Dawson just cracked under 40%. Oh boy. Oh boy. Making moves.
The other room?
Yes, go to the other room.
Okay.
And I think they might start with Montana and go through these.
Okay, so folks, I'm going back to the studio. Please bear with me. I keep telling you, it's like whatever messiness it looks like right now, in 16 minutes, you're going to be happy you stay tuned. So stay with us.
All right, let's see if the John King, nope, still off. God damn you. Okay. How's everybody holding up? It's about to get crazy real quick. We got 15 minutes here. Actually, don't I have a open? What do I do with that? Did I close that? I can't remember. I have so many windows open, it's out of fucking control. Oh, God. Randy Villegas is Bernie endorsed. He's already on the galactic list. He's already on the galactic endorsement list. So he's got the double endorse. The galactic Bernie endorsement. I'm just trying to get some music up here while we wait for this next 11 minutes on this thing. keeps gaining. Wolf Turnabane, Ashley Wolf Turnabane keeps gaining. Only 39% of the results in. Dawson down at 39.5%. At one point, Dawson had like close to 50% of the vote. This is getting to be a closer and closer race. I mean, Steiner's right here too. This is a very close race here. All the other races in Iowa have been called at this point, besides for the Republican primary for governor.
are not going to be realized by a candidate like Valdeo in 2026. And it's going to look a lot more like this in this district.
Which is super interesting. And I mean, this is also one of the ones where there is some concern that Jasmine Baines, Randy Villegas could end up splitting, as they are also more progressive, more establishment. You're seeing that divide on the Democratic side as well, which we'll talk about. Can I ask you like a hypothetical?
Okay.
Conan Nolan brought this up, and I'm going to be totally honest. We've talked about this kind of in our little chats in the office, etc. LA mayor's race.
Yeah.
Let's say, I mean, there is a world, there is a scenario in which the incumbent Los Angeles mayor, Karen Bass, does not make the top two, right? It could be Spencer Pratt and Nithya Raman. For that to happen, Spencer Pratt would have to do gangbusters in the San Fernando Valley, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably 40% of the vote or so is going to come out of there. You would expect that maybe the west side, those are going to be the places where Pratt would do the best here. But again, I think the other thing to keep in mind from our standpoint tonight, watching these results come in, is it's sort of three phases that you're going to see this LA mayor's race. That first batch that comes in, again, we expect to be big, maybe like half the vote in this mayor's race. That's going to be vote by mail that came in before Election Day. The next thing that's going to happen is they're going to report out the vote that was cast in person at the polls today. Now, if past is prologue in LA County, that's the most Republican-friendly type of vote there's going to be. In other words, you'll see that initial batch, and if what we've seen in the past holds, I think you can expect with the next update, Pratt to do better, to improve his position. Then the problem for Pratt is when you get to phase
the pendulum swings back.
The late arriving vote by mail, and they can come in up to a week after Election Day. That has typically favored Democrats by the most. So Pratt, I think realistically, when you're watching these results come in tonight, Pratt probably wants to be safely, securely into one of those top two spots coming out of tonight, because likely what's going to come in later is going to be more Democratic friendly.
So by the time we're off the air, Spencer Pratt, his campaign is going to want to see some big numbers safely sitting potentially in those top two to make up for whatever we're going to see over the course of the next 6-7 days in California.
He wants to have some pad, and again, that is assuming that the sequence goes as it's gone in the past. California is full of surprises on these election nights sometimes.
Yeah, and I would just like to point something out here on the LA mayor's race in case anybody is unaware. Well, they only want to talk about these three candidates. There's like 30. All right, well, 20. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 candidates. I think I counted that right. 14 candidates.
Here for a second because I want to go to Ryan and Garrett. I see you. I see you flagging me down.
I need to talk to Steve.
I'm only one woman. I can only go. Talk to me. What do you want to?
Steve, what is happening in the Republican governor's race in Iowa? Because I think that's a big story.
Let's talk through some of that.
So
data.
what you were basically seeing there was separation. I'm curious now if it's changed in the last couple minutes. Call it up on the screen. Yeah. Okay. So as the vote.
And Ashley Wolf Turnabane keeps making more progress, now at 31.1%. Dawson now almost under 39. This is turning into a real race over here, people. Good God. Did not. I wasn't sure what to expect with this one, but that one is tight.
The guy who had all the backing, he's also never really run a competitive race in his life before now. And the one organization that didn't endorse him is the Maha PAC.
Who backed?
Who backed Zach Lane.
That's right.
So this is a Trump versus Maha Republican primary here in a pivotal state. And right now, Maha's up.
Well, what just happened, though, to put a finer point on it, we just got Story County. So Feenstra has been struggling in the Des Moines area, in the central part of the state right here. So again, this is where Ames is, this is where Iowa State University is. Again, Feenstra finishes second. Feenstra's hopes really are going to be right here where Davenport is. This is Scott County, this is along the Mississippi River. This is a big piece of real estate in a Republican primary. And you can see in these Mississippi River counties, like, look, starting up here, Feenstra's been putting up good numbers here. Big chunk of vote right here. Again, take a look at like Dubuque. He's winning there by about 300 votes. He's 1,500 behind statewide right now. He's going to need something much bigger out of Scott County. Those are the two. That's the biggest population center that's left outstanding on this, unless there's more remaining vote. Potawatomi, we mostly got in right now. There's actually going to be some vote up here, but we've got most of the population centers are reported. That's the biggest.
All right, we have to check the CNN live stream, see if it really is just John King. Seems like a terrible use of CNN's lineup. Who even likes this guy? Oh my God, it is. It's just fucking John King. He's somehow worse. He's somehow worse.
She will be running
Kornacki
against the Republican incumbent, Tom Kaine, and this was a target for the Democrats anyway in this.
He's just wrapping up all the stuff we've already been talking about. Go fuck yourself, John. Where's Harry?
The vote in the state's going to come from there. You're going to get another, 20%, as I said, from the San Francisco Bay Area, Sacramento, and its.
Yes, if you're not aware, there is a clock here. Letting you know how long it will be. It's right in front of you. 2 minutes. Almost exactly.
Suburbs are going to be close to 10%. 02 p.m. San Diego County reported in, and it was like half the vote in San Diego County. So, I just expect this thing is going to light up. I don't want to overhype it. Maybe it takes 10 minutes, maybe it takes 2 minutes, but once it starts lighting up, you're getting big
We're
chunks
not
in all these
marrying you to
places.
the numbers, Steve. I got you. I promise. We're going to know where it is. But it's interesting when you talk about San Diego County, too, because you've got that some super interesting battleground race down there as well.
Oh, we got House races. Yeah. We call them right up here. So interesting dynamic here. I'll show you what happened basically here. This district, this is what the Democrats did to make redistricting work in their favor. They took two Republicans here, Young Kim and Ken Calvert, and they merged them into one district, and they made it a very Republican district. It's pretty much a safe Republican district. By squeezing all those Republican votes into one place, it opened up a district like this, the 48th district, which straddles San Diego County and into Orange County here, into Riverside County, excuse me. And this is a district that under the new Democratic remap, Harris would have won by 3 points. Under the old lines, it was Trump by 17. So by putting all those Republican areas in one place, it made this so much more Democratic. Darrell Issa was the Republican incumbent. He didn't want to run here for re-election. That's Jim Desmond, a new candidate they have.
And that's why this is such a big deal. This is one example. We've got a bunch others in the state as well, as we are getting closer and closer to the polls closing. In fact, we are just about to hit the top of the hour, and any moment now, we are going to see the very first results in some of these key California races, literally seconds away. The anticipation is building for the LA race as well. It is 11 o'clock now on the East Coast, 8 o'clock in the West, and polls have just officially closed in California. We are moments away, maybe 2 minutes.
I am having trouble doing the show.
We've seen some of these numbers come in, and all eyes are on the races for LA mayor and California governor. At this point, we want to see where things stand right now. Right now, obviously, too early to call when it comes to that LA mayor's race. You've got the California gubernatorial race, also too early to call. Tom Steyer, Steve Hilton, Javier Becerra. Another reminder, don't mean to sound like a broken record, but it's important. Top two
You do sound like a
will
broken
face
record.
off in November, regardless of political party. Significant there. We've also got the LA mayor's race as well. We said too early to call. At this point, Karen Bass, Spencer Pratt, Nithya Raman too. Listen, we know that it's going to take a second for some of the vote to start to come in. Over the course of the next 60 minutes, as Steve has laid out, we are going to start to see some of these data, some of these numbers come in. I just saw you, Steve, talking with Adam. You don't have anything just
No,
yet?
no,
Okay.
false alarm.
Okay, that's okay. I've got one eye on you at all times as we go through some of the other results here. We've talked about some of these other interesting races as well. Like, look at this, the Iowa governor's race on the Republican side. Too close to call here with about 87% of the vote in. You've got Trump-backed Randy Feenstra up against Zach Lane, backed by the Maha movement. Feenstra had been seen as more of a frontrunner in this race, but this one is a nail-biter, projected as too close to call at the moment. We are watching for some data to come in on this as well. Super interesting. We've also got the New Mexico race as well. The Republican primary for governor here, too early to call between Gregory Hull, Doug Turner. In South Dakota, a three-way governor's race as well. The current governor, Larry Roden, who is took over for Kristi Noem when she moved on to go serve in the president's cabinet. She obviously has since departed that position. He is running for his first official full term. Dusty Johnson, interesting here, too early to call. President Trump has not made an endorsement in this race. We'll talk more about that as that race gets going. We've also got the Democratic Senate primary in Montana. You've got Riley Neal, Alani Bankhead as well. There is an independent in this race, too. Could be interesting. Kurt Alme, we've said, is going to be the winner on the Republican side there. Let's go to the East with the New Jersey Republican Senate race. Whoever will take on Cory Booker there, too early to call. Justin Murphy there with 32.9% of the vote. Let me bring in now Steve Kornacki at the big board. The clock's ticking. There's nothing we can do at this point but wait for the vote to be counted.
Yeah.
And as you say, we're going to get some coming in Southern California. We're going to be watching to see what that means for some of these battlegrounds and obviously the LA mayor's race and the governor's race, too.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just a question of kind of who goes first right here.
Yeah.
We took you through how this is kind of going in the past. And again, I think just a reminder to folks that the vast majority of the vote that's cast in California is done by mail. And this vote has been coming in well before Election Day. And what that allows these counties to do is to take these vast piles of ballots. They don't just sit there. They can process them. They can get them ready. And they can report them out. All that vote that arrived before Election Day, they can report that out in one big batch. So everything you're going to be seeing initially here from these counties is going to be that. And then the next phase that's going to layer in on top of that, again, we expect this within the first hour, 90 minutes in most of these big counties, is going to be the vote that was cast in person. A lot of folks went, not a lot, but some folks went in person today and did it. Some folks did early voting in California. So that gets reported next. And generally what that'll do in the first 90 minutes or so is get us close to about 2/3 of the vote statewide counted. The question at that point will be is there enough clarity to know, as you say, a top two race for governor? Do we know, is there clear separation between the top two and everyone else so that we can call it? Or does it go to overtime? Is there a first place candidate who's separated from the rest so we can say the first place candidate goes forward, we're not sure on the second? So if we don't know that, in that first wave there, that's when you start with saying we may have to wait for these late arriving mail ballots. And they can come in California up till a week after the election. That's where it gets the reputation for such lag in reporting out its results.
And the same deal goes for LA, too, with the top two. And let's talk about that because, there's been a lot of talk around Spencer Pratt. You heard Conan chat about it earlier. We've talked about it with Ryan and Garrett. And it's an interesting dynamic here because I think Republican voters make up about 14-15.
Look at how many candidates there are for frickin' governor, dude. This is wild. This is ridiculous. Oh my freaking! It's pages. It's pages and pages. It's like at least a few, like 3 or 4 pages of names. Wow. Good God. California needs fucking ranked choice. If you guys are going to do this nonsense with the jungle primary, why in the hell aren't you going to do ranked choice? It doesn't make any sense. It's very stupid.
Voters in LA, 55% Democrat. But President Trump got something like 26% of the vote in LA back in 2024.
He was able to get 26%. Karen Bass, when she ran in 2022, she defeated Rick Caruso, who had been a Republican at one point. She tried to make that an issue against him. He was able to get there into the mid-40s in that race. Democrats, though, did something in California and Los Angeles a few years ago. They changed the date of these mayoral elections. They used to be in off years. They used to have lower turnout. They'd be in like odd-numbered years. So Los Angeles elected a Republican mayor in 1993 and 1997.
That's right.
Richard Riordan, was his name for folks who remember that clearly. Hallie does. And,
last Republican to win the mayor's race in LA.
Correct. Right. And he did it in an odd number year. And Democrats decided they wanted to sync it up with nights like this, statewide primaries, congressional primaries, when there's far more people voting, there's more, these partisan organizations are more engaged. The idea was, more turnout for a mayoral race would be a good thing, but also it lets the mayoral race get caught up in the politics around it, too. There's a thought that is advantage to the Democrats, too, in Los Angeles. So it's an additional thing. If Pratt is going to succeed in doing what Riordan did, he's going to have to do it in a different kind of year.
I'm going to let you stare at this thing until something blinks or something lights up. And while we do, I want to go to Liz Kreutz, who's in LA for us at a polling site. And Liz, what's interesting here, there are people who might be in line. They still want to vote even though polls have closed. Talk me through what you're seeing where you are. Hey, Hallie.
Hey, Hallie. Great job, producers. Dude, NBC is having so many fucking problems today. They immediately cut her off as she starts talking. Good God.
This is ridiculous.
Kornacki just staring into the camera all night. And they had all day to do it. They didn't even have to come up with candidate recommendations like I did. Like, I didn't have to go through and be like, oh, who do I think is the best candidate on like 100 different people. Nope. They just had to show up dressed. Had to show up dressed. That was it. They may not have even shown up dressed. I have no proof of that. They may have been dressed by staff. No way to know for sure. Okay, well then we'll put our music back on since they're back to this trash. At least get some music with a goddamn beat in it, for the love of God. It's like playing the same, like three measures. Just play it over and over again. Alright, it's slightly more than that, but it's basically that. It's very annoying. It sounds like it wants to break into an Xmas song, but never gets there. Yep. Well, just for an update, everybody, the race here in Montana's in Montana's 1st district remains close. 54% in. Forstag behind by 3.7%. His racing towards Busey has slowed down somewhat in the last few minutes, but also the count coming in seems to have slowed down as well. So I can't say for sure if that's evidence of anything. I am seeing California shit coming in now. Boom. Hold on. California's happening.
significant piece of real estate. Kings County, it looks like we've got 70% of the vote here. Now, again, we're getting into toward the Central Valley here. You're going to have Republican-friendly area. Hilton separating himself from Bianco right here. I just want to look at my quick note on Kings. That is, if you're Republicans, you're outperforming how Steve Garvey did in the 2024 primary. So that's encouraging for the Republican total vote share if you're a Republican. Madera County, a little bit smaller here. Let's go up. Now this is interesting because we mentioned, this is very interesting. We mentioned this at the start of the night. The San Francisco Bay Area here was going to produce about 1 out of 5 votes. We said, remember, Becerra, Southern California, LA County base. Steyer, more of a Bay Area base, we suspected. We're in the Bay Area. This is the smallest of the Bay Area counties, but take a look at this. Steyer is running behind Becerra here. Again, this is that vote by mail that came in before Election Day. Hilton, the Republican, leading here. Republicans don't typically do well in Napa County, but it does show, look, that Hilton's basically secured 3/4 of the Republican vote right here. But I think that's notable that Becerra is running ahead of Steyer right there. This is a giant one. Santa Clara County right here. The city of San Jose is here. Again, we're in the Bay Area. And again, wow, what I just said in Napa, multiply that by 10.
Wow.
Javier
All right, I'm not going to do this the same fucking way Kornacki likes to do it. We're just like, we got to look at it county by county. I just want to look at the broad results here for a second, see what these actually look like for everybody. Is there any results on mayor? No, it doesn't look like it, but there are results coming in. Wow. For the governor. There it is. Steve Hilton getting 27.7% of the vote so far. Out of 100, out of how many votes in total? Is there a total down here? Jesus Christ. 6.2% of the vote so far in. Javier Becerra in the second place. Behind by 3%. Tom Steyer behind in much more by 7% to Javier Becerra. Short by 40,000 votes. Jesus Christ. And Katie Porter picking up 23,000 votes right now. And the mayor's race, I'm not seeing anything yet here, so I'll let you know. Go back to here. Well, that's a weird way to start.
with almost a 10-point advantage over Tom Steyer. Again, in what we thought would be a
Although I would point out, since he's doing it district by district, these are coming from very rural areas of California. On the border of Nevada here. Out in the, what is this, the Sierra Nevadas?
strength area for Steyer. Also, by the way, Matt Mahan, he is the mayor of San Jose. This is probably as good as it's going to get for him tonight. He's 11%. He's a distant fifth right there. Really clarifying, again, the polls were suggesting it had sort of come down to these three. Seeing Mahan running that distantly in his home county reinforces a sense that the polls were directionally correct, that we may be looking at something between these three candidates tonight. And again, Becerra moving up into Northern California. We've seen two counties report from that San Francisco Bay Area, both of them giving Becerra an advantage over Steyer. Taking a look going down the coast here to San Luis Obispo County here, 40% of the vote in. Hilton with what kind of separation there? A little bit more than double what Bianco got. That's a combined vote for the Republicans of 45%. And again, that's running north of, Steve Garvey had been the main Republican candidate for the Senate in 2024. In that open primary, he got 36% in this county. So the combined Republican vote is running higher there. We said higher so far in Kings County, higher elsewhere than it did in 2024. We'll see if that holds. That's an interesting thing we're seeing in these results. Becerra with an advantage over Steyer there, not quite as pronounced. Again, going through, we pulled Madera County up on the screen. We'll spend a little bit more time here on this. Hilton, again, more than double over Bianco. Becerra with an advantage over Steyer, a little bit more slight right there. This looks like Placer County we're getting. This is pretty big. You're talking about the Sacramento suburbs. I know it extends all the way there, like to close to like Tahoe and the Nevada line, but most of the population's right there in the Sacramento suburbs here. It's a pretty big piece.
All right, we're going to pause on Kornacki and do this now. I think this will be a productive exercise. We're going to go and look at how our candidates are doing. I think the best way is just to go down because there's so many races. This is just go through these one by one. Just going to zoom this in so it's more visible. Oh, wow, and shit just changed immediately. Yeah, things are going to be doing that. Okay, but Audrey Denny is our preferred candidate. She is in third right now in District 1. Rosie, preferred candidate in District 2. She is currently 0 votes counted in District 2. District 3, Chris Bennett, preferred candidate right now in 5th place. Only 5% of the vote. District 4, Lauren Tomlinson. Did she move districts? Oh, no, she's District 5. It's Eric Jones in District 4. He has got 21%, second place. I think doing the best out of anybody so far that we've seen in the list. District 5. Oh, right. Tomlinson moved over here. And we were between Tomlinson and Vandenberg. Both of them seemed like decent candidates. Tomlinson is currently leading the two, but in 5th place. 39% in there. Matsui leading Vang, but not by much. Oh my god, May Vang is super close with Matsui right now. Only 3% between the two of them. This is one that got the Hassan bump, if I'm not mistaken. Nicholas Carjuza not doing good here. But not super shocking. Didn't have the biggest campaign, but it's also only 0.2%. It's only I see. It's only 0.2% of the vote in. Okay, I shouldn't get ahead of myself on that one. 0.2. These are moving very slow. Okay. Let's see. District 9. Who was this? Oh, Josh Harder was the incumbent Dino Democrat that I had on recommend, but not great. Which is why he had this. Honestly, the redistricting really fucked with me on a lot of stuff here. I feel like I tried my best. District 10. Who is District 10? Mitchell Maisler. Oh, no votes in yet. I just realized Josh Harder, 0% votes in. There's no votes here, no votes here, no votes here. No votes in the 12th district. Actually, both. Wait, hold on. Latifah Simon's already advancing with, okay, very nice. It's already been called. They must have already dropped out. I'll give her one of these. That's a nice start. I'll take that. Okay. Latifah Simon advancing. District 13 coming in. Daniel Garbe Rodriguez is in 4th right now, 25% of the vote in. No votes at the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, at the 18th. Zoe Lofgren is currently leading this one, but she is an incumbent Dino Democrat. Not the best campaign, in my opinion, out of Zoe here, in terms of priorities-wise. But I didn't see anybody compelling running in the race. Ugh. There's a GOP, an independent, and another Democrat. Like I said, didn't find all that compelling. So it's the incumbents that are moving forward right now. It was him, and why did I do that? She hasn't won. What am I doing? My brain just broke. My brain. So we get for multitasking. She's just winning. It's 15% in. I'm calling the election already. Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous!
Who's in charge of this stream? All right. California 19th. John Doherty. He's in 4th place right now. Two GOP and Johnny Panetta, who I think is the incumbent Dem, are currently leading him there. Okay. District 20. Sandra Van Scotter is our desired candidate here, trailing the GOP. But this is actually this is a great result. If this holds, and it looks like it, there's no reason why it wouldn't. This is going to go. These two, Sandra Van Scotter is going to be going to the general. That's very exciting. Okay. Let's see. District 21. Lauren Hubbard is our desired candidate. Unfortunately, Lauren didn't have a very strong social media game. Is in 4th place right now with 44% of the vote in Viegas in the 22nd district. Currently in 2nd place. Could if Randy can hold out here, that would be good. Okay. 24. There's so many elections. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying about this? There's so many elections. In California, it's out of control. It's because there's a lot of people. This is what democracy looks like, I guess. Representative democracy. Teresa Lynn Hodge, 2nd place right now. That's another good one for the moment. 43% of the vote in. Leading the 2nd Democrat in the race by 5%. Obernolte, who I think is the incumbent Republican in this district. Looks like he is currently... Actually, wait. Oh, this was the other thing I was going to do. Where did I put it? I should be doing this whole fucking time. God damn it. I got to make this smaller somehow. We only need California right now, right? Okay. You got a plan. No, don't do that. You're an asshole. You know that? You're an asshole. All right, I'll figure this out. This is going to be going on for a second. But I was going to go look at the map on 270 to win. To look at which districts. I think you can hover over these at least and see them. Yeah. So right, see if you go over here, this is it. This is 23rd. Jay Obernolte. He's the incumbent since 2021. It's his 3rd term. Or he's looking for a 3rd term. So yeah, I was right about that. But this is taking up too much space. I guess I can just put it like over here. Make this kind of smaller, I guess. Really only need that much of it. We don't need to look at fucking Kornacki's face. Where are we? Oh, it just got called. Okay. Oh, okay. Obernolte, right. He's just called. Now it's between these. Okay. All right. Sweet. Perfect timing since we're already on that freaking election. Let's go to the District 424. Elena Pascarella was our desired candidate. It doesn't look like she's doing super good right now. Yeah, 4th place. She's an independent. There were not a lot of good candidates in this one, I'll tell you that much. District 25. Raul Ruiz, incumbent Dem, winning. But with only 1% of the vote in. So we're going to hold our horses on that one. 26th. Okay, no vote in the 26th. Wait, no. No, I'm wrong. 26th. There is vote. Espinosa. That's our desired candidate. 8%. Basically tied for 4th. Okay. Caleb Norwood, no vote there. Judy Chu, ugh. Judy Chu is an incumbent Dino Dem. There was really not, in my opinion, there was just nothing better. It looks like she's probably gonna go to. There's only 3 in the race. She's probably gonna go to the general. Probably. Where's the 28th? I don't know where the 28th district is. God damn it. Okay, she's held this seat since 2009. I thought so. Pete Aguilar has just been declared to be advancing to the general here in the 33rd. He was not our preferred candidate. Antonis Christodoulou was our preferred candidate. Unfortunately, he is not doing well there. I just skipped a whole bunch of them, didn't I? Yeah, I did. $33 was called? Yeah. Yeah, we just saw that. District 26. Yeah, Chris Espinoza. We already looked at that one. District 27. Caleb Norwood. 4th place right now. Jeez. Judy Chu, we already talked to her. District 29. Angelica Duenas. I think it's Angelica Duenas. She's in 3rd place, 39% in. Oh, she needs to kick this GOP guy out of this. God damn it. Should be so much better than Rivas. All right, District 30. Joel Lava. Oof. 3.5%. Joel's not doing great over here. Looks like Friedman and Myers are the most likely to go to the showdown. District 31. Gil Cisneros. Not shocking that the incumbent Dino Dem made it to the... Is going to be making it to the general most likely there. Chris Ahuja in District 32. He's currently in 5th place. God damn, these jungle primaries are wild. There's so many candidates in all of these. Holy fuck.
Come on!
District 34. Angela Gonzalez Torres. She's actually looking like she might make it to the general here. District 35 already called for Norma Torres and M. Cargile. Norma is unfortunately a Democratic Dino Dem. Incumbent Dino Dem. The incumbent Dino Dems continuing to win on name recognition and access to capital right now. Where's the... That doesn't matter. I'll do it later. Hold on. I'm going to work on this in the background. I'm going to let Kornacki talk for a second. Try and go through some more of this.
State Hilton leading it here on the Republican candidate, 37%. Yeah, kind of tripling Bianco's number right there. And Becerra outpacing Steyer. So Becerra outpacing Steyer pretty much everywhere we're looking. You know, you get up here, this is very remote, small, Northern California right here. This is an interesting test sort of Republican sentiment here because you are in sort of core rural, very small in the scheme of things. Interesting, though, to see Bianco leading Hilton right there. Zoom out. What does that do to the statewide vote? We've got 6% in right now. Hilton is leading statewide, but what that's added up to for Becerra right off the bat is a 40,000 vote advantage over Steyer, with Bianco sitting all the way back there at 14%. So Hilton running double Bianco's numbers. And again, I think the polling was suggesting something along those lines here. And Hilton, again, he was trying to get that Bianco number. He wants that Bianco number as low as he can. He wants to monopolize that Republican vote. And Becerra, though, I think that's notable given the areas that we're talking about. I think, these are the two biggest sources of vote that we've gotten so far here. San Bernardino County, and again, this is going to be like 5% of all the vote cast statewide tonight is going to come out of San Bernardino County. About 5% is going to come out of Santa Clara County. Those are the two biggest counties that have reported so far. We took you through some of the others that are also significant, but again, you can see it here in San Bernardino County. Hilton, he would like more separation with Bianco, but again, there's Becerra with an advantage over Steyer. Everywhere we've looked so far in that Democrat on Democrat contest, Becerra's had the advantage over Steyer. You could even look here. These are smaller counties here. Becerra with the advantage. Merced County, this is a bigger one here. And again, Hilton running in first. Becerra, though, with the advantage over Steyer. So we're seeing this in one county after another. Hilton, Bianco, Becerra, Steyer. Steyer's got to start finishing ahead of Becerra in some of these counties. Now, again, Santa Clara, I think if you're Steyer, the worst piece of news you got so far is right there, because that's supposed to be your territory. It's going to have to change from around there.
Explain, this was a Harris plus 40 county, right? I mean, Gavin Newsom won this by 42.
Oh, the San Francisco Bay Area is overwhelmingly Democratic. The city of San Francisco itself, which is coterminous with we got Sacramento. Okay, so this is... sorry about that. Let's go right back in. Again, Sacramento County's huge. This is another 5%er, okay, in terms of the statewide vote. And look at that. Now, they get Democratic here. The Democrats should be doing well, but look at Becerra, 29%. Hilton, the Republican, 28%. Look at the separation there between Becerra and Steyer. I think that's the most significant we've seen so far. And then Chad Bianco running back there at 10%. Boy, if you're Becerra, between what you've seen so far, right here, sorry about that, right here out of, I'm going to get that right here out of Santa Clara County, right here out of Sacramento County, and the fact that everywhere else we looked at Placer County, take a look here, in Nevada. I'm just seeing if there's anywhere here where Steyer is running ahead of Becerra in the vote so far, and so far, there isn't. So what that nets out to statewide is we now have close to 10% of all the votes in here in California in this primary. Hilton running in first. Again, doubling up. When I say doubling up, close to 28%, 13%. And the name of the game there for Hilton is he wants as much separation as he can because there's an awful lot of Democratic votes still out there. But Becerra, I think the story of the moment in these initial returns is right there. That advantage that Becerra has opened up over Steyer. And I think the key to that advantage, again, it's early, but the key to that advantage is it's not coming from the places that we automatically thought of as being advantage Becerra. In fact, some of it's coming from places that we thought
would be the
might be Steyer.
That's exactly
might be
right.
Steyer.
Okay. Steve, I'm going to pause you for 1 second to sneak in the world's quickest commercial break.
It's quickest commercial break, she says. I'm just going to go to the live.
Matt Gorman of Republican Strategy.
Okay, I'm going to bring this back here. Where do we leave off? Somewhere around here, I think. Okay, so I'm just looking at some of these candidates again. Norma Torres here is advancing automatically. She is a Dino Dem, so that's not great. 36, Marianne Shamma. She is in fourth place. We are not seeing good results here, people. I was trying to remain optimistic. But these votes are coming in hot and fast. We are not seeing any great surge here for the left in California in the jungle primary right now. As you can see, over and over and over again, Todd Lombardo here in 7th. Right now in the 37th district, 36th district, Marianne Chama's in 4th, 38th district. Dr. Monica Sanchez, 3rd place. Mark Takano is advancing, but that's another Democratic, no challenger. So that's no achievement for anybody. Yep. Bunch of no challengers or incumbent Dino Dems with name recognition, full of money, are all seemingly advancing. As you can see here going down the list, Derek Tran, another incumbent Dino Dem. Robert Garcia, he's in there. Annette Berrigan. I think Mike Levin. Actually, they haven't called his race yet. It's actually closer. It's fascinating. Yeah, we're still too close to call and/or no results on a number of races. Not giving up your hope yet, but it's nothing to write home about at all right now. We gotta pray to Gary on this one for some results, I guess.
And NBC News along with Ashley Etienne, former communications director for Vice President Harris.
Again, that's a significant development that just came out there. It took us up from just under 40% to 45%. The same-day vote is not nearly as big as the vote by mail. The other thing that we're kind of waiting on now before we get to those late-arriving mail ballots is also the vote that was cast in person at polling places before Election Day. It's not a huge sum, but it's a bit of a wild card. We don't quite know what to expect with that. But if that was another boost like this for Pratt, then Pratt would be breathing right down Bass's neck and way ahead of Rahman. If we talk about him having a pad right there, he just took a very big step in that direction.
He was so excited he just drew an exclamation point. he couldn't figure out how to express it.
How deep can you get into that, Steve? Like, in other words, can you tell us where in LA Spencer Pratt's support is coming from? Same with Karen Bass here and what that means.
I wish we could. Okay. Unfortunately, we just, that's the thing about California.
You're sad that Spencer Pratt gets votes. I mean, here it is. Somehow 108,000 people as of yet thought that he was a reasonable human being. The guy who cyberbullied a hero.
The numbers, and in 2 days I can give you a great breakdown of where it came from.
We'll be on the air for 48 hours. Don't test us. Go ahead, Brian.
So fascinating is the Pratt thing was just a wild card, right? We really had no idea. Yeah. I mean, it was really an internet sensation. There were a lot of people in California. I had friends in California that didn't know he was running for governor or mayor. They were mad that he wasn't in the governor's debate because they just knew he was running for something. But a lot of times an internet sensation doesn't necessarily translate into votes, and it appears that's what's happening.
Can I just say something? I love this producer, and I love it. He said, is Spencer Pratt, was he really a reality star? Is that fair? Yes.
Yes,
this man is
somebody suggested
a villain. I'm saying among millennials, people knew Spencer Pratt well before this race.
Hang on, can I pull back on this a little bit, because this is something that's driven me crazy about this race. When you look at the numbers, already right now, a majority of Los Angelinos are saying they want to fire Karen Bass. 50% of the voters that are up right now say they want somebody other than the incumbent to be the mayor. So the Spencer Pratt thing, to me, isn't even really about Spencer Pratt. It's a vote sink for people who are fed up with the way that city's been run, or fed up with the fire response. And if this were any other city outside of California where you'd had normal primaries, Karen Bass with those numbers would be toast.
Hang tight. Steve, let me come to you because I know we're getting some more numbers in on some of these critical California House races, right?
Yeah, take a look here. We've got a projection here, too. This is the 13th district here. Democrat Adam Gray won a very, very narrow race in 2024. This got more Democratic, this district did in redistricting. How much more Democratic? Well, it basically drew it even. It had been a Trump district here. The dynamic now is who is going to be that Republican candidate to go against Gray? Kevin Lincoln right now.
Sub-hype? What are you talking about? Who subscribed? I don't see any subs. What am I missing?
Leading by 10 points here. The significance for...
That's not a subscription. That's not a subscribe. You're thinking in YouTube terms. You're over there thinking in YouTube terms right now. This is Twitch. You're on Twitch right now, Looney. It's not sub-hype. That's not a thing. That's not what is happening right now.
Is he is backed by Trump. The other thing here is what's not come in yet. San Joaquin County, this is where Stockton, California is. And that's the big change that Democrats made to this district to make it much more Democratic. They added a chunk of Stockton, a very Democratic city here, to fortify Gray. That's also where Kevin Lincoln has been the mayor, has been an elected official. So Kevin Lincoln right now with Trump's backing, holding on to that second, has some distance there for that second place position here. But this is going to be one of those elections that's going to be very, very closely watched this November. So is this one, the 22nd district with David Valadao. And again, Valadao, you know, the lone Republican here, so clearly getting first place. But a couple things here to note. Villegas, Baines, his two opponents here, close in that race, you know, second and third place here. You know, again, Villegas running to the left here. Again, one of those sort of lefty insurgent candidates here. The other thing to keep an eye on when all of the votes are counted here, what is Valadao's percentage going to be here? Because this is a top two primary. Everyone's, in theory, is voting here. They're going to vote again in November, but Valadao is the only Republican on the ballot. He's running at 43.7%. He's going to have to get over 50% in November if he's going to get reelected. So keep an eye on that number as it comes in tonight, what that ends up looking like. We have nothing yet from the 11th district. We had showed you the 48th district here. Again, this is the this was redrawn, and I want to see which county. We don't have San Diego County yet, so that's significant. Okay. Jim Desmond here, likely to be the top vote-getting Republican. This was Darrell Iss's district, redrawn by Democrats, very aggressively redrawn by Democrats. Monty Von Wilpert, a councilwoman from San Diego County. Notably here, look at this, we don't have any votes yet from San Diego County. What we're getting here is Riverside County. So for Von Wilpert, that's good news just in terms of getting into second place here, trying to get that November matchup. So those are, some of the House races we're looking at here.
Steve, I'm going to come back to you in a second on California 22, the Valadao race, because I want to talk about the Dems in that race. But let me first get a vibe check, if you will, with Liz Kreutz, who's in L.A. And Liz, I think you have ping-ponged your way back to this gathering for Spencer Pratt, right? Talk us through it.
I have, and as I've returned, it's a much more lively vibe and in very LA fashion. There's now a chopper flying overhead. He's having his party at a Mexican restaurant that he has loved for years. And there's some Spencer Pratt supporters here who seem in a very good mood. You guys have
Instagram, Patriot Wildfire.
You guys have probably seen the latest batch of polling that just came out. Shows him doing pretty well in second place, just 10 points behind Karen Bass. How are you feeling about that? Do you feel really confident that he's going to make...
What did he just say? Instagram Patriot Wildcam? What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
The runoff.
Definitely, he's going to make it to the runoff. There's a lot of people who already voted for him. Their votes haven't been counted yet. They voted day of the election, old school
lit
style.
Right now.
So I think his numbers are going to get better.
What is it about Spencer Pratt that you just is resonating with you?
Because he's speaking out against communism and socialism, and it is a real big problem in our cities, especially in LA where it's turned to crap. It's not an accident. They're doing it by design. Karen Bass wants to destroy our city, and it's nice to see someone like Spencer Pratt.
I can simplify it because those buzzwords are like they melt the brains of like left, leaning people. So let's just say it this way: he doesn't want human feces to be a part of your life. Yeah. He doesn't want homeless children outside.
Totally.
Homeless
Thank
people
you.
Outside. Oh, you didn't like that. You ran away.
We have talked.
When homeless people outside of the elementary schools having
Can I get a
sex
shout out real
with
quick?
their own.
Oh, a couple of drunk MAGA idiots just ranting and accosting this reporter. Getting pretty grabby over here.
Appreciate you. We appreciate you. We've talked a lot about the homelessness. Thank you. All right. I'm gonna
Listen,
don't
Liz,
appreciate you, ma'am.
I got it. Thank you for navigating that so well.
No, we can. He
I
seems
just
to
want to
just.
shout out June Cutter, the chief of staff of Spencer. She's incredible.
Thank you. Okay, Hallie, all I will say is that clearly they're taking a few shots. They're feeling good out
The
here.
margaritas are flowing there at Don Antonio's. Perhaps, I don't know for sure. Really suspicion. Liz, thank you. Hey, stay close because obviously we want to talk more about Spencer Pratt. We want to talk about Nithya Raman. We want to talk about Karen Bass with this critical LA mayor's race. Let me see if Steve has anything he wants to jump in on here. Anything else coming in, Steve, that's been interesting?
I can give you an update on what we're expecting in this LA mayor's race in terms of the remaining vote, because it's a little bit different than they've done it in the past, and this is what LA County is now telling us. So again, seeing what's in with 45%, I've got it on my phone here. I'm just going to read it to you. Come on. Okay, so it's 11:45 Eastern right now. Sometime starting at about midnight Eastern in that next hour. They're not saying exactly when.
Okay.
What they are. I should back up. Bear with me here. I first want to say, remember that Pratt got closer to Bass with that last update. And we said we think that is vote that was cast in person on Election Day. So it's actually a different type of in-person vote. That was the vote that brought Pratt closer to within 6 points was the in-person early vote. Okay? It all gets categorized. It's technical, but it all gets categorized as polling place vote. But that was actually the in-person early vote. We have not yet seen tabulated and reported out the vote that was cast at polling places today. And again, I say that's significant because we had that discussion. Literally, the vote that's cast in person at polling places on Election Day, that specifically has been the most Republican-friendly vote in Los Angeles. We don't have that yet. What Pratt made that jump with was the in-person early vote. So keep that in mind. He was able to get closer with that. Now, we think starting sometime after midnight, in that midnight to 1 a.m. hour, what they are going to release, they say they will have some more vote by mail that was received prior to Election Day. Okay, so remember, that was what we first saw. That was that first giant chunk. That should be more Bass-friendly, though we did see Pratt leading Raman in that. Keep that in mind. Then, sometime after 1 a.m. Eastern, okay, 10 p.m. local in L.A., they say they will then report out the in-person Election Day vote.
Okay.
And that's where we expect Pratt to make another jump relative to Bass. And then after that, we're just living on the periodic updates of vote by mail from there. So Pratt's, again, if form holds from the past, Pratt's got another big jump in him here when that in-person same-day vote gets reported out, which, again, may be a while, but keep that in mind as you see this margin between him and Bass and him and Raman.
Super interesting. Can I go to another race? I know we're all California, and I want to live in that with you, but I've got to ask you about this. What appears to be an unexpected situation that has developed in the state of Iowa in that Republican primary there. Let me bring this up. Randy Feenstra, Zach Lane. Can you go to Iowa, Steve, here? Yep. We have said that this is too close to call. Remember, Randy Feenstra, Trump-backed candidate, up against Zach Lane, who has some support from sort of the Maha groups in and around Iowa. He's a farmer. It appears as though Feenstra has conceded. Now, we haven't called the race. It appears Feenstra has conceded in a video that's been posted called Lane and conceded this race up against a popular Democratic governor in Iowa. This is interesting, Steve.
Yeah, and remember, what happened here, we can show you, as we were talking about this, if you remember before California, we said Davenport, Scott County, this was sort of the last gasp for Feenstra. He needed a big margin there, probably something around 1,500, 2,000. He needed to blow out Lane here. Less than 500 votes, a 456 vote plurality for him there. That was his last gasp. That was the only kind of big remaining piece of real estate. Didn't get nearly what he needed. You see, there's just a very small county here that's outstanding. So just based on this vote, you know, it's significant. That's a significant margin with no county that's unaccounted for right here. And again, with that 35% rule. So this is a Trump-backed. Now,
that's right.
Keep this in mind. This is a Trump-backed candidate. At the time of that Trump endorsement, there had been more than 10,000 early votes that had already been cast. So did the Trump endorsement come too late. When a margin is this close, and his endorsement didn't come till the Friday after the
It was just
election,
Friday,
while
yeah.
the early voting period was underway, is that the difference here?
Steve, are you able to see geographically, is this a little bit of not enough anywhere for Randy Feenstra? Is there somewhere where Zach Lane performed particularly well? I mean, that might tell us a little bit of that story.
Here, this is Feenstra's congressional district. This should be pink wall to wall. It's not, you know. This is a good number. This is a big vote producer on the Republican side, relatively speaking. This is a good number. This is a good number for Lane. You know, this I think was about as good as it got for Feenstra here. You know, Woodbury County, where Sioux City is, but he should be cleaning up in here. And the 4th district punches above its weight, right? They're all equal-sized population, but the 4th district's where the Republicans live in Iowa.
Yeah.
So in a Republican primary, it's more than a quarter of the state. This was supposed to be the sort of vote producer that powered Feenstra. He didn't get nearly enough out of his home district.
What's also interesting here, and I suspect to the point.
We got San Francisco.
Go, Steve. Go back to California.
Sorry. Yep. I'm just told
We've got San Francisco, and let's go back to California. Again, we're ping-ponging around, folks, because we don't control when the numbers come in. So we're at the mercy of the vote counters. What you got in California there in San Francisco?
Okay, yeah, San Francisco. And again, the city of San Francisco, not nearly as big as Los Angeles, but this is significant. This is about 4% of the.
We got District 11 results here. Shoykat Chakrabarty is in 3rd place right now, with Scott Wiener and Chan leading 43% and 28% respectively. 39% of the vote in. That's not great.
Wants to see this.
And Tom Steyer, this is, you were saying, where in the Bay Area is Tom Steyer getting what he wants? Kind of what he wants here. He certainly got 1st place here. The gap here, about 6,000 votes over Becerra. If that sort of trend holds there between them, Steyer can squeeze more out of here. That's not quite half the vote. So he does get San Francisco. We also just got in, here we go, San Diego County. And remember, this is like 10% of the vote in the state. So we just got, you know, again, all that pre-election vote by mail in here. And Hilton leading on the Republican side, but there it is, Becerra with that. It's more than a 30,000 vote advantage over Steyer for 2nd place. Bianco getting buried. Just dwell on that for a second. We said great news, not great. We said good news for Steyer out of San Francisco. He's running in 1st. He's finally running in 1st over Becerra in a sizable county, a margin of 5,900 votes. But again, what we just saw come in moments later in San Diego County. It's a margin of 31,000 votes, 5 times that size. Becerra wiped it out like times 5, just with what came in there in San Diego County. So again, you sort of, now we're getting close to half the vote that's tabulated in this thing statewide. That's some real separation right there. You know, that's a 240,000 vote gap there, 242,000 vote nearly gap between Becerra and Steyer. Again, Becerra much closer to Hilton here than Steyer is to Becerra. And there's Bianco running back at 11%. Remember we said.
I am over here. I'm like tabulating results as this is going on in the background, and it's not good. I've had to come up with a new designation for Dino Dems winning. I've had to use light blue, and it's not good. It's not good. Dino Dems are, of course, at least one of them's a no challenger, but boy, oh boy, it's a lot of Dino Dems winning. And there's not a lot. I mean, there's a few that are looking okay, like they might make it. And one's already been approved to the next round. Sandra Van Scotter. That's in California's 20th district. That's already been declared, but it's the rest of the field. It's quite disappointing. I can't lie. I had big hopes for tonight.
You know, Hilton wanted to get as much distance as he could, 26.5 down to 11% there. Again, 436,000 votes for Bianco. So really, it's clarifying here. I think the picture's clarifying. The only other place here I see that Steyer blue, this is Santa Barbara County. This is decent size, but we've seen some much bigger ones. But you take a look here in a place like Kern County. This is a big Republican area here. Hilton in first here. It's close between Becerra and Steyer. There aren't a ton of Democratic votes right there. But just kind of work our way through here. Tulare. I just want to see if there's Fresno County. I don't think we'd shown yet. Becerra with an advantage there. He's finishing. And Hilton's getting good numbers here. He's finishing ahead of Steyer as we kind of work our way, through the San Joaquin Valley right here. It's all Becerra.
It is incredible to me that in California, and in many of these elections, people are handing the keys to the people who handed us Donald Trump. Pretty disappointing, and seems like bad decision making. These are the same people who, to some degree, have, all right, technically, I'm trying to think, are there any actual names in here from, well, this is the House. So technically no, because it was the Senate that they took the votes from. But these are basically all the same people that have been here, handing Republicans wins left and right. And people want to put them back in office to keep handing Republicans wins. Okay, might as well just vote for Republicans. What's the point?
Over Steyer. So he's been able to build a very significant lead there. And really what it would rest on for Steyer, it's starting to look like what it'll rest on here. You said, do they feel that the same day vote will be different for them? We do have some of that, as we said, some of that early vote is now in Los Angeles. This looks like it did with that vote by mail.
Obviously, I see a difference between Democrats and Republicans, but it's just so fucking frustrating because literally Democrats continue to fail in all of these are not the people who are going to motivate voters in the general, in my opinion. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's milquetoast centrist. Maybe milquetoast centrist is what they want.
Like that gap between Becerra and Steyer has changed much here. Again, this is where Becerra represented. So there'd have to be either some change with that polling place vote, or it's just going to have to be such a flood of Democratic ballots coming in after, being tabulated after election night.
Here's the thing about all this that is just wild and fucking crazy to me. It's like people, I think people have become so disconnected that you don't have people focused in on the primaries right now. You really don't. Look at the numbers right now on the stream. You don't have people focused on this right now, and people are more dissatisfied with Donald Trump than ever. They're more dissatisfied with the Democratic Party to some degree than ever, right? It's a complicated situation. People are more excited about Democrats than Republicans, but the Democrats are in the House are at all-time low popularity, and people are being presented with the option to change. And I'm not even sure everybody even fucking knows the options being presented. You look at these fucking numbers; it's quite clear that they're not participating that much. Does not bode well. Does not bode well for the future. I'm just seeing, oh God. This is a rough one. I was really hoping California would get it fucking together. The supposedly most blue state in the country.
Welcome back to NBC News. It is the top of the hour. The polls have been closed in California for just about 60 minutes, and it is already shaping up to be a big night there as we are seeing votes still coming in. Let's take a look at the state of these races, starting with some of those headlines we are seeing tonight out of California in the governor's race there. And a reminder, folks, top two winners will face off in November, regardless of political party. You can see that NBC News projects this is too early to call. Republican Steve Hilton, backed by President Trump, former Biden cabinet official Javier Becerra, billionaire activist Tom Steyer. That is one of the marquee races tonight. You know what another one is? The LA mayor's race. This is also too early to call at this point. The incumbent mayor, Karen Bass, facing challenges from both her left, Nithya Raman there, and her right, Spencer Pratt, a familiar name to anybody who watched reality TV in the early 2000s, reality show villain who has made the case that Bass has not done enough in response to those devastating wildfires in Los Angeles, central to his campaign. Allegations Bass denies. This one's got a lot of heat on it. We are seeing some of the vote coming in LA County. Steve Kornacki's walking us through it. Let's talk about California's first district here. You've got James Gallagher, the projected winner, one of the projected winners. We will see if it's going to be Mike McGuire, Audrey Denny, who served, by the way, McGuire as Senate Majority Leader for 2 years and the top Democrat in the state Senate for a year as well. One to watch. We'll also take a look at the 13th district in California. Projected winner, Adam Gray, the Democratic incumbent, first elected just in 2024. So the question is going to be, who will the other winner be? Former Stockton Mayor Kevin Lincoln or entrepreneur Vin Crudiventi, largely self-funded. We're keeping an eye with 35% of the vote in there. Big battleground district here, folks. California 22. The projected winner, the Republican incumbent, David Valadao. This is kind of one of those races where perennially Democrats think they will be able to knock Valadao out here. He is going to win and be one of the winners. The question is, who will be the other one? We're looking at Randy Villegas, more progressive, thinks he can win over working class voters, or Jasmeet Bains. She is backed by the Democratic Congressional Campaign Arm, putting her on their red to blue list. We're going to be talking about this race come November. There's also...
It is so insane is the Democratic base fucking supports a list of shit the Democrats who are getting fucking sent to the general right now do not fucking support. It's insane. People are just like voting against themselves right now. It's literally insane. That is fucking wild. And I'm just like looking through these, and all of these races are looking pretty bad. Time and time again. The closest we got on most of these are like a third place fighting for second. We can hope and pray, and some of these may come to fruition, and of course there's, you know, some amount of waiting involved in this. It's being counted in a particular order. Right now it's not looking good. We're going to need some miracles in some places. It's rough. I mean, like, most of the candidates that are on my list that I backed are like 4th or 5th place right now. That is not a good place to be in these really, really fucking crowded primaries. My God. Oh, I wish I had good news right now. Wish I had good news. Jesus. I got one. We got one who's in second place right now. That's the only person I think that I've seen here so far that's actually in second place. 34th district. Angela Gonzalez Torres. She's leading by 6% in the 34th district. I mean, Sandra Van Scotter, we already talked about her. Besides from her, is what I mean. Like, that's the only one I'm seeing as I'm going through this. I'm continuing to go through it. It's not good. Oh. We have a completely resistant Democratic Party to change and is funneling money into these elections to prevent change from happening in the party. That is what I'm seeing here. Ferret's in third place. Yeah, all the God damn. 4% behind. She's not anywhere near close right now, and that's already been called. She's already lost. I need to start going through the losers and like reading these out. For fuck's sake. What a bloodbath.
The California 40th district as well. This is what has become a nasty member-on-member primary on the Republican side with young Kim and Ken Calvert. Ken Calvert will be one of the winners. At this point, we'll likely be talking about this one in November. Kim has made the case that Calvert has been in Washington too long. Calvert has made the case that Kim is simply not MAGA enough for this district. One to watch. Let's talk about Iowa now and the Republican governor's race there. And this one, boy, super interesting. Too close to call right now. Zach Lane, backed by the MAHA Action Committee. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy has his backing as well, with Randy Feenstra, Republican congressman who President Trump has backed, who, based on NBC News' reporting, has conceded to Zach Lane. We have not called the race. You can see too close to call there, but this is a bit of a surprise, considering it does not appear that the president's endorsement got Feenstra over the finish line. Lane, if it is Lane, will end up facing Rob Sand, popular Democrat in Iowa there. Montana, let's talk about the Senate race in that state. Again, this is a place that has not elected a Democrat statewide since 2018, but Alani Bankhead is hoping to change that. The Air Force veteran, the projected winner in that primary. There will be an independent in that race, along with a Republican as well, Kurt Alme. New Mexico, the Republican governor's race, a projected winner here, and that is going to be Gregory Hull taking on Deb Haaland in that one. Let's get to...
Okay, I got another Dino Dem here. The glimmer of hope. Second place right now. The 23rd district. Teresa Van Hoge. I'm sorry, Lynn Hoge. Teresa Lynn Hoge. She's leading right now by 4% in second place. Not in first place. Going up against a GOP candidate in a red. This is in a red district, I would point out. So not that great of a glimmer, but something.
Kornacki at the big board on the night we have seen so far. Some interesting races, Steve, some races we're definitely going to be talking about in a few months, and then some real question marks that everybody's curious about, starting with the one you're looking at now, the governor's race.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're getting close to half the vote here in the governor's race. And I do think the situation is kind of clarified in a way where it may be a while here, but I mean, the basic dynamic...
Wait a second. You're not allowed to say it. Clarity
we call that,
for forever from now.
We call that California clarity.
Yeah.
Where you think you know, but it takes a week to find out. Thank you.
We're grading on a curve here, exactly, Garrett. So, look, the clarity is the separation that we've seen now between Javier Becerra and Tom Steyer, the two leading Democrats in this race, which stands at about 250,000 votes, the Becerra advantage over Steyer in the statewide count. You see Steve Hilton, one of the Republicans, the top performing Republican, actually running in first place right now. Chad Bianco, the other main Republican, a distant fourth. The question is that a distant enough fourth for Hilton? Because we're getting to the point now where we have largely seen in these counties, just about all these counties, that big pre-election day vote by mail release. That's getting us to, almost all the counties filled in, almost half the vote. Now, we still have, as we say, there's that same day vote that's getting added in other places here, so this is going to tick up. But the upshot of it is this. How many total votes have been cast? Look, over 1 million for Hilton, over 1 million for Becerra. That's over 2 million. You're looking at nearly about 4 million votes right now with not quite half the vote in, meaning there are still 4 million votes to be counted in California, and a very significant chunk of those are going to be late arriving vote by mail that are going to be tabulated, maybe tomorrow, maybe in the coming days, maybe over the next week, whatever exactly it is. But that size of a pool, okay, we're talking millions of votes right here. When you see the advantage right now that Hilton has over Steyer, not Becerra, that Hilton has over Steyer, okay, you're talking about a 300,000 vote advantage, okay, 7 points. But in a pool of millions of votes, late arriving vote by mail, if it's dramatically more Democratic, which we've seen in the past, 300,000 votes is something that Steyer could overcome, and he could potentially pass Hilton. That would mean Becerra and Steyer would pass Hilton here, because it would just be overwhelmingly Democratic vote. It would benefit both of them, and that Republican share for Hilton would just tick down. So Hilton's put himself in a decent position right here. He's running in first because he's consolidated a lot of that Republican vote, but he hasn't consolidated. Again, he was putting out a very urgent call in the final days of this campaign, telling Bianco's supporters, look, I like the guy, you like the guy. We all want a Republican in the general election. You got to get behind me. Some of them, I think clearly when you see that separation, did heed that call here for Hilton. I think this is a larger gap than we saw in a lot of polling. But again, the question is, did enough of them? Sitting there, Bianco is on 454,000 votes. He's on pace to maybe land somewhere, upward of 1 million votes in this primary. Probably short of it, but upward of 1 million votes in this primary. How much of that, could Hilton have used? Now, again, he very well could make it here into this runoff. But I just, when you see this gap, I would flag it here because, Steyer right now, it's not so much about, when I say some clarity, I don't think it's as much now about Becerra versus Steyer. I think it's about both of them versus Hilton and those later.
They. I keep going through this. It's just getting worse and worse. It's just it's only the incumbent Dino Dems that are winning right now. All of these people are not every single one of these, but most likely all of these people are not doing well right now. Third place or lower. Almost every single one of these people from 25 to 50. Honestly, I'm sort of blown away. Oh, God. Here's the question: How do we engage the base that we know actually wants Medicare for all and for the genocide to end right now? Because they're voting for all the fucking wrong people. If they're in there.
Vote by mail.
Can I ask you, you described it as you feel like, as looking at the numbers here, Steve Hilton might be in a decent spot with the separation. Where does he need to perform to upgrade the decent to comfortable?
Yeah, I think it's less where he needs to perform right now and more to just tell me how democratic is that late arriving mail and how much of it is there. Because again, it's not so much a geographic question right now. It's just a question of the sort of the contour, the partisan composition of that late arriving vote by mail. And I think Republicans in California have come to have like nightmares about this stuff because there have been so many Republican candidacies in California that have been sunk in the slow bleed of the post-election night, days, weeks long count as that incredibly blue vote by mail gets tabulated here. So that's what's on my mind when I see this right now. If you're Becerra, you're feeling great. Because you've got separation from Steyer and you figure you're going to benefit from late arriving vote by mail just because you're a Democrat.
Jesus. I think I might end the suffering. For the love of God. This is not a good result right now. Let's go down the list. Audrey Denny right now, she's in third place, behind by 25% to the second place candidate, Rosie, fifth place. I mean, behind by 4,000 votes to the second candidate. It could happen. It could happen. It's just not looking good right now. It's 38% of it in there, and they've already decided one of the candidates. So it's the fight for second. The 3rd district, Chris Bennett is at 5%. Behind by 30,000 votes right now in 5th place. I mean, Eric Jones is a slightly different story. 3rd place, behind the GOP candidate who's in 2nd place, behind by 4,000 votes, and only 4%. And that's like one of the better stories right now. That's one of the people who actually has a fucking shot. District 5, I mean, both of the candidates that we talked about are below 10% or less. And the 2nd place candidate is at 22%. And I'll point out, you'll probably notice I keep saying 2nd place because that is what we seem to be fighting for right now. Every single one of these races, if we're fighting for anything at all at this point. However, Mei Vang is in 2nd place right now, trying to hold on to it. I mean, Mai Vang, she's one of the few people in here that actually is holding her own on this race right now. No more than 8,000 votes separates the top 3. She's right in the middle, although anything could happen right now. Votes continue to be tabulated. Nicholas Carjuza, 3rd place, behind by 20%. District 10, Mitch Maisler, 2.8%, 6%. I mean, it was 6th place. Not fighting for anything. Shaikat Chakrabarty behind by 15% right now with 39% of the vote in. It's not looking good for Shaikat. Doesn't seem San Francisco has embraced him at all. So we're going to get Scott Wiener and whoever C. Chan is. District 13 for candidate 4th place, behind by 15%. District 14, the candidate is 7th place, 2%. It's just this, I mean, just going down through all this is just depressing. This is the current situation. Still waiting for Forstag. Yep, 65% of the vote in there, I think. Behind by 2% for less than 2% for Forstag in Montana. Unfortunately, Montana's Senate primary didn't go to Michael Black Wolf, who was the galactically preferred candidate there. This is actually somehow, I mean, got to be the worst turnout yet. Somehow California has been the worst. And I'm starting to think it's because I'm just trying to do the math right now on this. And like trying to figure out what the hell is happening. I'm like, okay, we've had Ohio, Indiana, Nebraska, West Virginia, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Kentucky. Those are, what is that? Like 10 of the 12 primaries we've had up until today. And I'm realizing those are all red states right now. States that Democrats have completely given up on. And are probably weren't at all interested in funding candidates. So we maybe, it's possible we were getting luckier in those states as a result of Democrats perhaps not finding interest in funding, trying to fund a candidate where they don't see a race to be won. I don't know if that's what's happened here. And I mean, I don't know if that's the right calculus to have made for Democrats, but I mean, I'll fucking take it at this point, considering what we just saw in California. We're witnessing in California at this moment. Because this is not pretty.
And that is having overwhelming appeal to independent voters. They're now trending Democratic than they are for Republicans. So that is where the opportunity rests.
You do wonder if there is a boomerang and where it exists, because, again, Democrats have not won a Senate seat in Iowa in almost 20 years, basically. And so don't get excited. I'm going to talk about Texas for 1 second.
We haven't done your obligatory Philly mention yet. Do you want to work it in this segment?
For like a minute. But like a la Texas, when we were all sitting together during that thing talking about, is James Tallarico going to be able to.
Yeah.
But there are some places
but Iowa is more like Georgia than it is like Texas.
Okay.
In a lot of respects. And
we had a Democratic governor not that long ago.
And Hinson's a far better candidate than Ken Paxton. Like Hinson is. I think we're not talking about it to go back to that point. And I will say this. We saw this in 2020 when Joni Ernst was running against Teresa Greenfield. And this is also true, I would say, in Montana. Montana and Iowa, you're going to get a poll, let's say October 1st, that has the Democratic candidate within about 4. You always will. It's a tale as old as time. No matter what the margin is, I think Republicans will pull out both seats. But you will see 1 or 2 very close polls with about a month to go. And people will freak out. Tons of money will go in. And things will go back to equilibrium.
But again, one last thought on Iowa. I mean, why that could be the sort of like leading indicator here. It's also a demographic, play here. In Iowa, if you're going to win, you're going to win white voters, white men, like the people who've been working class white men who've drifted so far away from the Democratic Party. That's a big lift. But if you're doing it there, we're not having the California conversation at midnight. We're talking about a bigger.
And are Democrats happy that Josh Turk's the one that is going to be telling that story in the state of Iowa instead of Zach Walz?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think, he's, again, positioning himself as a moderate, which is appealing to those
with a story
particular
to
votes.
tell.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. Great profile. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. So, yeah, I mean, I think we're feeling very good about Iowa. But when I was making the point that Iowa's more like Georgia, we picked up seats in Georgia when Trump, at the midterms, when Trump was president the first cycle around. And so, you look at the economy and all the factors that flip Georgia, you can see them there as great possibilities in Iowa.
Can I sneak in, Steve? I see you studying L.A. there. If you have something, do it. Otherwise, I got a Montana question for you.
We just got, we did. This is about 4,500 new votes that just came in here in L.A. So this is in a small chunk. Adam, how did it break?
Steve is talking. Oh, there it is.
Bass 40, Pratt 20.
Okay, so this was a bad. This is. I suspect this is. It broke about 2-1 for Bass over Pratt. It's a small number of votes.
Okay.
Remember that the LA told us that they expected they would have a few updates throughout the night of that vote by mail, which we saw was very good for Bass early on. So I suspect that's what we just got. One of their incremental updates of vote by mail that they said would come in overnight. That, again, that's the dynamic here. That vote by mail is going to probably be better there for Bass, and maybe even Rahman for that matter, than Pratt, although Pratt has a pretty good cushion over Rahman right now. But there is still an update to come in this mayor's race, probably in these overnight hours, maybe soon here, from the polling place vote that I expect would be very favorable to Pratt. Then after that, it would be all late arriving mail. That is if you're Pratt though, that cushion you have over Rahman, I think that's the big development in this race tonight. That's a pretty significant cushion.
And Garrett is right that this is a
they're
referendum
starting to
on
call
Karen Bass,
races
but,
now.
Given the fact that we were saying that there was a possibility that she wouldn't even be in the run.
They're starting to call races, and it is not looking good, Space Fams. This is it. I am just going through them right now. It's a sea of blue and red, a tiny little bit of green in here. And actually, this shouldn't be green. Good God, it's even worse. Oh, it's not good. It's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candidates down. I'm putting down red now because they're calling both candidates now in multiple races.
The fact
gangbusters race in Jersey here. Ryan, you next.
you stole like the best three. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's why she goes first.
That's why she goes
Yeah.
first.
Smart
That's
to
why
go
it's her
first,
show.
right?
I was just thinking maybe I go last.
Yeah, right.
What am I going to do?
I'll tell you what I'm obsessed with, and I might be stealing it from Garrett because we haven't talked about it yet. And that's that Dusty Johnson, who is the sitting congressman from South Dakota, who's running for governor, is giving up his safe House seat to run for governor. Looks like he might be on the outside looking in the runoff in South Dakota, which I think is pretty fascinating. Dusty Johnson's a well thought of member of Congress. He's somebody who is considered to be a productive member of Congress, was thought to be relatively popular in South Dakota. I know South Dakota is probably not at the top of a lot of people's minds, but there's a lot of powerful people in South Dakota, including the Senate Majority Leader. And so the idea that Dusty Johnson might be on the outside and appears to be at this stage appears to be on the outside looking in, I think is a pretty significant development. And the idea that he might be out of politics by the end of this year, I think, is pretty shocking.
Trailing Toby Doden maybe speaks to your point of the anger against incumbents.
I could speak on that because I could build on that, actually, Ryan. Thank you so much for setting
We
me
don't
up.
call it stealing, we call it building.
Well, no,
That's perfect.
I've been taking a list over the course of the night about all the House Republicans who run for other offices this year and have either lost or appear likely to lose or who've not gotten the Trump endorsement, who basically seems to have hit a dead end. And what I think we're seeing is a split here between Democratic voters who are looking for like kind of meat and potatoes basic candidates, your Tureks, your Rob Sands, some of these other candidates who can have credible governing experience and kind of, even Javier Becerra, who you could argue is kind of boring. I saw, I think it was Maeve Reston, a former CNN reporter who now is an independent journalist, who called him the cardigan of the race, just like kind of a warm sweater to comfort people, versus Republicans who are saying, I don't want your experience, I don't want your governing background, I want somebody who's authentic, somebody who's as, pissed as the next guy. I'm looking at all the things our guy who told us who was voting for Spencer Pratt said. He wants authenticity, and he wants somebody who's as mad as they are, and there's that split still between the two parties. And we'll see how that aligns in November.
Ryan and Garrett stole all of your time, so you have 10 seconds.
No, I mean, I think the economy is still the central issue across the country, and we see it, in a stark example in Iowa, where you have a situation where Medicare cuts are incredibly impactful to local voters. Tariffs are killing farmers. You got rural hospitals closing. You've got healthcare costs going up. I mean, that is a recipe for Democrats to actually win. You've got a state where Trump won by 13 points, and now it's a toss-up state. I mean, it's an incredible opportunity. Democrats are going to continue to invest a lot of money. We've got really good candidates that made it through. So I'm going to be watching how they position themselves and what that'll signal to Democrats who are going to be running in competitive seats in November.
I'm obsessed with how long it's going to take California to count all their votes. It's going to be seen in 2 weeks. No, but like Tom Kaine's race is a perfect example, right? If Tom Kaine is surviving politically on election.
Iowa's 4th just got called. Ashley Wolf Turnabane lost too. Fuck me. You voted for Mai Vang? That's good.
And he's coasting to victory, and we're talking about California. Then suddenly those California seats become a lot more important than the ones they hand drew for Democrats to win.
Steve, I gave the final word to you intentionally. What is the thing that you are obsessed with after tonight?
I'm obsessed with what happens here in this governor's race. Does this end up being the top two as Democrats? Does Steyer get a huge late arriving vote by mail here? Or does Hilton get in there? And you have a Republican versus Democratic contest in California. If you're Becerra, of these three, you're the one feeling best right now.
Okay, Steve Kornacki, we appreciate you so much. It's been a night. We've covered a lot. We're going to have all the results on NBCnews.com.
All right, we're switching over the transmission over to Kornacki Cam here over in, this is like an interim studio between 3A and 3A West here at Rockefeller. Steve is walking back onto our set in front of our board. What a night.
What a night. We got people left?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake. This is a fucking disaster. I'm gonna stay up a little bit longer, but I'm approaching my end point for the night, I think, here. As we keep being reminded, these results are going to be slowly coming in for the ones that are tight, that haven't been called. Less and less progress is going to be made on that.
Loyal viewers.
Well, let's go through it. Let's start here. Let's go through that. Well, okay, first of all, the governor's race here. Again, now about half of the vote is in here. Adam, what was the last major update we got? Governor's race.
We got Trinity County, 21 votes is.
I said major, and you gave me the most minor thing possible.
Lake County, 780. Mariposa, 715. Los Angeles, 10,000.
10,000. Okay. One thing I do think is interesting in the LA County portion of it, we were looking at this question here, of could Steyer, surpass Hilton on the late arriving vote by mail. Hilton is technically running ahead of Steyer here, in LA County. Again, with this half of the vote, it's interesting. As overwhelmingly Democratic as this area is, the second Democratic candidate so far, at least, I expect that late arriving vote by mail will probably be more Democratic friendly and would help Steyer. But Steyer may not, with the hundreds of thousands of votes left here, probably like 900,000 votes left in LA County. I'm not sure how much Steyer will end up netting over Hilton there. But again, if there's a huge shift there, that's really the question here. If there is a huge shift in that. In the partisan composition of that late arriving vote by mail, and there can be, because the
Montana first district, the Montana first district. This is too close to call. Fucking hell, Cleveland, Forstag, Busey. 65% of the vote in. Unfortunately, Sam Lux has lost in the second district. God, I can't believe just how bad of a night this was. I thought this was going to go well. We had the blue states. Finally had the blue states coming up. I was like, yay. Pennsylvania went pretty good. Oh my God. I mean, I think we'll be lucky if we get 6. If we get 6, it'll be a miracle in California. And that is insane to me. I was expecting half. I was literally expecting. I said it 2 seconds ago. Not that long, but you get what I'm saying. I was saying it. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to look at all of the polls on each freaking one of these races ahead of time and know, electability on every single fucking person. But I assumed it would be slightly less terrible than this. I am somewhat just. I know California is a different situation with the jungle primary, and technically, if you look at the other states, it wasn't as bad, I guess. In New Jersey, maybe you could say, but it's not great. It's not across the board. You had LaMonica MacGyver, Anna Lilia Mejia, Adam Homowy making it through the field here. I mean, Rachel Peace is really not the best candidate on the list. She's sort of bottom tier, but she made it through. But not both. But Sam Lux is down. And I am kind of pissed off right now that I put any work into Russ Cleveland. Not that he's not a fine candidate or guy, but there was a Bernie fucking endorsed candidate in the race. I somehow that was not clear to me. And somehow I feel fucking responsible, even though I know I'm not. Even though I know that I don't have 1,500 viewers in fucking or 9,000, however many viewers in fucking Montana. There's 1,200 between Forstack and Busey right now. And I mean, it could go anyway, sure. It's not 1,500. It's actually 800, isn't it? It's 800. It's only 800 votes. Still. I mean, my fucking live stream on the Montana race got like what? Got 500 views. It's mostly you guys. But you somehow, that was just pissing me off a hell of a lot right now. Because like I had no idea. And I was like adding to confusion that I didn't realize I was doing. Oh, it's kind of pissing me off a little bit. But Sam Lux lost, unfortunately. I mean, Forstag could still win, and that would be good. I mean, just going through this list, I mean, yeah, Latifah Simon, Rokana, Sandra Van Scotter winning in California. Shaikat doesn't look like he's going to win. All these other candidates, I mean, Mai Vang, I think Mai Vang will make it. I think maybe Mai Vang. I mean, go back through it. I mean, you got Mai Vang, who's close. Rosie is not getting over that finish. I just don't see it happening. I mean, I'd love to see it happen, but like 3 Republicans in front of her. Chris Bennett's in 5th place. Eric Jones could maybe take 2nd. Mai Vang could maybe hold 2nd. And then it's like the guy who's in 3rd and the 19th has now been officially lost. I'm just going through these and I'm just not seeing any good news. Oh, I'm seeing one good thing. In the 23rd district, Teresa Lynn Hodge, and it is probably, but not even a guarantee right now, to go to the general against a Republican in what I believe is a Republican district. Although, here's a silver lining. This is actually a silver lining. I'll take this one. You look here in this race with Hodge in it. If you add up these votes, Democrats and independents, I mean, what was that? 22, 26, 27,000. I mean, for a primary in a Republican district, it's not terrible. And all the Democratic votes haven't even come in yet because there's still the mail-in to count, right? I'm accounting for that. But like Pascarella's clearly not going ahead there. All these people that I had some amount of hope for, seeing them go down one by one. And honestly, when I was making this list for California, when I was going through these 52 fucking seats, putting all this effort into it, I did not realize it was a jungle primary somehow. Like, I mean, this is the first time I've ever done midterm, serious midterm coverage, and I had no idea this was a fucking thing for California. Oh God! Like, did we do the 24 midterms? It wasn't the midterms though; it was the general election, right? So yeah, we covered a few elections in the 24. But like, it wasn't like this. Like, I wasn't like determined as I have been, even with all the distractions in the last month or so. I didn't put nearly as much, or I put a much different kind of effort. I feel like it was much more focused effort, right? It's like really just a few races we were focused on, the general, and then right, like the presidential election and basically nothing else. But yeah, no, I'm just looking through this. I just don't see. I don't see it. We'll be lucky, I said, if we get 6. But I just want to sit here and revel in the terrible right now. So going back here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna try and get some sleep and just see what I can do to work on next week. So we got another midterms next week. God, we need to fucking do something about all this. I don't know what it is, but this is not the Tea Party moment that I had been thinking we might be having, you know? We got these wins in these red state primaries. But we have not seen great success here in California, like I was hoping for. Yeah, Matt Dodson lost Columbia Rican. I mean, I'll pull up the chart one more time for everybody to look at. But we got a not great South Dakota candidate winning. Didn't really matter. Same thing for the Senate candidate. No challenger for either, actually. They're both bad. They're Dems, but they're not good. Right? I can't say they're good. Deb Haaland won for governor, and Matt Dodson lost in Senate. Cory Booker went fucking unchallenged to another, will almost certainly be a win. And this year in the fucking general, there's no way he doesn't win. I'll have 6 more years of Michigan fist. Oh. Is Lujan the governor's brother? I didn't even know that particular detail about him. I just knew he sucked. But New Jersey, I mean, you had 3 more than 3 incumbent Dino Dems. 1, 2, 3, 4 incumbent Dino Dems with no challengers. But of course, the good Dems, the good incumbent Dems did have challengers. Shock of shocks. Oh! Those thankfully won, the good incumbent Dems, as well as Adam Homowy here. Rachel Peace, who was not great. She's got an asterisk next to her name, but Terry Reese, John Shue, Brian Varela, and Musab Ali all losing their races here. Of course, all 3 incumbent, no challenger Dems in New Mexico are going to the general. But no clear winner. Sam Forstag trailing by 1.9%. In Montana's first, Sam Lux losing in the second. And Michael Black Wolf, unfortunately, has not won his race either. That's more red on the board. Zach Walls losing. Chuck Schumer's preferred candidate going ahead, and what was, I thought, at one point, a decent candidate. Until I actually spent more time actually looking through it. They put a lot of effort into that one, I think, what I can tell. I think they did a lot of tricky shit to try to pull that guy across the fucking finish line. Rob Sand, no challenger here. Went unopposed to the general for the. Well, it's not an R. This isn't a red. This is actually this is a blue. And this is a fucking blue. I changed my system somewhere through here. I need to go back through it. But it's not good. There's a lot of fucking blue in here. Yeah, this was a rough one. Nothing like back here where we were seeing some fairly good things happening. Ay, ay, ay. Well, sad but true, everybody. And we didn't even complete the galactic content goal. C'est la vie. I really, I really could have used some wins here tonight, Space Wave. Some like a bunch of them. I was hoping for enough wins to hold in my hand. But these ones feel like they're slipping through my fingertips. And it's really making me wonder what it's going to take to get an actual Tea Party moment in the Democratic Party. Because the Republicans had that moment, and now the Republican Party actually respects the fucking, the fringe of their party. All right? It's not even the fringe. It's the bulk of the party. But it was what they were declaring to be the fringe, back then, 20 years ago. Well, whatever, 12 years ago or something like that, whenever it started. But I don't feel like I thought we had that energy up until right now. Now I'm questioning everything. Did we have that energy coming, or are we complacently ushering in the same Democratic Party into power in 27? The same Democratic Party that told us that the economy was fine under Biden, that continued to fund the genocide, and basically brought Donald Trump to us by, playing Republican light. Honestly, here's the thing. Because this is the sort of thing that's going to reduce people like me being out here fighting for the Democrats in the general, right? Like, I'm going to be less interested in doing that. Of course, I'm still going to have to sit there and parse and be like, probably this Democrat's probably better than the Republican in the race, right? But it's just like, it's just so disincentivizing because I know so many of these people are so trash. And you shouldn't want people like me disincentivized. People like me who are generally, have a lot of energy for all of this stuff and want to, move the country forward and want Democrats to get elected, right? But basically, people like me are getting, pushed back right now. And, maybe this is, maybe this is a sign for a third party. I don't know. But the Democratic machine has clearly embraced itself. And we, the left, are scattered and not organized enough right now to pull out important wins in the places where we should be pulling out wins. Right? Because honestly, will it be great if we create a Democratic Party that takes over a bunch of red states with progressives? Yeah, but it'll be a fucking real weird. It'll be a real weird world if we have, a bunch of, like progressive Dems in red states, and blue dog Dems in blue states. It'll be very strange. It'll be a very strange time to be living through. But I guess that could happen. Oh my God. I'm just trying to like parse through what is happening right now. This is why organizing locally is so important. No, absolutely. Absolutely. The fact is, we do need like international recognition for these candidates, and we somehow got to make that happen. Right? Because, I mean, like, we got to, like, Mom Donnie pulled it across the finish line, sure, by knocking doors and organizing. But then it got picked up nationally, and people were donating across the fucking country to the campaign and donating their time. Somehow that needs to be that needs to be replicated. And I was hoping that a lot of that was being. It's hard for me to know what's happening on the ground in 52 different Californian races. I was trying my best, like, but boy, oh boy, do I feel like I was just way off base. You know what? Before we end this, I know what I'm gonna fucking do. I know what I'm going to do. Can our tea party be a color be yellow? Something, maybe, yeah. There's a thought. I'm just gonna open up this before I end the stream. I'd like to see what Hassan Piker is saying right now. Is Hassan live? He is live. Hassan is live. I have no sound. Is he just not talking?
I don't think Latino voters voted in poll at all. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what the demographic breakdown looks like. I do think that it's the Becerra thing is just like Democrats consolidate support. They say that's the guy, and people just go and vote. Yeah. Hey guys, at least Tony Durden is leading by 4 over that rat bastard Larry Roden. Porter should have stepped out and endorsed Steyer. This is fucked. What are you guys talking about? That wouldn't have done anything. Like, Katie Porter is a 4%, dude, a 5%. And also, there's no guarantee that Katie Porter was going to actually, Katie Porter voters were going to go vote for Steyer anyway. If Katie Porter endorsed someone, she probably would have endorsed Becerra anyway. Anyway, I'm tired, but we started off the night with a good W, Adam Hamawi, and we're ending it on L after L after L. It's California, so it'll take some time to see the final result.
Okay, so me and Hassan are basically on the same page with much of this. Just a bunch of fucking L's. Just a bunch of L's and just a tiny sprinkling of W's. Woof. I wish I had a more optimistic look on things for you tonight, Space Fams. Ay, ay, ay. That's rough. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also arduous, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Inner Planet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mowinoip, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Neurologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Age Larson, Frizzla, Benny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Yes, and Hecate. That's right, all these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.